Good morning, everyone. To Craig, Colorado. This is day one of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting, September 8th. We're in glorious Craig, Colorado in the Northwest, and glad to be here. Before we do the pledge, I just want to say thank you to the Northwest team and certainly to everyone that gets these meetings together. This one was not easy to find a place that could accommodate the IT requirements and make sure that we could still stream to the public. So thank you for all the adjustments and patching together everything that needed to happen for this meeting. And do you want to recognize Commissioner Haskett for ripping up and down the road several times from Meeker to do site visits and walk spaces and see what would work well for us and help us with some of the site visits that we're going to do. So special thanks to our local commissioner, Commissioner Haskett. And with that, I would ask Commissioner Haskett to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. And next, Laura, if you'll please call roll.
Adams.
Present.
Blecka. Bailey.
Present.
Haskett.
Here.
May.
Here.
Otero.
Here.
Phillips.
Here.
Reading.
Here.
Touchton.
Here. Here.
Vardy.
Present.
Earhauser.
Present. Thank you very much. So our first item of business number 2 is to approve the minutes of our July meeting that was in Eagle County. So I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes as they were written. Commissioner Phillips.
Motion to approve.
Okay, no light.
Second.
Who's the second? Who's our second? Commissioner Reading. Okay, I think we can do a voice vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Okay, minutes are approved. Item number 3 is corrections to our agenda. If there are any requests to change or move items, consent particularly, please indicate that now. Otherwise, we will move forward with the agenda as it's written. Okay, hearing none, the agenda will stand. And we'll move immediately to commissioner questions and comments. So what's been going on since we were together last? It feels like an eternity ago in some ways. Anything that you'd like to share? I will open it up to the floor. Just takes one. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did have some slides to show I don't know if those are available. Okay, so you guys have, well, those of you who've been on the commission for a while have seen these kind of slides from me before, but the real purpose of putting them up is I wanted to say thank you to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and their Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, which funded the project I'm about to describe. But so that's some volunteers building what's called a One Rock Dam. And you can see how there's a series of those going up that little wash that was eroding a bit. Can you go to the next one? Oh. Okay. Well, I'll just talk while it appears. The next one, there it is. That's a different technique. That one's called a Zuni bowl. That's to fill in a pit. Sometimes you get a pit in your creek for whatever reason, and this is a technique to kind of fill it. Most of these structures are commonly called Z-dike structures after a scientist who pioneered the technique, or beaver dam analogs. And they're a way to slow and spread water, cause infiltration, allow riparian vegetation to grow, and they're being studied for carbon sequestration. Go one more slide, Kurt, and I'll talk about that. The next slide, hopefully, if I did this right, this is an article that talks about all the benefits of these structures. And if anyone's interested, I could send it around. I mentioned it because I saw in our Ranching for Wildlife presentation, there were also CPW or the ranches involved are building these on the ranches involved in the ranches for wildlife program. I saw they'd put in 135. I've only put in 100, but I have one more weekend, so maybe I can catch up. But I was going to challenge them to it next year. Anyway, what I really wanted to talk about is all these things are called beaver dam analogs. And we've got human beings running around carrying heavy rocks, pretending to be beaver. And meanwhile, we have a shortage of beaver in many places, with climate resilience being an issue. I'd really like at some point, if appropriate, that we talk about what our agency can do for beaver, because beaver will do this 24/7, 365 for free and save a lot of my volunteers some back injuries. So anyway, it's just an interesting program. Go one more slide, Kurt. And I threw this in here. This is an article on bison and their impact on grasslands biodiversity. I didn't do it just to tease Duke and Dallas, but this article says that bison increase grassland diversity by 70%, the biodiversity of the plants. Cattle also increase diversity, but only by 30%. So the bison are really made to increase the diversity of the prairie. And I just put this in because we have a discussion on bison coming up later in the agenda. And then finally go to the last slide. I have no Kurt. So that you can't really see it, but that's me kneeling next to a bear. I'm smiling because that bear's alive. That bear's just sleeping off a bad tranquilizer hangover. And that bear was judged not guilty, so it got to be re-released. I put this in to thank Mark Leslie for setting it up, and Mark Lamb for taking me on, I guess, a bear duty ride along. And it was a really interesting, pleasant day. My overall impression was our officers are incredibly diligent and work incredibly hard, and are very dedicated to protecting wildlife. And this day ended well because that bear got to be re-released. And I hope that's the outcome we have most of the time. But anyway, I wanted to put that in because I think it's available to everyone. And Mark Lamb is a charming guy to spend a day with if you get an opportunity. But so that's it for me, but thank you.
Okay, thank you for questions for Commissioner Touchton. Thank you for that. Others? Commissioner Adams.
Thank you for that update, Commissioner Tuxton. I really appreciated, especially the beaver conversation, and look forward to nature-based solutions and more conversations around that. So I will be quick, as there was a lot in the field this time. Oh yeah, I'm seeing the I'm grateful to have, let's see, oh yeah, it does go rather fast. All right. So the first is I also sit on the Colorado Natural Areas Program Council, and we have an exciting opportunity in September in a couple of weeks to do a 45th anniversary of the program, as well as a volunteer steward appreciation lunch. And so that is on Wednesday, September 21st at Castlewood Canyon State Park. We have our business meeting from 9 to 11:45, and then the appreciation lunch at noon, along with a tour of some of the exciting components. So if you do have availability or interest, please join us. We would love to have you on the Natural Areas Council. I also also noticed, Commissioner Tuxton, the lift up to grasslands, and that is a huge part of some of the work that we're doing. We actually have some incredible new sites coming up, one of which is in Boulder County. And as a Boulder County resident, I'm very excited to be able to expand natural areas in my region. I also had the opportunity to have a beach day at Aurora Reservoir. And I tell you, I want to thank acting Director Heather Dugan for showing up and joining us. Vibe Tribe Adventures hosted it. The Slip and Slide from, which is a chapter of the National Brotherhood of Skiers, was also present. Girl Trek, which is another incredible organization, was also present, but really an opportunity to get the Black and African-American led and supported outdoor recreation groups together for fun, connection, and community. And hats off to our boat safety team for always making sure that we have our vests and our whistles, and it's just something that we continue to carry. And so also wanted to thank all of the staff who continue to serve during the water season and drownings and things like that. Wearing those personal safety devices, even if you know how to swim, is just ingrained in my mind now. So I just want to thank Grant Brown and the team for constantly making sure that we are prepared, right? Everybody knows how to swim until you have to. And so again, I just really appreciated that reminder. I also had the opportunity to attend the Cherry Creek Nature Paddle, which was sponsored by park naturalist Tammy. And really, again, the opportunity to connect bird watching and wildlife viewing with stand-up paddleboarding was also very exciting, as we're trying to identify and expand less consumptive, less footprint types of engagement. So it was really wonderful to see my new favorite bird, the snowy egret, with their cute little yellow feet, which was adorable. Again, just connecting with staff. So wanted to encourage folks to check out the nature-rich events that are hosted at the state parks. It's throughout the week and the weekend, and really lifting up non-traditional times to engage in our state parks. So this was on a Thursday morning before work, but really, again, just trying to differentiate the times that we engage so that we are sharing our nature-rich spaces. I also wanted to thank the Colorado Sportsmen's Foundation, Colorado Clay Shooting Park, and the Colorado Bow Hunters Association for an informative and engaging Front Range Day. It was in conjunction with the National Conference of State Legislatures. The foundation hosted this field day to connect with a variety of different stakeholders in Colorado and across the country. So there were representatives from Arizona, New Mexico, and some other states in our region, as well as the East Coast. We also had an opportunity to talk about the expansion of the 7th grade hunter education program to Colorado Public Schools statewide, and the opportunity to strengthen community engagement, volunteerism, and extensive conservation and stewardship as a part of that project. So looking forward to hearing more about how CPW, which has already been offering this incredible training and partnering with school districts across the state, are positioned to continue to accelerate and expand the program statewide. I saw many of you at the 35th anniversary of the Great Outdoors Colorado, a great idea for Colorado and the outdoors. I was particularly struck by comments by former DNR director and many other things, Ken Salazar, and former Governor Romer, as well as incredible leadership of Jackie Miller. I also appreciated the women, highlighting women in the program as well. And yeah, just a really wonderful time to connect, to amplify. And I was particularly struck by the $1.3 billion that the organization has contributed to 64 counties and more than 5,000 projects. So thank you, Commissioner Haskett and Commissioner Tuxton, for continuing to serve on the GOCO board. And I told Jackie and the team I'm always around and willing to help and really continue to be active in that space. Upcoming events, Outdoor Industry Outdoor Industry Summit, in Salida on September 19th. A familiar face, Ernest House is one of the keynotes. I'll also be there as well, really talking about sustainable business development, stewardship, education, and advocacy, leadership for the future grounded in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and resources and tools to educate and protect public lands while still promoting or balancing what I like to say the needs and wants of humans, other species, and the planet. So we do have space available, so please get more information and register and join us. And then lastly, it is time for the Summit for Action, which was one of the first conferences that I went to in 2019 after my appointment to this commission. It was wonderful to see a lot of CPW representation there, as well as GOCO. That's where I met a lot of GOCO staff and partners. And it's just a really great time in the Front Range. And now because of COVID, there's a virtual day and an in-person day. Again, the themes are Rise Up Recreationalists, Climate Justice, and Outdoor Recreation, as well as A Generation Later, Still Fighting for Environmental Justice. And there we're really lifting up the 1991 first National People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit, where they laid out, I believe, 21 principles, many of which align with several of our organization or our agency mission as well. So again, anytime we can align values, I always love that. As I will often say, this is the team. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions during the break and look forward to hearing other commissioner updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Adams. Others? Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually only have one thing. I want to recognize the chair who just recently completed the 58th 14-year. So she has now climbed all of them.
Yes, I'm still feeling the effects. Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Others? Other updates? Yes, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I want to say is a couple weeks ago, I had the privilege of attending memorial service for Rick Gardner, who was an officer in the Southeast region. And if I needed another reason to be proud of CPW and the agency, this was it. Over half of the people in attendance at the memorial service were uniformed CPW officers. And the honor guard was led by Northwest Region Manager Travis Black. And it couldn't have been a more appropriate setting to give honor to somebody who had dedicated their life to CPW. But I just want to say, if you've never had the opportunity to see another facet of CPW, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one thing. I wanted to recognize District Wildlife Manager Curtis Tesh. In Western Colorado right now, there is a lot of action with bears and cats and a lot going on. And Curtis Tesh came out to our farm for a workshop that we offered our space for, that Wilderness Workshop hosted in game processing. And it was on a Saturday, and he came and volunteered the entire day, just showing people how to effectively use every part of an animal. And just wanted to recognize Curtis, but also all of our team and all the extra time that they put in that is often not seen. Thank you.
Thank you for those recognitions. Others? Commissioners Bailey or Otero, do you have any interest in chiming in? I don't want to miss you. Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair Hauser, and thanks all. I guess I should first start by saying I appreciate the continued efforts to ensure that we have good connectivity such that I'm able to join virtually when things like my current situation where my mom just had surgery and I need to be with her arise, but I can still engage. So thanks for that commitment to make this space virtually accessible. I really just wanted to briefly echo Commissioner Adams' comments on the GOCO celebration and what a joy it was to attend and celebrate all the good work that GOCO has done and learn a little bit more about the history and the legacy and the opportunity to meet and engage with so many wonderful people that have contributed to the success of GOCO and all its efforts. So really just a great event. Great to see all the representation, all the different organizations present, and then of course all the sort of political support for the efforts of GOCO. So just a really fun day.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Otero. Anything you'd like to share? Just sorry to put you on the spot. Just good to see.
No, I'm a little under the weather. I tested
Okay.
positive for COVID yesterday, so that's why I'm not in person. So limited capacity, but I'm here. Thank you, though.
We are grateful that you're at home, and we do wish you speedy recovery. Any other commissioners? Okay. I have actually brought a couple of photos, so I don't know where those are. Apparently, a few of you got a sneak peek at these. They're somewhat relevant, and maybe others are less relevant. We'll pull those up. So this one, it seems like an eternity ago, but immediately after our meeting in Edwards, we had the opportunity to hike the Hanging Lake Trail and just see the work that had been done on that. And I know a number of folks took advantage of that. I want to thank GOCO for certainly the incredible contribution and investment in that. I, as a person that often uses that trail to to just get a good workout, almost couldn't tell. I mean, it was amazing the amount of work that had been done, and just the management of getting people up and down and all that. So I'll look forward to the updated signage. I have visited with the Forest Service a little bit about the signage and the opportunity to recognize everyone that has really chipped in on the restoration of the trail. But that actually has been since our last meeting. So because it was literally the day after we broke. So on the way down, I ran into a couple of mangy sort of suspects, and no, I'm kidding. Yeah, they were headed up, and I hope they enjoyed it as well, and got a good experience. And I know others did. Got there a little bit later, so I think Commissioner already took his family, and so it's just nice to be able to highlight that. So I don't know if any of the rest of you, while this picture's up, have any editorial comments that you might like to make before we go on to the next one. Okay. So then many of you know that I got on a plane the next morning, not super easily. All my flights were messed up, but we did make it to both South Africa and Namibia. And the only reason I thought I would share these is because there are some parallels to the work that we do. The first experience that we had was and I had never done a private game reserve before. We'd always been in sort of parks and sort of different kind of context. And maybe to Commissioner Vardy's comment about a very circular operation, everything on this game reserve is utilized. It is a hunting preserve as well. And so all the animals are utilized. Meat is given to local communities. It's served locally to guests. It's all locally sourced, and the gardens and everything's grown on site. The thing I wanted to just highlight is they also have, this is the Iwamanzi Game Reserve, and they are very committed to supporting, helping restore the rhino population. And these are white rhino. But you'll notice that their horns are cut off, and that is actually proactive. They do that proactively to protect the animals, but they are still poached even without the horn. And so they have 3 or 4 guards all night. This is I think a 12,000 acre property that guard this property, and they have 18 rhinos, including babies, and they have had a mama and a baby killed just prior to us arriving. And the reason is the more extinct or the more rare, the more valuable the horns that do exist go on the market. So it was very interesting to just, I don't know that they've had a lot of guests that have sort of been so interested in this particular aspect. My husband went out actually overnight with the guards and the guard dogs just to see kind of what they do and how they patrol. And a number of the patrols actually are former poachers as well, because they really know kind of what how to break those lines and how to get in and really harm these animals in the population. So just thought I would kind of highlight that. It was really educational. The owners of this particular lodge are very much sort of in the mix, internationally known. I didn't know that when we went, but had a lot of conversations. Very interested in predator restoration, wolves, all the stuff that we're kind of engaging in here, and just a really interesting model. So I'm happy to visit with you tonight if you're interested in more. Certainly have a lot more pictures than this. So the next slide. So then we hopped over to Namibia, which was once part of South Africa, and that was really the bulk of our trip. And the things that I would maybe highlight about this next slide, whenever it comes up, there's a shed, Cape Buffalo, and we left it there. Again, just as part of sort of the ecosystems, those are really important for different kinds of insects. And again, it's all very circular. They're very intentional about making sure that, any kind of shed antlers or anything like that stay on the property, unless obviously you've had a hunting permit and you've taken the head and have taken it out of the property. So anyway, I just thought that was a very unique thing to come upon. Was just kind of a walking day for us and neat things to come upon. And then this is really for Rich and others who've been to Namibia. This is sort of my image of Namibia. It's obviously a lot of sand, red dunes, largest sand dunes in the world. This is called Dead Vale, and just there are certain times of the year that this is full of water, but for the most part, it's just a really dead environment. And the reason that I show this is because one of the species that is native to Namibia, and Commissioner Reading's going to correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff, but is the desert elephant. And I think that's the next slide. So we went out looking for, actually, I think it's 2 slides. We went out looking for the desert elephant, which is an entirely different experience. And the reason I sort of show this slide is we had been out for 3 or 4 hours. Sorry, back one, please. We'd been out for 3 or 4 hours looking for these animals, and we happened upon this little school, which this frankly is my favorite thing anytime I travel anywhere in the world. It's just to meet the local kids and visit, and we start with 1 and then there's 50 and take balloons and just visit and try to engage. And like I said, we'd been out for 3 or 4 hours looking for the elephants, and literally the next slide, they walk behind us you can't really see where it is, but this whole herd of elephants is just behind where we were standing, and they're like, oh, there they are. So my point being only that sort of like we kind of experience elk and bears, and sort of, it's a very novel thing for those of us who are tourists and don't get to see it. These kids, their school is right there, and here goes a herd of endangered desert elephants right past us. And they're a little bit smaller. They're adapted to this very, very dry environment. And so we, kind of trekked and watched this group for probably an hour or 2. But it was just neat. The kids are like, whatever, there they go again. But just need to watch them. So I think there might be 1 or 2 more. 1 more, maybe. I think there's a big bull next, if I remember the sequencing. There we go. So yeah, just very little water this time of year. And, we obviously got to see the few puddles that were there, the bath taking and the trying to cool off. And this guy was happy to entertain us, which was pretty cool. I can't remember if I have anything else. Is that it? Okay. So I just, coming back and recognizing that we're working on so many of the same things, it was a good opportunity to just sort of reflect and recognize the work that CPW does with our own species, and to understand, our role in protection and conservation, and all the things that we're going to hear about on our agenda today. So that's kind of my update. Just have a couple other comments that I want to make as well. We will have an opportunity to celebrate former Commissioner Schaefer this evening. So if you want to sort of think about what you would like to say, I want to give you that opportunity. So he'll be here a little bit later. I also want to just celebrate and say happy 30th birthday to GOCO. Fantastic celebration. I was very sorry to miss it. I was, as Commissioner Haskett said, I was off trying to finally finish those last 2 peaks. And on that note, I just would say I was sharing with some folks last night at dinner that these peaks are down between Durango and Silverton, and most people take the train, cogged railway, and you get dropped off kind of 2/3 of the way in sort of your backpack, and you just sort of get dumped off at this sort of spot on the tracks, and then you hike back into a really spectacular place called Chicago Basin. And there's 4 14ers in there, and they're just sort of distant. And I had gotten a couple of those about 20 years ago, so I just had to go back and finish the final 2. But I would say when we hiked back out and got on the train, it had turned to September. And interestingly, as we were getting on the train, there was a group getting off. Obviously, hunters, by all things that they had with them, you would deduce that was the case. But I thought, what an interesting hunting experience. They'd gotten on the train with Yeti coolers, all their equipment, all their gear to bushwhack into this very remote area, and to access that by train. I thought it hadn't occurred to me that might be another use of this particular drop off in the middle of sort of the wilderness and in the middle of nowhere. So I wish them luck. I hope they're well. They look like they were going to park themselves for quite a while somewhere back in that area, and we certainly had seen a lot of deer and other wildlife while we were back in the basin. So just want to again recognize that we are now in hunting season, and certainly this is a busy time for the Northwest and a lot of these communities that really rely on this particular part of the economy. So I think that's it from me. Unless there's any questions, I'm happy to visit with everyone later offline. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll turn directly to our Department of Natural Resources update, and Tim is here for Director Gibbs, who I think had a conflict today, so we'll turn it to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Acting Director Dugan, Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources, sitting in for Director Gibbs, who was able to escape on a family vacation up to the Midwest. So I'll start off with my own field experience. Last week, I got to visit Highline Lake State Park, and we were dropping in fish habitat structures into the lake. Those structures were actually created with 2,000 repurposed wreaths from wreaths across America, which places the wreaths during the holiday season on the graves of veterans around the state. There were several elk lodges, Idaho Springs, Evergreen, Littleton, Delta, Grand Junction, Pueblo, and Lamar, that constructed these structures. They collected those wreaths, and so rather than ending up in dumpsters or something else, thought it would be cool, and they were able to put it into a couple of lakes here in Colorado, Highline Lake being one of those. So I just really appreciate the team at Highline Lake State Park for their assistance. This meant a lot to the veterans and to the Elks clubs that worked on this. And so they hope to expand it if there's an opportunity there. They're dialing in the structure itself. And so it was a good learning lesson in some respects. And so again, really appreciate the staff's assistance with that. Couple of updates here. I'll just start with some staffing changes in the executive director's office. I think, as we all know, Assistant Director Doug Vilsack left last month. He was appointed as the state director for Colorado BLM. We certainly miss Doug tremendously, but in the meantime, we have appointed Alice Horgan, our legislative director, to serve as the acting director for Parks, Lands, and Wildlife. And so look forward to working with Alice. Feel free to reach out to her if you've got any questions or need some assistance. On to the divisions here. Colorado Water Plan update. Just another friendly reminder that the draft 2023 water plan is out for review and public comment through September 30th. You can find the details on the CWCB's website. And there's a place there to go ahead and make some comments. And then during the July CWCB meeting, the board unanimously approved the governor's request for $17 million to kickstart local level implementation of that plan, which is very exciting. On August 16th, the Bureau of Reclamation released its 24-month study with critically low elevation projections for Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Along with the study's release, the Reclamation announced apportionment cuts to annual water use for Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada. And in response, CWCB released a statement from Director Becky Mitchell that as the Colorado River Commissioner, reiterating that the upper basin states had at the moment back in July with the release of the 5-point plan in response to Reclamation's call to conserve 2 to 4 million acre feet of water across the basin. If anybody's interested in those 5 points, if you didn't get that last month, I'm happy to send those details along. Oil and gas, exciting news here that we received formal notification a little bit over a week ago from the Department of Interior of our grant award for $25 million to plug and reclaim orphan wells on state and private lands across Colorado. The effective date is October 1st. Department will have until December to obligate 90% of the funds, while the remaining 10% must be obligated by September 2023. And all funds must be expended by August 24. Luckily and thankfully and wisely, the Oil and Gas Commission staff has been working hard since this early spring to prepare for that tight window to obligate the funds. So we're in a very good position there. DRMS at the August Mine Land Reclamation meeting, the board found that Rocky Flats Environmental Solutions was in violation for milling gold ore without a permit and issued a cease and desist order and required the operator to obtain a permit for a designated mining operation, which due to the use of acid forming substance involves a heightened level of documentation, scrutiny, and oversight. The board assessed the maximum allowed civil penalties of $12,000 and required an interim reclamation bond of $130,000. And this was that site down in Jefferson County, just back behind Golden, that was in operation. Division of Forestry, the Colorado State Forest Service is now accepting applications for the forest restoration, wildfire risk mitigation grant program, otherwise with the famous acronym FIRWORM. The community groups, homeowners associations, utilities, and nonprofit organizations are just some of the groups eligible to apply for grants from the 15 million funding pool. And then thanks to the support from the Governor Polis and the Colorado Legislature, the State Forest Service has $15 million available for grants to fund the efforts to reduce fuel loads, mitigate wildfire risk, and improve resiliency of Colorado's forests. State Land Board. Governor Polis appointed Deborah Frobe to the Natural Resources seat on the Land Board Commission. Deborah has a background in sustainable agriculture, investment with the Nature Conservancy and affiliated organizations, real estate, and finance. The Affordable Housing Project, if you've been down to 1313 Sherman recently, across the street there is a affordable housing project that's been going on the land board. That is nearly complete, and we'll have a ribbon cutting for that on September 14th, which is very exciting. And then this week, Mesa County Commissioners approved the permit zoning application for SolarGen, the proposal to install solar garden on trust lands located in Grand Junction that intersect with I-70. And I will conclude my remarks there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to be of assistance. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Mr. Mock. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, I don't know if you can comment on these. I've got two questions. First, on the funding to plug oil and gas abandoned wells. Is there any funding for abandoned pipelines?
You know, I'd have to get back to you on that, Commissioner, but I'll be happy to do that for you.
And then the other thing, and again, I don't know, but do you have a status on that effort by Nebraska to build a canal on the Eastern Plains to divert the South Platte?
No, we're still waiting for further details in terms of how Nebraska thinks that they're going to go about that. Our state engineer, Kevin Rain, was on CNN late July, I believe, early August, and I'm happy to send that clip, but that was probably the most recent sort of update that we have. But the reality is that we still are waiting some further information from the state of Nebraska.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, I appreciate you mentioning the Colorado Water Plan, and I would just encourage people, and I'm one of them, that is waiting until the 11th hour to comment on that. It's quickly approaching that you won't have a chance. And don't think you're going to get on and it's going to be quick and easy, because it's 239 pages just to get through it. But I think it's critically important that citizens weigh in on that if they have any comments on the Colorado Water Plan, because it's so crucial to every citizen, not just water rights owners. So what's going to be the outcome of this? The Colorado Water Conservation Board does so much that is helpful to all citizens of the state and protecting us from several things that are a threat, such as hedge fund speculation. So I just encourage anybody that has the opportunity to get online, read that report, and make comments if you have them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really do appreciate you reiterating that Colorado Water Plan. I believe the first water plan after 5 years, we had roughly 75%, my number's somewhere in that neighborhood, of that implemented. So this is an important document. The Water Plan 2023 vision is focused into 4 major action areas: vibrant communities, robust agriculture, thriving watersheds, and resilient planning. So yes, certainly encourage everybody to go on and absorb those 239 pages and leave some comments.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to put you on the spot, but in July, Executive Director Gibbs talked about the partner situation in the investigation and that we would have an answer in a few weeks. It's now been over 4 months and people's lives are on hold. The agency's kind of on hold. Any idea of what we can do or when we're going to get an answer?
Commissioner, thanks for the question. We're very aware of the time that's taking. That being said, it continues to be in process, and that's about all that I can say at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Haskett, for that request for updated information. And certainly everybody is feeling that and look forward to hearing sooner rather than later. And even if it's an update, right, it doesn't have to be the decision, but just an update on the process, just any information would be really wonderful. I wanted to just briefly go back to the water plan discussion and lift up some of the incredible work that Frontline Farming is doing. They are a part of a Colorado Water Equity Partnership with the National Young Farmers, and they've been hosting, and they're actually hosting a comment writing session for the water plan. I can't remember the date. I was trying to find it really fast, but I believe it's in September. And just if those on the Front Range are interested in participating and joining that session, you can go onto the Frontline Farming website and find it. It's free. But again, and I'm hopeful that there are other organizations helping folks to navigate that 200+ paper and really ground it and make those connections back to our lives, both personally and professionally. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about the plugged wells. Does that money include money for restoration of the habitat?
That's a good question as well. I will get back to you on that one, Commissioner. I'm not sure of the entire process, if that includes some habitat restoration.
Commissioner Blecker, you didn't have anything. You were just flagging. Okay, great. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Mock? Okay, seeing none, I believe we are next up, Department of Ag update, and I think Kate is with us virtually. So, Commissioner Greenberg, how's it going? Tell us about the fair.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you, Commissioner and Madam Chair. It's great to be with you all. And Indeed, the fair is fresh on the top of our minds. We just wrapped up with the 150th Colorado State Fair, which the name is a little misleading because we've actually had a fair longer than we've been a state, but it was the 150th. And in my personal opinion, it was a huge success. Our team just did a phenomenal job, and thanks to all who joined us down in Pueblo for the last 11 days or so. Just a few highlights from the fair. We're still, of course, getting numbers back, but just in terms of what we are building down in Pueblo, the State Fair Board, we have for the last year and a half or so been working on a master plan for the redevelopment of the grounds. And with some of our stimulus money, we've actually been able to break ground and move forward with some of our redevelopment projects with sort of our initial phase 1 redevelopment. So some of that was ready. We had a new gate ready, gate 5 for this fair. But it's really exciting being able to show people what our vision is. So that's part of kind of the new energy we're bringing. We've got this great vision. We're also really trying to use the fair as a way of course, advancing the mission of highlighting Colorado agriculture, what it was original purpose was for that. So we've expanded and created a number of events that are doing just that. For example, we have, I think we're in the 36th year or so of hosting the Centennial Farms and Ranches event with History Colorado. It's a fantastic event recognizing those farm and ranch families that have passed their farms or ranches down through the family for 100 years or more. But we also know there are a lot of agriculturalists in Colorado who have been unable to pass their land down, but whose families have been in agriculture for 100 years or more. So this year, we actually expanded the categories. In addition to the 10 or so Centennial Farmer Ranch families, we were also able to recognize the Colorado Farm Bureau as a Centennial agribusiness. We recognize the Sangre de Cristo Acequia Association for their 500-year plus long history of managing the community acequias in Southern Colorado. And then we were also able to recognize individual families, including the Hiracata family from the Lower Arc, of course, responsible for the Rocky Ford melons and that branding for us and delicious fruit in the state. And then also we were able to recognize as a Commissioner of Agriculture Legacy Award, Bob Sakata, the late Bob Sakata, of Sakata Farms, now run by Robert Sakata, his son, who just had a tremendous impact on not only agriculture in Colorado, but across the country as well. So that was just a really wonderful event. Last year, we also created a new event called the Governor's Plate. We held the second annual Governor's Plate this year. Local food and food truck competition. We had 9 food trucks. They're all required to source ingredients from Colorado Proud companies and farm and ranch businesses. I think we had just about every category of food grown and raised in Colorado represented. So these food trucks made food with local meat, dairy, grain, peaches, cheese, sweet corn, of course, Pueblo chili. And they basically, there's a People's Choice Award, so the people get to vote. And then there's the Governor's Plate Award that was issued by Governor Polis himself. So really exciting time highlighting Colorado ag. We also had the best attendance for Fiesta Day in 13 years, so just a big day on Sunday. And Junior Livestock Auction brought in over $419,000 in support of Colorado's FFA and 4-H youth. So this is a little snapshot, but of course there was so many other activities and events going on, just a really great time. And again, thanks to everybody who came down to Pueblo for the 150th this year. On the department front, we of course, like all the departments, have a lot going on in terms of recovery. Over the last 2 legislative sessions, we've received $96 million just for our department to get out to the ag community in recovery money. We've already issued millions of dollars for that. We've invested in local fairs. For example, all the county fairs received funding, the state fair, the National Western. We have supported drought relief projects around the state. We're going to have more updates as we get more sort of reporting in from those projects, but looking forward to sharing a lot of lessons learned from producers doing really innovative things. We've been supporting renewable energy production on farms and ranches, including agrivoltaics. It's been exciting seeing some movement around agrivoltaics, actually stacking solar production with livestock rotation in most instances, and we're helping spur that wherever we can. also making investments in soil health and expanding Colorado Proud. Hopefully you've been seeing some of the billboards or PSAs that we've issued across the state, just telling a story of Colorado agriculture and everything that we produce and grow here. And then we've also been getting dollars out to small and mid-scale processors, knowing how tight our processors have been for meat in particular, but really processing across the board. So we're really looking at expanding that value add opportunity here in Colorado. We have a lot that we are still building with our recovery money. So just some items that are on the horizon. As part of that 96 million, we received a $30 million revolving loan fund. Part of that fund is the grants for processing, but about 20 million of that fund will be financing for beginning and underserved farmers and ranchers, as well as for processors to actually receive loans from us. We're partnering with First Southwest Bank, which is our lender. So they will do all the loan servicing, but we are really excited about this program to be able to offer an innovative financing tool to young people and to small businesses in particular to get up and running, to expand their business and to get a foot in the door. We are also in the process of establishing an $8 million community food access program. This is going to allow us to help small grocery retailers in both urban and rural areas sell fresh food to food insecure communities. So that means if a small business wants to invest in cold storage or food safety handling training or other forms of procurement of local food, we're going to be able to help them with that. So I'm really excited that we're able to start addressing food insecurity in a much larger way. Along the lines of stewardship, which is one of our big wigs, advancing voluntary stewardship, we are waiting to hear back on a large USDA grant that would help us advance the tools we've been building the last 3 years around voluntary and incentivized stewardship, especially around soil health and climate smart agriculture. So we're hopeful there, but we're going to keep building that work regardless. This year, we have our pilot program underway for our STAR program, which stands for Saving Tomorrow's Agricultural Resources. STAR is what we've been building inside CDA. We've got 17 conservation districts, part of this pilot, 130 farmers and ranchers working to advance this work with us this year, as well as 3 other participating organizations.
Technical issue we're trying to work on, Kate. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can
we'll give
hear
it
you.
a couple minutes and then we might have to come back to it.
Okay.
Kate, would you just stop your video and come on just audio? That might help the feed a little bit.
Yes, how does this sound?
This whole thing's
Is this any better?
Maybe you can send a little text. Yeah. So why don't we see if we can address this, because I think we all want to hear Commissioner Greenberg, and we'll go to Acting Director Dugan and then come
to the balance of Commissioner Greenberg. Okay, we let her know that, Wayne. Okay. Everything else is working, right? The public can hear, everything's good. Okay. All right, so we'll turn to Acting Director Dugan and then circle back to Commissioner Greenberg. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. At the July meeting, Commissioner Touchton asked about the status of Wolverine introduction, so I just wanted to give some updates. You may recall that in May, the U.S. District Court this year returned the Wolverine to the status of proposed for federal listing as
Mic check one. Yeah.
Check 1, 2.
Okay, before we reconvene, I'm going to ask the members of the public to please go off of the hotel Wi-Fi. I think others are making their way around. Laura will show you, there's a couple of hotspots that she will make available to anyone that's sitting in the audience. And Commission, if for any reason you don't need your Wi-Fi, you've already downloaded your materials, if you could toggle off of the hotel Wi-Fi, that would help our connectivity to the public and our IT team. Okay, everybody got those instructions? Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll finish up with Acting Director Dugan, and we'll go back to Commissioner Greenberg to finish up her part. Okay, so Acting Director Dugan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the SCORP plan. At our July meeting, Commissioner Adams mentioned the SCORP, and she advised staff not to neglect it with regard to the 2023 calendar because it's coming up very quickly. So I wanted to provide the Commission some updates on this. So first of all, this summer, the National Park Service approved our grant request to let us use Land and Water Conservation Fund money, or LWCF money, which is good news because that's how we have always funded the SCORP. And so our current SCORP was written in 2019 and it goes through 2023. So we do need to have a new plan in place. So just as a reminder, neither the Parks and Wildlife Commission nor the Division of Parks and Wildlife approves the Colorado SCORP. Rather, what happens is the NPS looks to the governor to actually certify that the plan was developed with extensive data collection and public involvement. So it is a state of Colorado plan that's approved by the governor, but we are very heavily involved with all of our stakeholder partners. So as always, we'll look for input from outdoor recreationists, conservationists, land managers, and others to assess the status of outdoor recreation in the state. And during this process, CPW will be collaborating with a larger planning effort to develop statewide conservation, outdoor recreation, and climate resilience plan in partnership with GOCO. So again, great partnership, GOCO. Thank you for working with us on that. So engaging with the Colorado Outdoor Partnership and regional partnerships will also enhance the planning process on this round, and more to come on that as we move into 2023. I'd like to give a little update on an event that occurred a couple of weeks ago down in Trinidad. It was the ribbon cutting ceremony for Exit 11, which is the main exit that gets folks to Fisher's Peak State Park. So it was a really cool event. This was a partnership with CDOT that we and other Trinidad local stakeholders. The old exit was never designed for the volume of traffic that it's going to get with our visitors. And also it's a major exit for local businesses too. So it's a 2 roundabout system. Governor Polis was there and was able to speak about it. And it is really all about ensuring public safety for everybody in Trinidad. And it was a really nice event. So kudos to CDOT for all of the work that they did on that. And then finally, I'd like to share a little more information since we're down in that part of the state and talk about the Fisher's Peak State Park Master Plan. I'm excited to report that we're in the final stages of the plan. Later this week, it's going to be posted on the Fisher's Peak State Park website and will be available for public review for a total of 30 days. So this website is, if you're interested, go to fisherspeakstatepark.com. And we'll also have a link from our CPW website if you're interested in looking at that. The public will have the opportunity and will be prompted to answer several questions when they go to that website. And it's all about the master planning process and final comments that will be captured. So the master plan will then be signed by the CPW director and it will be finalized. And we're really looking forward to further development. So that concludes my talking points for this morning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner questions for Acting Director Dugan? Okay, looks like you covered it well. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Adams.
More of an appreciation for the update on the SCORP plan, which is the state
Comprehensive
Thank
outdoor
you.
recreation plan.
Just for the audience and those who may not know. I'm especially interested in updates to the Nature RX section of our previous plan, which talked about working with health professionals and networks to better support doctors and physicians and the field in how they can leverage nature-rich settings and practices to support mental and physical health. So thank you again for the update, and I'm looking forward to being an active participant.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Great, and just a small reminder, apparently I'm just raise your hand. I'm going to do my best on that. It takes a little bandwidth. So if I don't see somebody just raise, yeah. Hey, you, anyway, thank you. Okay, anything else for Acting Director Dugan? Okay, so I think we'll go back to Commissioner Greenberg. So Kate, we'll pull you back up, hopefully successfully. Sorry about that. It takes a village, Craig, to give you as much bandwidth as you need to address us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. And should I leave my camera off, or do we have enough for me to turn it back on?
Go ahead. We'd
Okay.
love to see you.
We'll give this a go.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, at this point in these rural remote meetings, we usually make a comment on rural broadband, but I think you guys live that every day, just like we do. But happy to be back. I think where I left off was talking about our climate and soil health work. We are waiting to hear back on a large USDA Climate Smart grant. It's part of one of our big 3 WIGs to advance voluntary stewardship. And I was mentioning that this year is our pilot year for our STAR program. Just have amazing partners, 17 conservation districts, 130 farmers and ranchers, and 3 other partner organizations, including organizations like Colorado Corn. And then we also have our Soil Health Advisory Committee. So just want to point out that what we're doing on climate and soil is completely farmer-led. We are building our program based on what we have learned from farmers and ranchers, and then what these partners are going to tell us this year. So after the season is done and we start getting data coming in, we're going to have lots of information. I'm really looking forward to sharing that as well. A lot of this year's pilot is really simply about learning, so we can figure out how to grow and build our STAR program to serve producers of all scales, all operation types, all across the state. In addition to that, we continue to grow out our Ag Drought and Climate Resilience Office. We created this in the legislative session in 2021. And this office is really going to drive our climate resilience and mitigation strategies. Again, in that way, that's farmer and rancher led. Part of my mission is to show the world that Colorado agriculture is at the forefront. We are proactive on this work, and we are really focused on finding ways that this work in climate resilience and mitigation will come back to benefit the farmer, the rancher, our ag economy. So that's been and will continue to be a primary focus of ours. In addition to that, I'm also really excited that we have a new ag emergency coordinator position that we're able to hire for. Our emergency management team is phenomenal, but we have never had a single person responsible for emergency response and coordination. So my team has really rotated duties with the State Emergency Operations Center. We handle ESF 11 responsibilities there, which is anything related to livestock, but we also support on wildfire response, of course, foreign animal disease. And it turns out these days we are managing multiple simultaneous emergencies. So this emergency coordinator is going to be huge. It's going to allow us to actually do more planning. We already do secure food supply planning with our different livestock industries, but this will be much bigger planning efforts on emergency preparedness in our ag communities, supporting communities in response, and then actually having a point person through recovery as well. So look for that in the coming months. That person will be coming on board. We're in the hiring process right now, but really looking forward to that capacity growing. It's timely as well. Our state veterinarian, Dr. Maggie Baldwin, remains very busy on matters of foreign animal disease. This summer, we've seen a downtick in high path AI positives here in Colorado, but other states are starting to actually see an uptick. So we're hoping it won't be the case, but we are expecting that we'll see another sort of resurgence of high path avian influenza this fall. So we're just getting ready for that. And so that's a little snapshot of what we've got going on at the department. Tons of work, just amazing effort by my team all across the state. As usual, I've been traveling and will be traveling quite a bit in the coming weeks. In the last couple of weeks, I've been up in Routt County for Water Congress, and then of course, mainly spending my time down in Pueblo for the fair. I also had the opportunity just before fair started to testify in front of the U.S. House Subcommittee on Biotechnology, Horticulture, and Research. My testimony was on how the USDA hemp rules have impacted Colorado and how we've had to align our program to fit those rules. So it was a really great opportunity to, again, talk about Colorado's leadership in this emerging industry, but also our needs, especially around market diversification, stable regulatory environment, and how we can leverage this new industry to really help us tackle our biggest environmental needs around climate, stewardship, water, soil health, all the rest. Upcoming travel, I'll be down in the valley, in San Luis Valley next week for our Ag Commission meeting, then Grand Junction for the Colorado River District annual seminar, and then we have a number of Four Corners tours the week after. The Colorado Water Conservation Board will be down there. And actually one of my board members, Simon Martinez, who is the general manager of the Ute Mountain Ute Farm and Ranch Enterprise, will be taking our group on a tour of their micro hydro system, which we helped put in their irrigation system through our Acre 3 grant program. So really looking forward to all that travel as usual. And just to wrap it up, as always, grateful for CDA staff, including Wayne, who is there in my stead. Unfortunately, I have a conflict this afternoon and tomorrow, but obviously you're in good hands with Wayne. I hope you enjoy your tour of the Pankey Ranch. And I just want to say thank you to CPW for continuing to highlight all the ways that farmers and ranchers here in Colorado are some of our state's top conservationists. And the Leopold Award is a testament to that. And I think you'll see that out on the land today. And also, I appreciate all of the reports from the commissioners and just hearing your stories from the field, both here at home and abroad. And that's it for my report this morning.
Okay, thanks. Questions for Commissioner Greenberg? Okay, I don't see any. I do want to just say thank you for the additional efforts to include the CPW commissioners in the various different fair activities and legislative barbecue and all. I didn't hear of anyone that was able to make it, but I'm hopeful that that will become more of a standard, is that we can try to cross-reference that and participate and support that really important event in Colorado. So, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I also wanted to just thank the ranchers who have been generous and kind to provide me with tours of their facilities. The intersection between ranching, agriculture, and outdoor recreation continues to be on the forefront of my mind. And so I just want to thank those in Grand Junction and Salida and elsewhere, and encourage other commissioners know that that invitation extends to you as well. People open their doors and understand that in order for us to really be able to work together, we really have to build those relationships and actually have that one-on-one time together where we can see what life is like for each other in those various perspectives. So again, I just wanted to honor your team and the work that you all do, as well as the Cattlemen Association, for facilitating those relationships and creating additional opportunities to continue to nourish and cultivate them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. Forgive us for the glitches. Just the life we live in these beautiful parts of the state. Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome to listen in as long as you wish. So we are on, for members of the public, we are on item number 9. I'm going to do a quick switch over. This is Keep Colorado Wild Public Outreach Campaign. There are materials in your packet. I think a number of you have noted that and have done your homework. So we will hear this presentation and be on items 9 and 10 next. Katie, turn it to you first. Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. I'm Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And yeah, actually this agenda item and the next 3 agenda items through number 12 relate to the launch of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. Starting in 2023, the Keep Colorado Wild Pass will be available to Coloradans during their annual vehicle registration. You may recall that in March, the commission did approve the $29 price point for that pass. With that price point approved, we could begin working with the Department of Revenue and Aspira on the IT programming side of things. We also developed our marketing materials, and so you'll hear from Rebecca Farrell after this presentation about the marketing side of things. And we also began working with Upstream Consulting about public engagement and outreach to disproportionately impacted communities, which Val Nosler-Beck and her colleagues, hopefully on Zoom, will be able to tell you more about. Engaging disproportionately impacted communities to meaningfully influence public policy is specified in the enabling legislation. So Upstream will tell you more about what they learned in these communities, and you can consider that information in particular when we get to agenda item 12, which is when we'll discuss potential modifications to our income eligible annual pass known as the Centennial Pass. I also wanted to mention that in March, Jody Kennedy and I had an opportunity to talk about Keep Colorado Wild with CDPHE's Community Advisory Board. That early discussion helped shape the focus groups that Val will tell you about. And CPW also participates in monthly interagency meetings, so with other state agencies about upcoming events, coordinating engagement efforts when it makes sense to do so, and sharing lessons learned and best practices. So to quickly recap, Val is first about public engagement. She'll be followed by Rebecca about marketing and public awareness, and then Hillary Hernandez will present final regulations for implementation of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass in agenda item 11, followed by the issue stage discussion of the income eligible Centennial Pass. So I'll hand it over to Val.
Thanks so much. And I just want to do a quick check. Do you know if other members of my team are on the Zoom? Do we know that?
Yes, we have Bianca and
it should be Bianca and
Elizabeth was on.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be with y'all. I drove up just because I didn't want to have to deal with those Wi-Fi issues that we were dealing with before. So thanks so much for having me. And Katie's going to help me with the slides because I think we're on a little bit of a delay. So I'd like to just introduce you to the team that's part of Upstream Consulting. But before I do those intros, I first want to thank all of the CPW staff that we worked with, Katie, Jonathan, and Rebecca on developing this plan, and then also all of the staff that met us out on the road this summer. The staff are just incredible, and they really engage with the community, and a lot of the community members that we engaged with know the people who work at the state parks, which is just such an amazing connection. So thank you so much. And we're so appreciative at Upstream that you all brought us on board to do this. We're a women-owned business. We prioritize hiring women and people of color to be a part of our team. And we love doing community engagement and outreach. So with that, I'll introduce you to our team. I will start with myself. I am the founder of Upstream, and I was on this project specifically focusing on local electeds, local government outreach, and rural outreach specifically. I serve on city council in Wheat Ridge, and so I have a lot of relationships with local electeds and county folks in those spaces. Bianca Emerson was lead on African American outreach, faith community outreach, and was a focus group facilitator. And then Elizabeth Garcia Hernandez was Latino outreach lead, and she was at every single one of our focus groups, and she provided Spanish translation at every single one of our focus groups. And then we also have our admin team. Anna Michaels Boffey was lead on project management, planning, and she took lead on our stakeholder outreach. Anna is a social worker, and she formerly was with the Family Resources Centers Association, and so she had a lot of connections with the folks that we were trying to do some outreach with. So she led on the stakeholder engagement. And then Zara DeGroat, she led on digital marketing and digital organizing, and also helped with our social media. Okay, I've got a lot to get through, so I'm going to talk fast, and then we'll take questions at the end if that's good. So this is what we were asked to do and tasked with this summer. Engage and educate Coloradans on the new Keep Colorado Wild Pass. CPW has a great marketing team. We wanted to reach communities who are not always receiving this information. We were charged with gathering input regarding income eligibility. So help us and help the team understand the documentation and process that would be the most accessible for different populations, and then provide feedback and recommendations to CPW. So part of that is the presentation that I'm doing today, and then there will also be a complete report that we'll be submitting to CPW towards the end of the month. So roadshow planning, what we did to put together our tour. We chose locations that were close to Colorado state parks in areas with diverse populations. We scheduled focus groups to be offered at different times and days in accordance with the Environmental Justice Act. And the majority of venues were libraries and family resource centers. And I want to dive into why we chose those locations specifically. We work to meet people where they are at their community hub, where they go for resources. And so we did everything we could to try to reduce barriers, because one of the most valuable resources that everybody has, but especially the socioeconomically impacted communities that we were trying to reach, is time. And so we were trying to meet people where they're already going for the resources that they need. And so that's why we chose libraries and family resource centers. Many of these locations already have kid-friendly spaces, so they could bring their children with them. We also provided coloring sheets from CPW. You all have great coloring sheets, and provided activities and kid-friendly healthy snacks so that families we reduced a barrier. They could bring their family with them and it would be a comfortable setting. We also kept the focus groups pretty short. They were an hour long, and we tried to do it over lunch breaks or in the evenings. But then we also had to at certain times host them at 2 or 10 o'clock in the morning to offer those diverse times that were required by the legislation. I think I just want to further explain a little bit more about what family resource centers are for everybody. They connect families with comprehensive coordinated services that help them achieve their own goals for success. Programs at each center are tailored to the culture, resources, and needs of the community they serve and focus on building on the strengths of each family and family member. That's a goal of each family resource center. And so we thought that was a good place to start for where we wanted to host most of our focus groups. We ended up hosting 20 in-person and virtual focus groups and 1 stakeholder meeting. We had to cancel a focus group in Avon because of the most Colorado problem out there. The Glenwood Canyon had a mudslide and we weren't able to get there from Glenwood in time. We offered a virtual session and did some follow-up phone calls with the focus group participants so we could still get that information. We also offered virtual meeting options we invited folks to virtual meetings if they couldn't attend because of the timing constraints. So we would do, we offered a Zoom option as well. Then data collection and, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead too. So marketing materials. The roadshow was announced via a press release. I think you all saw that. It was in English and in Spanish and included a calendar of events with links to register for each focus group. We also included the promotion in that press release of a $25 gift card as an incentive for participants to join us. We marketed this as a grocery or gas card, and we ended up actually just providing Visa cards because in more rural areas, they don't necessarily always have gas cards or grocery gift cards. So we did that. Social media toolkits, we provided these to send out through different organizations so that they could help with promoting, so that when we were promoting these focus groups and our outreach and promoting the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, we were having it come from a trusted source for a lot of folks. So example, if we had a lot of family resource centers sending out social media for us, we had a lot of community health centers helping push out this information. We also had if we knew someone who was in a Facebook group in Durango, we would have them post in that Facebook group for us. Moving on to data collection and focus group design. In collaboration with the CPW staff, we created a comment form in English and Spanish to seek feedback on the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. We designed the focus group format to reflect questions from the comment form. Each focus group had a CPW staff member assigned to attend and provide additional information on state parks. As I mentioned before, that was one of the best parts about the focus groups was the CPW staff participation. A lot of people heard about what was going on at the state parks near them through the focus groups, and it was a really fun experience. Because we were tasked with hosting focus groups at different times and days, we told participants they could bring their children. So I went over some of the things that we did to allow for families to attend or for caregivers to bring those they care for. Each focus group was recorded and we had an upstream team member attend virtually to take notes so that our focus group facilitators could be really engaged in the conversation. We had a virtual option for us to be in there taking notes at the same time. Our outreach efforts, we focused reaching out to people in communities who do not usually interact with state parks. I will just say that that was one of the aims we had. And one of the most pleasant surprises was that we thought we were talking to people that might not go to state parks often, but they actually do. And it was really exciting to hear that. People in Sterling were really excited about Jackson Lake, and they love the beach there and all of the, it was great. So that was a special surprise. Aim to have 5 to 10 attendees at each of these focus groups. I know that sounds small, but we wanted to be realistic. We're asking people who oftentimes are in service industry, who are, if different parts of the state, we were doing this tour during the summer, which is farming season. And so we were asking people to meet us, take time out of their day. We knew that we would probably be able to contact them, but they may not be able to give us the time. So we wanted to be considerate of that and also make sure that our focus group conversations were very intentional and felt like very safe spaces for people to share the information. So the demographic, I think we should go there. Demographic breakdown of focus group attendees from those who are willing to share. So we have a graph here that shows how people self-identified. We left that open for folks. I think it's kind of interesting to take a look at this. We have people writing in a box here: white, Hispanic, American, Black, African American, Caucasian. And we allowed for that as part of our demographic data collection. Also, one thing that we have to keep in mind is we had requested at the beginning of every one of these focus group meetings that people fill out their information. And a lot of people who are participating in our groups aren't comfortable with sharing and documenting their information. So we had about 85, 90 people participate in our focus groups, but we only got the responses of about 60 or so of those folks to fill out this information for us. And I think we are good to go to the next one. So here's our findings. So regarding the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, Coloradans are generally pleased with the new $29 Keep Colorado Wild Pass. I wouldn't say they're generally pleased. They're like excited. Most jaws like dropped to the floor that there was an option to access state parks at $29 when we were first introducing this at the beginning of our focus groups. And right off the bat, everyone was happy about this and comfortable with the price in most of the focus groups. We had great conversations with everyone on how they will access it, but generally they're happy with the price. There are questions about how they will access the $29 Keep Colorado Wild Pass for the year if they don't have to register until later in the year. Participants were curious if the reduced price would impact the quality of the parks. This is such a great thing to hear from the focus groups that folks were really concerned that if they weren't going to be paying more, what was going to happen to the staff and the facilities and what they love about state parks. And so it just goes to show that there's a lot of pride and people really love our state parks. And then the pass pays for itself. If you go 2 to 3 times per year and it allows people to go to multiple parks. So that was a big takeaway. So regarding the income eligible discounted pass, for those who can't afford $29 and meet income eligibility, $14 seemed to be reasonable. However, many were concerned that an even more reduced price would impact the quality of the parks. So once again, that piece. We had to really dig for people to give us a cheaper price. Some felt like if it gets cheaper, then people don't have the buy-in. Some were fine with $14, but That was after we prompted them with that price. So people weren't offering up $14. We were discussing how there are other reduced price passes also available. For people who cannot afford $14, there was interest in making free pass options available, which could include the library backpack program, nonprofits buying passes back for people. It's difficult for people to get to CPW offices or visitor centers. If they don't have reliable transportation, they probably won't be registering a vehicle either, was one piece of feedback that we got. And we also heard that ask for documentation that already is available for income eligible, including like WIC or TAMF. So if we were going to have to show some type of documentation to get a reduced price pass, just use documentation that people already have. People are used to showing the documentation to receive reduced prices of services. And one piece that also came up is that many people do not have internet access to purchase CPW products online. When we were doing outreach, especially when we were talking to some of the libraries and family resource centers, we would hear that there may be one phone for the entire household, or that they're not using their cell phone to access anything online. They might not have that capability. So the recommendation was to send out information in packets to some of these hubs, like family resource centers. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip because my mouth's getting dry. Thanks for sticking with me. I know I'm talking kind of fast. So communication about the pass. So we recommend that we make it very clear that there is an opt-out option and what it means to opt in. People might opt in and not know what they're paying for, or that they now have access to state parks. So another recommendation is to have a map and a handout accessible for people as they're registering their vehicles, because we got a lot of people very surprised with the materials that we were out on the road with. When people looked at the state parks pass, they were like, wow, I had no idea. There's one right there. And just be really clear in articulating the benefits of the pass. In marketing materials, we encourage that images of people of different races and ages are included in all marketing materials, and also diversity in geographical locations as well. And then we asked questions in the focus groups about how people receive information, and we heard back newspapers are still, in more rural parts of the state, are still just a really great way to communicate with the mass community. And then social media, but really intentional social media. So knowing someone who's a trusted resource to reach out to. Schools are a great way to communicate with families and the family caregivers and providers. And so we did do quite a bit of outreach to school boards and just making sure that they knew that this was coming. And family resource centers are great spaces, as well as religious churches, faith community. So the one really great idea that we got from the family resource centers was that they would love just a packet of information that they could hang in their main lobby area with the state parks maps. And so we really suggest, just as this launches, getting the information out, and we will be providing all of those contacts to the CPW team. Okay, and now I'm going to just go over some of the direct quotes from the focus groups. So when we asked, would you opt in or out of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass? Here's just a few of the quotes. I think it would be great. We go to parks. It gets expensive. You can make a weekend or vacation time out of it. You don't have to go and buy another one the next day. Definitely opt in. I am all in about convenience. I am already in the system and I can avoid a long line. I think it's a matter of convenience. It's right there for you. We haven't gone out much this week because we don't have the extra money for gas, snacks for kids, ice, all of it. But $29 is 3 trips out there, but we can go out all year long. We would go out there all day long. If I wanted to take my kids to the pool, like with all my family, that's almost $100 for all 9 of us to go. We could have this pass and go out to the swim beach at the lake all summer if we had this pass. It's way cheaper than the pool. Moving on to a couple of the cons, it would be good to access 2 vehicles. Many of us have big families and have to take 2 cars. Sometimes a car is in the shop or the field. And if you can't use the car, then you can't use the pass. It gets expensive if there's more than 1 car. You should make it transferable. And then we also asked about income eligibility. Thanks. If it's cheaper, you'll bring a lot more people in, but I think it would be better for all parties if you lower the cost. If you could visit and go to any park ranger, many people don't know where visitor centers are. They want to have fun, not go looking for the center. Make it more available to purchase pass. Making it readily available will help people get it. Maybe local Walmart or places like courthouse, police station, or convenience stores that sells fishing licenses or libraries. We also offered a virtual meeting to professionals who work with disproportionately impacted communities and specifically in outdoor equity work. This meeting included professionals from Tri-County Family Resource Center, VOSES from the Roaring Fork Valley, Huerfano Las Animas Family Resource Center, Vibe Tribe Adventures, Adaptive Adventures, STEM Launch, Boys and Girls Club of Metro Area, Equity Initiatives, Denver Public Schools, and the Greenway Adventures. Everyone was very happy to be invited and to share their feedback. Some of the key suggestions from this meeting were make sure to have options for income eligible that are not only tied to having children or of a certain age, such as WIC. Also consider free and reduced lunch for income eligibility. During the vehicle registration, can there be a question that asks, can you afford $29 park pass at this time? Inclusive marketing and highlighting accessibility is important for the community of people with disabilities to understand how access is relevant to them. Promote these passes to fitness groups, influencers who are trying to encourage people to get outside and exercise. So recommendations for future outreach, engage with community organizations, advocacy groups, and influencers to help promote the pass and send them materials that they can share with their communities. Engage with the outdoor equity grant program recipients to help with promotion. This is already a relationship that exists and great to engage with them. Social media is not always the solution, especially in rural areas. As I had highlighted before, many people do not have access to cell phones or computers, and be mindful of days and times offered, especially for those working in non-flexible jobs or with family responsibilities. And this was really exciting. We were preparing this slide presentation for you all, and Anna Michaels-Boffey, who's on the project with us, received her registration, and she got a Keep Colorado Wild Pass in the registration envelope with her. So it's working. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We had a really great time around the state, having really good conversations with communities from all around the state. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We also had this deck in our materials, so hopefully you had a chance to review it in advance. I suspect there may be some questions and comments, so we will open it up to waving. Wave, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Val and the team, for this incredible effort. As I was looking through the materials, I was really struck by just the high level of evidence-based practices to really engage community in dynamic ways. So different times of day, different days of the week, providing childcare and childcare services is just really a translation, all of the pieces that should be standard in the ways. And again, amplifying those economies of scale, recognizing that folks across the socioeconomic spectrum are triply busy. So I can appreciate the small focus groups sizes to allow for more nuanced conversations. And it was very helpful to see the map as well and just the stretch and depth. And I think about these conversations happening at the same time as the SAG and TAG and just all of the other outreach that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is doing. So again, looking forward to a conversation down the line sooner rather than later around just how we're engaging stakeholders at the aggregate. Perhaps that's a part of the SCORP update as we're really wrapping our hands around. And I know we have some new commissioners as well, who I'm sure are also interested in all of the different ways that Colorado Parks and Wildlife engages an incredible cross-section of stakeholders. Sorry, I can't read my writing and talk at the same time. I was also really happy to hear that folks were pleased. I was also struck by your comment that you lifted up here, that there was concern around overcrowding. So again, I think there's a lot of assumptions that people make around low wealth or low income communities and people, and they're the same concerns oftentimes as everybody else. And so again, honoring the land, honoring the wildlife is top of mind for everyone, regardless of your socioeconomic situation. And so again, thank you for lifting and mining that information. Also, thank you for providing clarity around the additional outreach to other partners. I loved the working with organizations that work directly with low wealth and low income populations, as well as the variety of different focus groups and the clarification, because the survey only indicates a 54 response rate. So I do actually have a question. What was the total engagement of people, number of people that were engaged both through the focus groups and the survey? So that's one outstanding question that I have that hopefully is captured in the report. And if it's in this memo, I apologize for not being able to see it. And I'm trying to think if there was anything else. Oh, and I also just loved all of the references around reducing the bureaucratic burden of access by having the ability to use the similar materials or identifications that you would use elsewhere, that there is already tradition and custom around that. So it's not outside of what folks are already doing, as well as deepening the effort to deepen our relationship with other agencies like Health and Human Services, Department of Education. It's just really encouraging. And I'm hopeful, again, as we revisit the SCORP plan, that we can continue to deepen those relationships across the board. But I do have a question around just the total number of folks that were engaged as a part of this effort. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. And I'm getting an Apple Watch notification from Anna, who's listening in online, because she's kind of our data nerd on this. So we actually had about 80 folks participate in our focus groups around the state. So those are people who showed up in physically to those. We had over 300 people participate in our survey. And so the survey was offered to people if they had interest, but they couldn't make the time. We also just put a survey up and said, if you can't make it, please fill this out. So that data is there, and that data from that survey will be provided in the final report that we send. And then we also had, in so many of our focus groups, we had about, in some cases, I just want to give an example. Glenwood Springs, we had almost 30 people registered for our focus group. We did our follow-up calls to check in, make sure they knew that they could come and be there. Really, when we're working with the communities that we're trying to reach, the challenges that we have is in Glenwood Springs, for example, that is a tourist town, and a lot of the people we are trying to reach are in the service industry. And so in hospitality, we ended up with 3 people at the Glenwood Springs focus group, but we had 10 hard confirms the night before. Life comes up. And like I said at the beginning of the presentation, the time is everyone's most precious resource. So, but we still tried to catch them and have them do the comment form, even if they weren't able to join us that day.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first, Val, I just want to say I was really happy that we were able to do business with a group like yours. It seems like a really cool business. And so thank you. And I'm glad we could work together. The questions I had were, I think, very similar to Commissioner Adams. One was on the ability to just have some uniform document that people can use to prove income eligibility. And you know, it sounds like it'll still be multiple documents because people are in different situations, but whatever we can do to make it easier to prove, I think would be helpful. The other thing I was curious about, for all the products we offer online, you mentioned that internet access was a barrier, but I was also wondering if credit card ability was a barrier.
We didn't hear anything about credit card. It wasn't that it needed to be cash or credit. That just never really came up. I will say that, you know, one of just kind of the undertones that was there was for a lot of people who are going to be registering a car, they're already in a different socioeconomic place than most people, and in some of the cases in the rooms that we were sitting in. So they were making the connection that, well, they probably are registering a car, but they already probably can also afford the $29 if it's connected to the vehicle registration. But to just get to that documentation piece, to further explain, an example that was shared in Sterling was a woman said, like, pulled up her purse and said, I could show anybody my WIC identification card, like right here, right now. And if that were available at the DMV, that we could show something and there was a list of what is appropriate documentation, that could really push on those barriers, you know, and make things more accessible.
Other questions, comments? We have a couple other things that are on this item. So like how to work and how we'll communicate and all those things. So
yeah, if that's it for now, then we'll
Okay.
turn it over to Rebecca to talk about the marketing.
okay, great. So we'll have Rebecca come up. We'll since we took a little break earlier, we'll get through another item or two and take a little shorter break, and then so everybody can stretch and all that. So just hang tight if that's all right. Okay, Rebecca, I'll turn it over to you.
For your time this morning. I'm Rebecca Farrell. I am the Branding and Communications Section Manager here at Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I wanted to talk to you about the first couple of months of our communications, marketing, and outreach for the Keep Colorado Wild Pass. And I will be trying really hard to not go too far for the leg. Okay. So I like to always start with my team to really consider, as we're looking at a program like this that really touches all facets of our mission, to again, really think about and consider our mission as we consider how to market and talk to people about this pass. So the beautiful thing about the Keep Colorado Wild Pass is that it really will help in all aspects of our mission to help perpetuate the wildlife resources of the state, provide a quality state park system, and provide enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation opportunities that educate and inspire current and future generations to serve as active stewards of Colorado's natural resources. And it's going to be much easier for many more Coloradans to help us do that. One of the key things that we are tasked with through the statute of Keep Colorado Wild is to communicate the benefits of the past 6 months in advance of being available in January of 2023. So while there are 10 identified benefits within the bill, keeping in mind how much we have to communicate, we've really tried to put these together into 3 key buckets. So the first is how this pass will help build, improve, and maintain state parks. So the main $32.5 million first bucket of money will go to helping us keep up with the demand for our state parks, our recreational needs, being able to develop new state parks as one of the goals of our governor, and to help us staff up and keep our parks in the quality that we just heard people talk about, being sure that they are able to maintain as they come to our parks. Second is to protect and educate outdoor recreationists. And so 2 of the next key benefits of this pass provide funding for our backcountry search and rescue teams, as well as the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. And these have been really key benefits as we've talked to people, certainly as we've done media outreach, that people had not been aware in the initial discussion of this pass of how much additional funding, $2.5 million to search and rescue and $1 million to the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, is also being provided by staying opted into the pass. Third is to invest more in the future of wildlife conservation and outdoor recreation. So after those first 3 funding buckets are met, we have a 50-50 split that provide additional funding to Colorado Parks and Wildlife for both wildlife programs, specifically around our swap species of most conservation need, as well as educational programs that can help us further our equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts, as well as the ability to bring more people into that active stewardship role. So there's a lot to communicate about this pass. It's a wonderful thing, and it's very exciting to hear how excited people are. But there's a lot of different things that people need to be aware of as they make the decision for what pass and whether or not this pass is the right thing for their household. So our main task up front was to really create awareness. So our first prong of our program was to create awareness of the fact that there is a $29 option coming in 2023 that is available with your vehicle registration in Colorado. We have been trying to emphasize as well that this is not a separate CPW product. This product is only available when you register your vehicle. And so it is not something that you will be able to decline on a February registration and then come into our office and look for a $29 pass in June. It's something that you have to opt into right away. If you decline, you do have the option to opt in the next year. We have been very clear, and certainly with the help of Governor Polis, indicating that this pass does provide access to all 43 of our state parks. We also do have the ability, as we move forward, to communicate the potential for additional public lands if and when the pass expands. So working with other local, state, and federal partners, there is an opportunity that additional public lands will be added to this pass as time goes forward. I've already mentioned it, but it's very important for us to make sure that we are including how this pass also benefits backcountry search and rescue efforts, the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, as well as providing funding for additional wildlife and educational programming. People, again, are very, very aware of the $29 park pass, but we want to make sure that people understand that this is truly an overarching, encompassing conservation pass as well. Even if you never step foot into a state park, but you happen to be an active backcountry user, you may find yourself in a situation of needing some sort of search and rescue benefit, or you may be looking to go skinning and you need to know and have the most up-to-date information on what the avalanche situation is where you intend to go. As mentioned, we also have in our statute the need to communicate the clear and transparent option to not purchase the pass. There may be people, whether it's financial or other reasons, that they decide that this is not a pass that it works for them. And so we are working very closely with our partners at DOR to understand what those display screens will look like when it comes to your online registration, kiosks, or at the window with your county clerk to understand sort of what that process will look like. Make sure that it is clear and transparent, that it is an option that you have to opt out, and that we give people as much pre-information as we can when we have those screens available to show them what that will look like and how they can do that. We are also tasked with making sure people do understand refund options. And so that's something that you will be talking about after this presentation on what the refund options will be, what those will look like, what the time frame is, and how it will function through CPW. In working with our partners at DOR, one of their key concerns was making sure that this was something that was readily available, that it was easy to use, and was not something that they had to do. So we are making sure that we are working very, very closely with them as well as with the SPIRA to make sure that we do have that very transparent refund option. And that will be a big piece of our communications moving forward once approved by the Commission. Another thing we need to be very clear about in our communications is what this pass is not. While it does provide you access to all of our amazing state parks, it does not replace any existing user fees or products that are currently on the docket. So you make it into a park. This does not confer you the benefit of fishing while you are there. You still have to have a valid fishing license to do that. So there's a lot to talk about. And we have a small but mighty team. But the very good news is that we also have a lot of partners that are helping us with this communication. So again, the statute required that we speak about what this pass is, how people would get it, and to be sure that they are aware that it is part of their vehicle registration in 2023. We worked very closely with the governor's office and shared that press release on June 29th. So we beat it by a couple of days. With that press release, we had both CPW, Governor Polis's office, as well as DNR creating social media around that. And we developed quite a bit of earned media, which I'll talk about in a future slide. As we send press releases and have exciting updates on this program, we are seeing quite an uptick in that earned media that we get by sending out information. We've been working very closely, formerly with Doug Vilsack and now with Alice, as well as our counterparts at DOR and the DMV, and all of our county clerks as well, to craft language for the renewal postcards that people will start to receive for their 2023 registrations. We've provided some marketing language that you'll see circled on the right, as well as we have worked very diligently with the programming and data teams to make sure that a clerk request to have what that pass looks like if it's subtracted from the total. There was a lot of concern at the clerk level of getting incorrect math, which only makes sense. So they are providing both what your registration total will be with the pass included as well as without. We also worked very closely with our marketing counterparts at DOR to create a custom order form. So I have a lot of print materials, which we don't have a good setup I could have displayed, but we do have a lot of print materials that we were able to create custom pick and pack kits so that clerks' offices and folks around the state, depending on the size of office, the size of space they had available, as you can see here on the upper right, were able to receive posters in multiple sizes. They were able to receive handouts and things that we'll talk about in a future slide, but really be able to pick the things that made the most sense for their space. We also presented recently to the Colorado Co-op, and all of those members also expressed an interest in sharing materials that will be included in our phase 2. We are not printing one set of materials and calling it good. We are doing rolling phases as we have updates, new information, and have seasonal things that we can talk about, such as Colorado Avalanche Information Center and what people need to know. So we'll be creating new materials seasonally to move the program forward. Additionally, going back to having excitement around the governor's office, we participate in a statewide PIO meeting every month. So we're able to provide updates not only on this program, but also be able to share the toolkits that we have online with all of my state counterparts from a public information perspective. So those that are willing and excited can also just go ahead and pull information right off of our website and share it on their social media, print posters, do all of the things that we've been able to do from a print and send material as well. So I've got a slide here called Earned Media. It really is kind of utilizing everything that we have to help us get what we need. So I mentioned the June press release, and we're able to kind of take a look through our media platforms to see that we saw an earned media audience of over 4.3 million viewers. That's across both television, radio, and online news. The value of that coverage in the first 2 months was over $400,000. So basically, by sending the press release talking about the program, we would have had to have paid $400,000 in advertising to get the type of coverage that we've received. So as we have new information, such as the refund process that people will be excited to understand and hear about, we know that we will get continued coverage there as well. As I mentioned, seasonal updates for backcountry safety in late October, early November, as we start heading into those outdoor seasons as well. And then we're going to be doing a final push, really a preparation and final awareness push in December. And so we will be doing not only press releases, a lot of social media, but we'll be offering interview packages through our statewide and regional PIOs so that folks on the ground can have a good opportunity to talk to people that are working, playing, and reporting in the places where they live. Additionally, and it's not on the slide, we've been utilizing our e-newsletters, which have an opt-in list of over 400,000 to promote the program. So as we do our monthly e-newsletters, we've been able to reach over 200,000 subscribers with information about the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, which have generated over 80,000 unique clicks to our FAQs and our Keep Colorado Wild website. This slide here is print materials, but I'm going to also talk about some of our paid media opportunities as well. I've got print materials because those are at the ready and I can bring those up and show anybody who may like them. But our first slide was really truly about awareness of the program. So we really wanted to utilize the eye-catching graphics and our iconic Colorado license plate, our landscapes, our wildlife to really pull the different agencies together to help start to explain how and why these two agencies are working together. So we were able to provide posters in multiple sizes, laminated FAQ sheets, business card handouts, which I do have approximately 1,000 of those. I'd love for any of you to come get some of those. They're very quick and easy handouts. I've got them back at my seat. And all of the materials that we created, we had QR codes for both web pages in English and Spanish. So all of our materials have had an English and Spanish component as well. Fortunately, as I mentioned, we were able to work with IDS and participating counties on a lot of this outreach to begin. As people are coming into the DMVs and their county clerk's offices, that's really kind of that first point of awareness that something new is coming. So we were able to get materials into over 100 DMV offices, 35 state driver's license offices, 300 public libraries, and 70 CPW office locations. Additionally, we have digital signage that's available at the top of all of the kiosks that the DMV offers for people to do their registration at places like King Soopers and City Markets. So we've been able to provide graphics for that as well. We have also created the inserts, which we were showing through Val's presentation and are located here on the screen as well. What those are inserts that are printed in English on one side, Spanish on the other, that we were able to work with IDS to insert into the counties that do their license plate tab fulfillments. So everybody who received a tab from June through December of this year will receive this flyer in their envelope, letting them know that in 2023, they'll have this $29 option when they renew next year. The exciting thing is that we've printed over 2 million pieces so far, and that will be more than doubling by November. In November, we do have on the docket a CPW specific postcard. This is not the registration postcard that will have information on it that comes through DOR. But what this will be is really a promotional card, a promotional piece that will land in people's mailboxes after the election, but before Thanksgiving. So hopefully hitting a sweet spot before all of that good Black Friday advertising to let people know what they can expect, when they can receive the pass, and again, including some of the updated language as we move forward with things like the refund process or potential disproportionately impacted community pricing. So again, I do have 2.75 million postcards that will be going to USPS verified households. So we are doing everything we can to blanket the state and meet people where they are, whether they are looking in the mailbox or looking online. Which then gets us to digital media and marketing. So one of the great pieces that we've been able to incorporate into this program is the utilization of digital media and marketing. We've put a considerable amount of budget into social media, YouTube, and Google placements so that people are aware of what is coming and they are able to kind of see that as they're looking at related content. We do have the ability to really segment and target through digital media and marketing. So it's been very exciting to kind of see how these information pieces are being received through different platforms, as well as being able to see how English language ads are looking compared to Spanish language ads. So we do have placements in both languages across all of these platforms. We do also have our website, as I mentioned, with toolkits. I would encourage any of you who are working with other groups or who have opportunities to work with social media. We have a huge toolkit, both in English and Spanish on our website that provides photos, sample social posts, all of our videos and pieces that we've been using on our own social media that you can download and share as well. We've also worked to create unique photos and videos for these campaigns. So the images that you see here on the screen were taken at our first shoot at Cherry Creek State Park. We actually have to thank GOCO. They helped connect us with the family that you see here on the upper right that came to the park for that day. We were able to get them a free park pass for the rest of the year. And they came out, did an amazing photo shoot with us in addition to the models that we worked with here. So what was great is, as you can see in the bottom right, we had images that focused both on the family aspect, some of the more athletic young couple, and they all kind of work together. You can see the young couple kind of crossing behind the family here at the bottom as well. So we were able to really kind of showcase how one park can satisfy a ton of different types of consumers and different types of activities, and how everybody is welcome at our state parks. So I have additional information on targeting if anybody would like to get into the weeds. But what's fascinating is that we have a quick start point of car owners in Colorado that we can start our segmenting from there. So whether it's urban passives who may be able to, every once in a while look at something that's outdoor related, we can try and hit them and make sure that they're aware that this is something that is new and available to them. Outdoor families who really already are kind of looking at and enjoying outdoor activities and really driving them the ads that are being served so that they can see what's available to them as well. So in addition, we have had some paid placements, and we're looking at a continuation of those as well. This month in 5280 magazine, there's an advertorial explaining what the program is and what it looks like, and it's got some amazing photography from our team. We are also, as we get into finalizing pricing and availability and accessibility of a potentially lower priced pass, working with an agency that has done work with LEAP in order to do some more guerrilla style marketing. So as Val mentioned, having the ability to go into family centers, really utilizing our library relationships to kind of meet people again where they are. We are very aware that as much as digital media gives us so many opportunities to tweak and move, not everybody is there. And so we want to make sure that we're looking at those opportunities as well. We are also working to secure Colorado Broadcasting Association placements. So we have a budget that will start in January that will give public service announcements about the pass and what it is and how you get it, as well as looking at advertorials in local newspapers, as well as doing segments on things like Colorado Company and Univision as well. So we are very excited to have a solid budget, a great team, and the ability to kind of utilize all of these other outreach programs to help us drive continued marketing and outreach as we move forward with this program. And if you have any questions on the program or how we're looking at it, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. And I was going to wave. I just was putting a placeholder up like, oh yeah, I want to get in the queue. And so thank you so much for the effort. Very exciting to see the news spread and far and wide and on other people's time is always wonderful. So thank you. A couple of quick questions. One, would love to access these social media toolkits. I know they're on the website, but I'm just curious if like a list of things that are like in action, maybe we could put them on the our G drive so that because what's happening is sometimes I'll see them and I'll just kind of copy paste them, but I feel like I'm not always catching everything. And so really just trying to be more strategic and intentional around sharing that out and making sure I'm using the right images and the right content, because oftentimes I'll just get things off of the newsletter and I'll repost that way. But again, it was just a helpful reminder to know that these social toolkits are available. And then the last was, I was curious about the champions and messengers component and the collaboration with other social agencies to include this information in packages of materials that are already going out to the populations that could be most, that this program could be most beneficial. So I was just curious around those relationships.
Yeah, and so we're actually, learning a lot as we go. This is kind of the first time we've had not only this type of program, but this type of budget. So we're very excited to be able to kind of look at where we can improve. Some of the areas that we've already talked about with the clerk's offices is some of the materials that we're sending to them and being able to be reactive to their needs. For example, having an FAQ sheet that's front and back does not work for them. So how can we do something that can be posted directly on a window? Working with upstream and understanding the need to include some of those family resource centers and things like that into our kit mailings is also huge and will allow us to think about how to even further further expand the reach. As we presented to the co-op, they also mentioned, it's great that this stuff is online, but is there a place where we can do some better centralization and maybe be given just a packet of like, use this. So we're definitely looking at opportunities to do that as well. So as we move forward, obviously, if you have additional thoughts process, we welcome that from any of the commissioners as well on how we can better expand the reach of the program.
Awesome. Thank you. And I forgot one piece. I think we're doing an incredible job on showing the diaspora of stakeholder types and groups that through our visual collateral. One area I think that we have a rich opportunity is in people with disabilities and really showing people with varieties of different types. Yep. So again, I think that's a rich growth area. I know that's already on your radar screen, but would love to see more and more, as well as just different body types and sizes. And so again, I'm already starting to see that as well, but really, showing people that they belong is so much stronger than telling them. So thank you.
Yeah. And so just on that point, we are doing, as I mentioned, unique photo shoots and video shoots. So our campaign round 2 in digital media is launching this week. And so it really kind of focuses on more, it was shot at State Forest State Park. And so it kind of has more of that aspirational lifestyle, but it has folks of all different ages. Our third shoot was just completed last weekend at Stoughton State Park and focuses on accessibility. So we worked, again, I really am a big proponent of using what we have to help us get what we need. So we worked with the park and their track chair program. So we've got some great imagery of folks out on the trail of the track chairs. We also had a group of hearing impaired climbers. And so as we were, being able to work with them and watch how they're doing their belays and doing everything and having to do it all through hand motions while also having to make sure that they're keeping their balance and climb, it was amazing. So that is part of our next round as well.
Great, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Rebecca. So I do double duty. I'm also on the GOCO board, and I was struck by a lot of similarities between your presentation and GOCO's Generation Wild efforts. And I'm wondering if we could engage GOCO's Generation Wild program to help get this word out, because they do all sorts of outreach, targeting getting kids outside, but you get the kids, they're coming with their parents, and the Park Pass would be really instrumental in achieving that. So I'm wondering if we can cross-reference those two media efforts.
What do you think, Dan? Can we do that? Yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Okay.
Good idea. Okay, anything else on this? Exciting, great. We'll look forward to continuing to hear. There will, I'm sure, be glitches. We can expect those. And the big picture, I think, is important. Obviously, I think what we're trying to do and the access piece is really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so just a quick process check. It's 10:15, 10:16. Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bailey. Thank you. I cannot see you on the screen, so thanks for jumping in. Go ahead. Sorry, Rebecca. Thank you.
No worries. I just had a quick question about the what's being communicated on those registration reminders. And I guess I'm just wondering if, other than the kind of what the screenshot that was shown on the slides you shared, if there's a way to get a closer look at that, because I think I might have been a little bit unclear on what was being communicated there, just out of curiosity.
Absolutely. I have a sample here, so I'm sorry you're not here, but we can definitely get you a piece or send you a PDF. It's essentially really an awareness piece explaining that available in 2023, you'll have an opportunity to spend $29 on this pass, some of the benefits that it confers, and just kind of gives people awareness that the next time that they register their vehicle, this will be an option that's available to them.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Okay, now I think we'll move on. If it pleases everyone, I think what I would recommend that we do is go ahead and do item number 11 and then take a quick break. That's all right, since we had a quick break earlier. So we'll turn, for the members of the public, we're on final regulations, item number 11. I'll turn that to Hillary.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulation Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We'll be starting with the final stage, step 2 of 2, regulations for Chapter P7, passes, permits, and registrations. These regulation changes are for the Keep Colorado Wild Pass implementation and refunds, which were brought to the Commission at the last meeting in draft and issue stages. These will be found on the blue paper. The revisions include changing how a pass may be brought into the state parks and recreation areas. Because the pass is printed on the Department of Motor Vehicle registration card, it may be carried in the car and does not need to be displayed as other passes do. We've also added the option of the pass to be shown in a division-sponsored mobile app. These changes can be found on pages 1, 26, and 30. The second change clarifies how the Keep Colorado Wild Pass is purchased with a vehicle registration, and a free pass is included with the registration for the military fee exempt plates found on pages 1 and 4. Change 3 clarifies that all state park and recreation areas require a visitor who enters without a motor vehicle to purchase a pass, except at exempt parks. These changes are found on pages 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17. Change 4 modifies the Centennial Pass to correspond to the individual's vehicle at no additional cost, found on page 5. Change 5 creates a non-motor vehicle individual annual pass priced at $29 and clarifies that up to 4 people, including the pass holder, ages 16 and older, may access the park with the non-motor vehicle individual annual pass, found on pages 8, 9, and 17. Change 6 clarifies that the receipt for any annual pass or a copy of the individual's vehicle registration with the Keep Colorado Wild Pass can be used as a non-motor vehicle annual pass for up to 4 people, including the pass holder. This is found on page 9. Change 7 creates a Keep Colorado Wild Collector's Plate Pass priced at $145 and valid for 5 years, found on page 16. Change 8 allows resident senior Keep Colorado Wild Pass holders to access reduced rate camping permits similar to the Aspen Leaf Pass holders, found on pages 17 and 32. In addition, the last change adopts refund regulations for the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, as well as the overlapping annual passes for the first 2 years after implementation of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, found on pages 4 and 5. Reminder, this is an action item and I can take questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. We have had this item come to us, so hopefully everyone feels fairly educated about it. Okay, seeing a lot of nods. Offering our commissioners that are online to jump in before we entertain a motion. This is an action item. Okay, I would invite a motion to approve this item. Commissioner Haskett, Commissioner Adams, second. I think we can do a voice vote. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, great. Okay, Hillary, if you're all right, let's take a 9-minute break and we will be exactly on time at 10:30. Thank you. It's so funny. I haven't had one since I've been on cold turkey. I want to go get some for. Okay, thanks everyone. We have panelists coming and lots of stuff on the agenda today. So just trying to keep us as close to time as we can. So thank you for slightly shorter break. So for members of the public, we are on item number 12, issues identification, chapter P7. So I'll turn it back to Hillary.
All right, we are now on to our informational items going forward. The first issues for chapter P7, passes, permits, and registrations. Again, these are also on blue paper. The first issue, should the documentation and income eligibility requirements for CPW income eligible products be revised? Currently, CPW offers the Centennial Pass for state parks, the Senior Lifetime Low Income Fishing License, and the annual Low Income Colorado State Wildlife Area Pass. Each of these income eligible products requires the eligible individual to provide written documentation of their income in the form of federal or state income tax returns. To qualify, the individual must have an income at or below the federal poverty guideline to qualify. Or if the individual's income is at a level that does not require them to file a tax return, that person instead can complete an affidavit. In order to better serve individuals who qualify for income eligible CPW products, it's recommended that the program be expanded to resident members of the public who are enrolled in any one of several specified programs for low income households. Programs serving resident low income households may include temporary assistance to needy families, special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, Health First Colorado, supplemental nutrition assistance program, food distribution program on Indian reservations, low income energy assistance program, or the free or reduced price school meals through a Colorado school district. To document enrollment in one of these programs, a Colorado resident would be required to show proof of enrollment in the form of a card or other written materials that verifies current enrollment for the person requesting the income eligible product. The ability to document income status through enrollment in a specified program would be offered in addition to the current options. The issue paper suggests revising documentation and eligibility requirements for all income eligible products in regulation, which would include the Centennial Pass and the annual Low Income Colorado State Wildlife Area Pass. Currently, the Senior Lifetime Low Income Fishing License documentation cannot be changed as it requires a statutory change. Also, before I take questions, I did want to clarify, these passes would be needed to be purchased from a CPW office. They could not be purchased from the DMV. We didn't want to put the requirement on the DOR administrative staff to take all of these very sensitive documents. So we are keeping that still within CPW. So they would still need to come to the office to get this product. And with that, I can take questions at this time.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone out online. Commissioners Bailey or Otero, jump in if you have questions. Okay, this is an information item, so we'll move on to the next one.
All right.
Okay.
So the second issue paper, also for chapter P7, is should the daily park pass price be increased to $10 for all parks and remove the high use fee for the high use parks. In 2021, as part of Senate Bill 21-249, the commission was given the authority to raise park fees annually by any amount deemed appropriate. Colorado state park fees were last increased in 2018 for daily, camping, and annual passes. Currently, there are two types of day passes. There's the regular day pass priced at $9, and there's the high use day pass priced at $10. The parks that sell the high use day passes are Cherry Creek, Chatfield, Boyd Lake, Castlewood Canyon, El Dorado Canyon, Golden Gate Canyon, Highline Lake, Lake Pueblo, Roxborough, and Staunton State Parks. Currently, the state is selling approximately 635,000 daily passes a year. Of that, 67% are sold as the high-use daily parks pass already at the $10 price point. However, over the last couple of years, the parks have continued to see high visitor usage. By standardizing the day pass at $10, the state will be able to leverage those funds to manage the higher visitation and resource needs of all parks. This would also mean there would be only one type of day pass, which would also simplify the customer experience when looking at the entrance fees. And I can take questions on this issue.
Okay. Also, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this update. I did have a question about how the funding loss from removing the high use, how that will be
So
addressed.
it's not removed. It's just making everything set to 10. So it's not increasing those high use parks to 11. It's leaving them where they are at currently.
Okay, thank you very much. I was confused there. Appreciate it.
Okay, other questions, comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
And our third issue paper for chapter P7 is should Panorama Point at Golden Gate Canyon State Park be removed as a designated event facility. Panorama Point is one of the most popular attractions within Golden Gate Canyon State Park, as it is currently listed as an event facility and holds an average of 22 weddings per year. Panorama Point is different from other more traditional event facilities on state parks in that it serves as a trailhead as well as a viewing point and cannot be completely closed to the use of the public during these reservations. Saving parking spaces for 2-hour reservation windows and meeting other logistical needs of staff on visitors' wedding day has become challenging and inefficient. Trying to reserve the area that's still open to the public and accommodate trail users has resulted in displacement of other users and user conflicts. Removing the event facility designation at Panorama Point and no longer holding special events at that little location will better accommodate the majority of users, reduce user conflict, and alleviate the current administrative burden associated with scheduling these events. The Red Barn is a group picnic area in the park, which already is used to hold weddings and receptions and can easily accommodate any future requests as a result of removing Panorama Point from the special events designation. At this time, I can take any questions.
Okay, also not seeing any in the room or online. Okay, great. Thank you very much to those items, and those will come back to us. Okay. All right. So we're running now a smidge. I'm sorry, I'm not going to even say it. Item number 13, we will hear our GOCO updates, and then we will transition into our Craig panel. So we'll invite up our GOCO colleagues, and I think we're doing a little technology transfer for members of the public. We're on item number 13.
Madam Chair, Deputy Director Mock, and Acting Director Dugan. My name is Dan Zimmer, and I'm with Great Outdoors Colorado. And my colleague Katie Smith is joining us today. We're here to provide an update on GOCO, and really wanted to start out with a couple of thank yous. I wanted to first thank the Southwest Region staff. We were fortunate enough, the Parks and Wildlife Partnership team at GOCO, to spend a week in the region a couple weeks ago, and it was awesome. We really got to visit quite a few sites. We met with wildlife officers, park managers, biologists. And so I just want to shout out Corey Chick, regional manager, and then deputy regional manager Heath Kem for hosting us and accommodating us. We really appreciated that opportunity. And much like Commissioner Adams mentioned earlier, just building those relationships really can help in the long run. And we valued that opportunity, and quite frankly, enjoyed visiting state wildlife areas, state parks, and seeing that part of the state. Secondly, I did want to thank the members of the commission, the DNR staff, and the GOCO staff that were able to attend our 30th anniversary celebration last week. We really appreciated the support. It was great to see the strong turnout, and just really happy for that, because CPW is such an important partner for our organization. Let's see. There we go. We like to take this opportunity as the commission travels around the state to celebrate our investments in local communities. And we're pleased to share that in Moffett and surrounding counties, we've invested nearly $120 million since our inception in the outdoors, and wanted to highlight one project in particular because it's right here in the town of Craig. It's Breeze Park. We awarded a grant in 2019 to improve that park. It is new walking trails, play structure, play fields, parking spaces, irrigation, picnic shelters, gazebos. And recently it won a Colorado Lottery Starburst Award for excellent use of lottery funds for community and conservation. So we're really proud to highlight that since we're here in Craig today. And then I want to give a quick update on the regional partnerships work we're doing. Pleased to announce that since the last commission meeting, or when I met with y'all in June, we do now have a signed memorandum of understanding with the DNR and CPW and GOCO, which has formalized this kind of new elevated partnership with GOCO and the effort. And just remind y'all, it's up to $5 million in investments to accelerate the initiative. That includes $3 million re-grant dollars through CPW for new and existing regional partnerships, and CPW's team, again, credit to Lauren Truitt and Jody Kennedy for leading on that program, just announced another round of funding to bring new partnerships into the mix, and that just opened this week. So we're looking forward to building this map out. Right now you can see about half the state is covered with these 10 regional partnerships. Another key piece of the partnership includes up to $1.4 million to bring on a consultant team to help with the statewide planning effort. And we anticipate that we'll be announcing that RFP hopefully within the next week, maybe 2 weeks. So we're very close on that. So moving on, what I'd like to do at this point is bring in my colleague, Katie Smith. She is our West Regional Officer for GOCO, and let her share an update from the competitive side of the organization. So pleased to introduce you all to Katie.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you everyone for having me this morning. So I'm Katie Smith. I'm the GOCO Regional Officer for the West. My region includes, starts in Uray County and includes Montrose, Delta, Mesa, Garfield, Rio Blanco, and Moffett. So big geographic spread there along the west slope and into northwest Colorado. I am located physically in Delta, Colorado is my home base, and love to come and visit communities across the western slope on projects and just be a support and of service. Some themes across the West over recent months and years have been the transition from extractive economies to kind of build out to some additional diversification of economies, including outdoor recreation and other outdoor opportunities in the industry. Some themes here locally have been the Loudy Simpson project for the river diversion, which I think the Craig team will probably discuss a little bit more following, so I won't speak too much to it, but also activation of other natural resources across the West, whether it's non-motorized trails, OHV trails, and just a continued activation of river corridors, which can be seen in the Colorado River across Garfield County, the White in Meeker, down to the Unk in Montrose area. So just continuing to see these natural resources being tapped into in a new way for outdoor recreation and use that way. I also wanted to just, you can advance, yeah. Touch on our competitive grants that we have opened up for fiscal year 23. Our first round of concepting was August 4th. We took in 29 concepts, I think it was 29, and advanced about 15. So about half of those advanced to application for invitation. That deadline is September 15th, so next week. We have 3 cycles a year for our what we call our base programs, which are land acquisition for that land protection at statewide significance, community impact to drive large impacts in communities, which is typically our local government pot of funding, planning and capacity, and stewardship impact as well. This year for local government, we have $8.3 million available for that bucket and 5.9 available for open space funding within our competitive grants. We are also taking the Centennial Visioning. So as part of our Centennial competitive program, our half We're doing visioning last year and this year, and we have rolled that into our competitive cycles. If communities have the need to really start bringing stakeholders around the visioning of a large scale project, they can ask up to $150,000 for that. And with the two purposes, $1 million is available for that. I also wanted to touch on partner program, Restore Colorado, which they just had their information webinar yesterday, if anybody was able to listen in. But it is a unique funding stream run by National Fish and Wildlife Foundation with funding from GOCO, CPW, DNR, and many other funders such as Gates Family Foundation and Walton Family Foundation, which emphasizes the restoration of grasslands, eastern Colorado, river corridors and wetland areas, sagebrush and other big game migratory or winter range.
So moving on, just wanted to share a few things that are coming up on our calendar that I thought it would be of interest to the commission. First is a kind of fun, unique event that we're going to be hosting. It's a Generation Wild hopscotch course. We're going to be trying to build the world record hopscotch course, which would be 4.5 miles at Chatfield State Park within CPW. We're going to have a big event on Sunday, September 18th to set that world record. And we'll actually have a representative from the Guinness Book on hand. And that's just part of our Generation Wild effort, which is a movement to reconnect kids and families to nature and the outdoors. So that's a pretty unique opportunity. Shout out some CPW staff will be volunteering and helping us build that hopscotch court, I guess you call it, or board. We'll be at Chatfield all week next week, working on that 4.5 miles of effort. So if anyone's looking for some fun outdoor activities this week, find me during the break and we can get you hooked up. Also, we'll be presenting at the COSA conference. That's the Colorado Open Space Alliance conference. It's coming up in a couple weeks. It'll be up in Crested Butte, September 19th to the 21st. I'll be working with Jody Kennedy at CPW and some of our partners from the co-op and regional partnerships promoting that effort. We really want to connect at that event because it brings in open space agencies and county staff from throughout the state. And it's a really good opportunity to connect with and engage folks or counties that are not currently participating. So we hope to grow that effort and then ultimately build out that map that you saw earlier. And then last thing coming up here is our fall board meeting. We'll be in La Junta. We're going to be in Commissioner Tutchin's neck of the woods, and we're looking forward to our pre-board meeting tour of the Heartland Ranch. So that's September 22nd and 23rd, I believe. So I want to make sure you know that that is coming up. And so that's all we have from the GOCO team, and I'd welcome any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you very much to the GOCO team. And sort of as a reminder, maybe Commissioners Touchton and Haskett can mention this as well, but GOCO board was here in June, whenever it was. And so we're going to have a little command performance of some of that conversation as well. So hopefully we can connect some of those dots and sort of see how we can collaborate together for to benefit this region and certainly this community. So Commissioner Touchton, GOCO board member Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first, let me say, any kid who can hopscotch 4.5 miles deserves some respect. I don't know if that's part of the requirement that you complete the course, just that you build it. I did want to highlight one thing that Katie mentioned first, which the Restore program in the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. I found that as a person who seeks grants occasionally to be really helpful because it made it like one-stop shopping for instead of all separate applications. Now you just go to this one place. Anyway, I think that's a really excellent program. I wanted to mention that. My question, and I'm not sure if it's one or two, on the regional partnerships, you know, the Eastern Plains is still a blank spot. And so part of my question goes to that, is how we facilitate getting regional partnerships to that part of the state. But, you know, ultimately the whole state might not have a regional partnership, is my understanding. And I'm wondering if the statewide plan will fill in that sort of concept where there isn't a regional partnership? And then what's the timing on the statewide plan?
First, Commissioner Tushin, just want to clarify, are you volunteering to hopscotch 4.5 miles? We can arrange that if you want. So to regional partnerships, let's say, I think your first question, the strategy was to bring in existing coalitions early on in the process because we were aware that there's plenty of partnerships out there, that, some were maybe more recreation heavy, some conservation heavy, but to get the idea out there of broad-based coalitions and those that were already in existence, we wanted to kind of bring them into the fold early. We do realize that there's going to be gaps in the state probably after we get through this round. So I do know we're working with the CPW team and outreach will be on the agenda coming up here within this fiscal year. So we'll be doing dedicated outreach, working with GOCO regional officers, key partners, members of the co-op to identify potential opportunities to fill those gaps. So I'd be happy to chat with you further offline if you have any insight on opportunities on the Eastern Plains. But I think you are correct in your assumption that it's possible there may be areas of the state that do not have a active coalition that will then work through that statewide planning process to fill in those gaps, if you will. The timing on the statewide plan, our aspirational goal right now is June of 2026. So we hope we're going to do another grant round in the spring, or CPW is going to run that grant round in the spring. We hope to be close to filling the state with regional partnerships. And then that would give each regional coalition about 2 years. And that will also allow time for the consultant team to come on board to work with CPW and align the various planning efforts that are in existence out there to inform a larger plan. Cool.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this incredible update. It is always exciting to hear. And I did have a couple of questions, one specific to the GOCO partnerships, the regional partnerships. If memory serves, each partnership was supposed to do some kind of needs assessment, needs sensing, landscape, and I'm not sure what the term was, but just curious the status of those specific ones. And it was my understanding that each region got to kind of design their own. So just curious about, just the general statewide look in line of, where the similarities and the types of questions and data, qualitative, quantitative, as well as where the specific or context specific analyses. So just curious of the status of those. So that's one question. The next question I have is around newer versus more established coalition members and just how you're navigating that space. I did hear from some folks in the Front Range who had tried to, I think, join one of the coalitions in the Front Range and was informed that they're not accepting new members right now and that they'd have to wait for another round. So just curious about getting clarification around that and wondering if there's a potential barrier in the ability for new organizations or programs that are supporting youth access to the outdoors. And then lastly, I have a question for Tim around the boards and commission, because this reminded me, Jay, Commissioner Tuxton and Commissioner Hauser, on just that incredible opportunity for GOCO to join board members to interact with us and just how enriching that has been. And I know that there's a lot of other boards and commissions that impact and intersect with our work. And so if memory serves as more of a parking lot for the next time, but I know that Director Dan Gibbs was talking about additional opportunities to bring different boards and commissions together, whether it be for training or meet and greets or just getting a better handle on where our respective intersections are and how we can better support each other through our statewide goals. So those are my 3 questions. I got 2 for you and 1 for you, and then I am done. So thank you.
Cool. Tim, you want to go first?
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner, for the question. I will obviously have to check in with Dan Gibbs to see where we're at on that, but I think that's a fantastic idea. You're absolutely right. Even in my updates, you could probably see some crossover and some items of interest. So I think getting our boards and commissions together for a meet and greet issue identification discussions is a great idea. So I will follow up and try and take that on to make something happen there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tim. And then I think the best answer for your two questions, Commissioner Adams, is I would like to check with the CPW team, Jody and Lauren, and verify what the status of those two efforts are. But you are correct that regional partnerships do commit in their application process to doing community engagement. They are working on various needs assessments, but I don't want to speak on behalf of the CPW team, but we can certainly, I've got a note here and I'll follow up and we'll get back to you shortly. Thank you.
Commissioner May, who came with another GOCO board member who's in the back, just so we know we've got that representation as well. So Brenda May is here as well. So you don't have to say it.
You said that right. I came with her.
Commissioner May.
My comment is what a great event was the 30th anniversary of GOCO was. Governor Roy Romer, whose vision was pivotal in starting that. I don't think it should be lost on us that he was raised in Holly, Colorado, small farming community, actually the lowest elevation point in the state of Colorado. That's where Governor Roy Romer was raised. And as Commissioner Touchin noted, the Eastern Plains probably has a deficit in some of the GOCO work that goes on. So I'm sure that can be addressed. And one slight side note, at the anniversary celebration, I was visiting with Governor Romer and Executive Director Gibbs. And before I knew it, I was in the middle of a group that included Governor Romer, Governor Ritter, Ambassador Salazar, and Governor Polis started to walk in. Thanks to Brenda, she texted me and said I probably should remove myself from that group because I was messing up a real photo opportunity. So thanks for getting me out of that.
I personally think they were awfully lucky to be standing with Dallas May, but that's just me. So anyway, other comments, questions? Okay, we do have one member of the public who'd like to comment on this agenda item. So we'll do that quick transition. T. Wright, have you down for this? You want to come up?
Just while T. Wright's coming up, Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor, just up here to help with the timing. You'll have 3 minutes to give your comments. I'll give you a warning at 15 seconds and time's up.
This crowd knows I can't clear my throat in 3 minutes. Welcome to the commission. I'm T. Wright Dickinson, local rancher, worn many hats in this state, one of which I had the privilege of serving, representing this district on the GOCO board and had the honor of chairing the GOCO board. What I just wanted to highlight, and Dallas, who we share a commitment on in this, is that GOCO is fairly sharing those resources around the state. And Dallas, your comment is correct. And one of the concerns that I want to bring up, and one of the demonstrations I want for you all to understand, is how important the investments of GOCO and Parks and Wildlife are into preserving the open space in this state. And as Commissioner Adams and I were chatting over a break, I watched as a young man, first elected office I held in this community, I was 18 years old, on the Soil Conservation District Board. This was in the 70s, and we were subdividing the farms around my community right around you. Craig, here you see those houses today because of the agriculture crisis in the 70s and the influx of the power plant and the growth and development around this community. And I watched as we lost our mountain valleys in this state, as development, recreation came in and wildlife was crowded out. Before you you lose the open space that's so valuable to our wildlife resources in this state. By the time you realize what's happening, you've already lost it and you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. So I commend and appreciate and welcome the 3 new members to the commission. I mean, we're in this together. How we're going to accommodate 10 million people or wherever we're headed in terms of a population, and hanging on to our productive agriculture and our open space and our wildlife habitat. And I commend your service to that and stand willing to help in this. But it's very important, the resources that the commission has, Parks and Wildlife and GOCO, that we work to preserve this open space. There are some who mistakenly think that the transfer of these agricultural lands will just go to another landowner, but that landowner may not in fact allow hunting, may not allow public access. These are the kind of things we've got to be very careful about as we work to preserve the open space. So we'll see you all at the barbecue tonight and around the edges, but thank you. How'd I do?
You're great.
Thank you, T. Wright. I might take a point of personal privilege and just say there are folks that have multi-generational perspectives, and certainly T. Wright and his family do in the Northwest. He's a bit of a royalty up here. And I would just say, having rafted the Yampa River with T. Wright, he wore exactly that outfit and only added a cowboy hat and a life jacket. So gonna go as T. Wright goes. So do get a chance to visit with him. If I'm not mistaken, T. Wright, you were on the last iteration of a wolf working group and has been very engaged in water issues and so many other things. So as we visit with folks from the Northwest region tonight, find your way to T. Wright. You'll hear some interesting stories. So. Okay, so next up, we'll transition. We probably need a few more chairs. We will transition to our panel. The first thing we're going to do, though, is watch a brief video. Probably the folks in the room have seen this a million times, but and again, as a former member of American Rivers, on whose board I serve with Governor Romer, he's quite amazing. I mean, he continues to really be part of all these conversations, and it's fantastic. So this short film was produced by American Rivers in collaboration with some of the folks that you'll see here, the stars of the show. I think we're piping in one person. I also do want to recognize Jeff Comstock, and we do have county commissioners, I think, that are going to join us now or later or sometime on our agenda. This is specific to Craig, obviously the Craig sort of economic transition, and just the importance of the outdoor industry. So to the panel, I would just say, we know this is Groundhog Day for you. You've done this, I don't know how many times in recent years, as you have lots of organizations offering to help. And hopefully we can connect some of those dots and figure out how to pull those things together. So, so we'll watch the film first, and then we'll turn it over to you. And maybe Jennifer, you can introduce folks, and then and you'll be with us for lunch and dinner as well. So look forward to that. So I think it'll take just a quick minute, because this is actually being piped in from Zoom, from Denver via Zoom in order to patchwork this together and make it work. So we'll pull it up.
Craig was a boom town. I don't think that the people necessarily want a lot of change. There's going to have to be some creative thinking for the community. It's a hard pill to swallow. What does it really mean? It means that we do things differently.
All
Well, I've been at the power plant for 31 years. The people stay here because the work is really good, the pay is really good, and the people that you work with are really good. Coal is a thing of the past as far as I can tell in the state of Colorado. Losing 700 jobs from the community of Craig, which is a 10,000 population town. It's a really significant hit. But we are going to have to start thinking further outside of our comfort zone and the easy button and looking to get a different type of industry.
We are losing our stability and jobs that people have counted on for a few generations now. It is something we very much took to heart, that we were providing electricity for the rest of the nation. Basically, our coal mines and our power plants are going to be shut down. And we know that this is coming up by 2030. Our county is expected to lose 60% of their tax revenue from these closures. So we're in the position now of finding alternative ways for people here to make a living and support their families. The Yampa River, it's so beautiful. It's just a calming, even flow that just emits peace. As far as the river is concerned, I think it needs to be our #1 focus for the entire Yampa Valley. When it comes down to it, water is the lifeblood of our valley, and everything we do here is going to be dependent on whether that river stays healthy. But we can also use it to supplement in sustainable ways our other industries.
I was born and raised in Craig when it was just kind of hitting that coal industry boom, and met Megan, and I met her and I knew that right instantly I wanted to marry her. She was the prettiest lady I'd ever seen. I worked for Tri-State for a couple years, got involved with the insulation department, and in the back corner they had this old sewing machine, and my assignment was to kind of build all the little insulation pads for the power plant out there. For me, I've always been a big dreamer. Going day to day and just having the same routine over and over again I thought there was more to life.
With the plant closing, Craig needs to have other economic opportunities come about in order for it to keep its work base. The river system here it offers something for everybody. So it's kind of got absolutely everything you could want out of a river just in this one county. I think Recreation is definitely a means of economic benefit. For me, being on the river is family time. It's where I connect with my boys and I teach them new skills and they teach me new things and we have uninterrupted time together. So I enjoy getting together with my family and friends on the river and having this peace that you don't get when you're at somebody's house.
Time almost like slows down. It's where you really connect with your kids and with your, like you said, your friends and your family. I just believe so heartily in this place, and I don't know, I just don't want to see it fail. Let's move forward, you know, and a lot of people are still like, they're scared to do that. There's tons of other opportunities that are knocking at our door.
Craig America, as we call it. This is probably one of the best representations of rural America that I know of. And I would say for me, it was very difficult and hard to grow up in Craig. There's not a lot of diversity here. We were the only Asian American family at that time. I think that the other thing that set us apart growing up in Craig, Colorado is the way that we made a living. We had to serve food and serve the community, and that's something that was really also difficult for me growing up in a small community. I think humans are much like animals in the ecosystem. If you have diversity in the community, it brings different thoughts, different ideas, different ways of thinking. A diversity in species means a healthy ecosystem. It means better survival. I don't think that's too far off from humans. The American dream, to me, I'm living it. Being able to have those opportunities in America, that is why my parents immigrated here, is to give opportunities and a better life for their children. And I think I'm proof of that. The Yampa River is one of the last wild and free-flowing rivers in Colorado and in the 7 Colorado River Basin states. When I'm on the Yampa River, there's a sense of calm that reaches over me. In such a busy world, it calms your mind. It's something that slows you down. It's quite ironic that now, out of all the work that I do statewide, I find myself coming back to the Yampa River. I think the closure of the power plants is going to greatly impact the city of Craig. I think it's going to change the economy. I think it's going to change the way of life. It has the potential to be devastating for the community. I do think that recreation is a huge opportunity here. And we are at the gateway of some of the most beautiful landscapes in the nation. Craig should embrace that.
To spend time on the river, it's really relaxing. I've got a somewhat stressful job, and to be able to get out on the water, it's restful. I can clear my mind a little bit. I'm a pretty mellow guy, so I like to be out kind of on my own, away from lots of people, and just to be out there quiet. For the community, the river can be an attraction, I think. As we evolve, the river can play a part in that. I don't know exactly what that looks like. In the future, there won't be a power plant here. a lot of people hate the idea of change. So that makes this job really challenging because we have to change.
For Craig to make this transition as successfully and as smooth as possible, there's definitely a cultural identity shift that needs to happen. But I think a lot of it is centered around healing as a community, because a lot of people are going to be changing their lives in drastic ways. We have to work together. Whether it's just Craig and the Amp Valley, whether it's Colorado, whether it's the United States, whatever level you're talking about, the solutions to what we're facing all come down to us working together and cooperating between people and between the earth.
I don't know what the future of Craig is, but I know where Craig has come from. I hope that they're able to embrace change and differences and keep an open mind.
Okay, I'm sure the folks at the table have seen that 600 times, and a few in the room have maybe seen it more than once, but hopefully it provides a little context for the conversation again. I see Jeff Comstock in the back, and I know we'll have some interest in maybe in hearing from the county commissioners as well. We did receive a letter from them earlier this week, and I do see JoJo online, so we've got, I think, the full panel. So Jennifer, will you take the lead and introduce the group, and then we'll have some time to ask questions or engage to the extent that we have time to do that. And I think you all are, most of you are sticking around for lunch and will join us this evening. So we'll have lots of time. So I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Well, thank you, commissioners. We really appreciate this opportunity and that you've come to Craig for your meeting. So welcome. I'll just say hi real quick, and then I'll have JoJo say hi, and we'll just pass it around and say hi real quick so everyone can introduce themselves. I'm Jennifer Holloway. As you've seen in the film, I'm the director of the Craig Chamber of Commerce and Moffat County Visitor Center. Super excited to work with CPW, which we have for over 35 years as the Sportsman Center here in Moffat County. So good to be in the room. And this project with American Rivers was an amazing opportunity for all of us on this panel. I think we will say it changed our lives and the way we looked at our community. If JoJo wants to say hi, which it's great to see you online, JoJo. I don't know where the camera is, but and then we'll start with Tom. So hi, JoJo.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is JoJo Law, and just wanted to say thank you for having us today. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to join you today and to have everyone learn a little bit more about Craig. When they were producing this movie, I didn't anticipate that they would actually ask me to kind of join the movie with the other members of the esteemed panel. So it's interesting and kind of fortunate to be able to join these great people and that were also in the video. So thank you for having me today.
My name is Tom Kleinschnitz. I'm director of Moffat County Tourism. I'm also on the Craig City Council. I've been working in Moffat County since 1971 in various parts. I had a concession contract in Dinosaur National Monument, and you're looking at a retired river guide that got a great office job at the end of the pole. So I do want to point out that I brought our beautiful maps, then also on the back side of it has the city of Craig. So they're a work of art, and we make adjustments to these maps every few years. Last time we made adjustments, there were 22 adjustments, but today I found out we need to put a little crown up in the corner where T. Wright's place is. Is that correct? So we'll make sure to get that done on the next run of the Moffat County map.
Hi, thanks for coming. Tim Osborne. I talked about change a little bit in the video. I also model that, I guess. I was the plant manager up until a couple of weeks ago at the power plant. Now I'm the vice president of generation for Tri-State. So the role expanded. A lot of the jobs remain the same. There's a number of power plants that we have responsibility for. So my point here is we are in a constant change. We can survive the change. We should be looking for opportunities to get the change. It's not always pleasant. It's not always nice, but we're going to do this. We're going to survive, and it's going to be a real good transition.
How's it going? I'm Josh Veenstra, co-owner of Good Vibes River Gear. I had a dream to break loose and do something different, and you guys are seeing this dream happen right before your eyes. Yeah, and most of it's because of my awesome wife.
Hi, I'm the awesome wife, Megan. No, I mean, it's just a dream of ours to own our own business. And it's just cool that we're kind of part of the change that is happening in Craig. And we're hoping that our manufacturing company, takes over some of, obviously we're not going to be what Tri-State is, but us and a bunch of other people come into Craig are going to do some awesome things. And I don't think that it's going to be as hard of a change as for some of us as for others, but I think Craig is going to do amazing things. So I'm super stoked that you guys are here and we're able to watch the video. And so thank you.
Okay, so the floor is yours. Anything you'd add? Anything you might want to update us on, from the time that the film's probably 3 years old now, right? Something like that. So anything else you might want to enlighten us with, and then we'll just open it up for conversation.
Sure. Well, the film, we made that last year, and some of the cool progress that has happened since then would include our river park that was mentioned by the GOCO team, and how the city of Craig is really working to curate our Loudy Simpson River access, including some paddle park. And we've been able to get funded for that. And so the city's leading the way with that. And with Tom and Moffat County Tourism, we've been doing a lot of cooperative coalition work, getting around this regional outdoor rec coalition concept, and working on progress with CPW and BLM for the tourism stakeholder or tourism's infrastructure, getting grant funding coming our way to try to get ahead of our outdoor industry as we develop it, for making sure our staging areas are set and ready for visitors to keep things sustainable and as T. Wright mentioned, as open as possible, as in the natural state as possible, which I think is a value we all recognize here in Moffat County and gather around. But there's definitely exciting stuff for the business world and how that can help work with creating small entrepreneurs like the Veenstras, as well as how we can protect the river, which is what the movie themed around, and how that transition looks for industry and working together. But I don't know if there's,
one point. I just would like to point out that our community through the local marketing district gauges how many people come to our community in various formats around, and we can set up a data field in various places, including Loudy Simpson Park or downtown Craig and that kind of thing. But one thing I'd like to impart with you, we looked back at those stats back to 2018 and the data available, that every day, every time just before a hunting rifle season in Moffat County, between 1,200 and 2,200 people, unique people from outside our region, are in that parking lot. And I think that drives home an economic thing, that in a small community like ours, that hunting is a very precious resource. And we're apprehensive about what that means in the future. It's a big component of our ag industry to hang on to. That is an element to keep our ranches and our ag operations going. So we appreciate your work. We appreciate the access that we've been worked on at the direction of the governor for the last couple of years to open up some places, but hunting is incredibly important to us. And Moffat County has a big influx in the fall that our community would be much different if we didn't have that. We're clearly apprehensive about the coal industry going away and those huge salaries, but I think more in your ballpark and what you're looking at, the hunting opportunities are something that we just can't lose after we lose our extraction industry. So it's very important to a lot of citizens in Northwest Colorado.
Great, thanks, Tom. That was perfect.
So some really interesting things about our company is that we're growing leaps and bounds. We recently got a new grant to help us purchase a grommet press machine that'll speed up production tenfold. Plus probably a couple more sewing machines coming next spring, which will expand to more production. We're also teaming up with American Rivers to do the release of Silent River over in Boulder Theater next week, and just kind of collaborating and trying to bring more awareness to this area. It's kind of been that neglected area. It's kind of been overlooked. Steamboats have always been in the shadow of Steamboat Springs, and it's time for us to get in the spotlight a little bit, and hopefully that just the energy that we bring, the pop and just the ideas of, and we can do it. We can be craft industries. We'll never replace Tri-State, of course, but a couple craft industries enrich the lives of the community. Like Jojo had said, a diverse community is a very healthy community. And Craig had focused solely on one industry for a real long time. And now we might see some diversity come back to Craig, which we really appreciate.
Questions?
I know we have some. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming, and it's a great video. I have a question for you, actually. You brought up hunting, Tom. So on the agenda today later, I don't know if you're going to stay, but since you're all here, I'll ask it now. One of the proposals is to change non-resident allocations and lower them either 10 or 15%. I just wondered if you'd like to comment on that.
I think it's as straightforward as tourism is concerned. Lowering those would be difficult for our outfitters, and it would be difficult for our hunting industry. So I think if you want a straight tourism reaction to that is it's difficult, and I would like to see the allocation stay the same.
Thank you.
Commissioner May.
I'm sorry. I have a question about the decommissioning of the coal plant. That won't just vaporize or disappear. I'm sure there's a plan. Will that facility be removed? Will it be updated to be a substation or some other type of generation? Is there, or is it just going to cease to exist?
Well, right now, there are lots of people looking at lots of different opportunities, molten salt, nuclear. I mean, we're trying to look at every opportunity for generation there. The switchyard, the transmission system, that all remains. It's a good hub for transmission. As far as generation, we just don't know yet what it's going to look like, what the future is. My job out there was basically develop the plan. So 2025, the end of 2025, Unit 1 shuts down. We can't demolish Unit 1 at 2025 because there's too many interconnections, too many systems that touch each other. 2028, September, the end of September, 2028, Unit 2 comes down. It is, I'll just call it decommissioned. It's retired. It's not producing. We still cannot shut or demolish those other two units until the end of 2030, by 2030. There just is no way to take them down. So there is or are people looking at decommissioning, demolition, and repurposing. The short answer is we're looking at repurposing. Don't know what it looks like yet.
That kind of goes to the heart of my question, because the infrastructure that's not I mean, we're talking about the plant is one thing,
Right.
but the infrastructure, all the high voltage transmission lines, easements, everything comes into that, I'm sure is an essential part of the Western grid. So I would think that there probably are some chances, hopefully, that that will continue on in another vein, in another type of, for lack of a better term, green industry, or at least supplying that critical infrastructure to the Western grid.
Yes, the short answer is yes. We're looking at all those opportunities. We also have to understand that Tri-State may not be the people generating that electricity there. There's a number of owners. So at the power plant, there's 5 different owners of the power plant. Salt River Project out of Phoenix is one of them, 29%. Platte River Power, Fort Collins, 19%. Pacific Core, 19%. And then Tri-State, 24%. So XL Energy also has a 10% piece there too. So you have to look at that relationship as well. All of those enterprises, and some are for profit, some are not for profit, some are municipalities. So the dynamics there to just have some governance and how are we going to make decisions is really challenging. And so we really just don't know yet what we're going to do with the property. The property stays put.
You know, I can appreciate that. I understand it, because on the Eastern Plains, we have kind of an opposite dilemma. We have a critical need for more infrastructure. And we have constant requests to bring in transmission lines, to create substations. So that was the impetus for this, is you've already got that in place. What the Eastern Plains is trying hard to create. So hopefully that will be something that will continue to add to the prosperity and economic development of this country, I hope.
Yeah, well, me too. I also grew up in Craig. My great grandparents homesteaded here in Hamilton. So we've been here for 130 years. So it does hit home. It's a valuable topic to have some resolution to, but right now there isn't resolution to it, and that's what causes a lot of stress, I think, on people, the community. We just don't know yet what's going to happen. The community is one thing, the employees at the power plant is another thing. So we've gone from 280 plus down to 155 ish in the last little bit. So it's a real challenge. Thankfully, those were driven through attrition. They retired. A lot of them stayed in town. But there are some real challenges running a power plant with that few staff.
Thanks very much.
Not to mention the tax base for so many local services. That's a really big chunk. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first off, it's a really impressive effort, and I wanted to thank Josh and Meg, and also I was on the GOCO board, and you took us all rafting, and that was a fun afternoon. I think your focus, is entirely correct. That the thing that this community has is the river, and then your public lands, your open space, your wildlife, and so it seems you're taking care of the stuff that'll last, and that I know it's tough, but just as an outsider, it seems like you're on the right course. I wish Dallas and I's community would pay a little bit more attention to our river sometimes. But you guys seem like you're really, I think it's a sustainable future, and you're focusing on the things that are going to be here, and aren't subject to external forces. Anyway, just hang in there.
Other questions, comments are to commissioners that are online. Commissioners Bailey or Otero, anything you'd like to say or ask? Commissioner Bailey looks like she's trying to.
Yeah, I don't know what my camera's doing,
Yep.
so we can just power through that. Thanks so much for being here and for all the sort of, the different perspectives, the work you're doing, and the valuable information. I was curious to hear just a little bit more about some of the strategies that you're using to recruit, retain, support new businesses, new industries, new sectors as you're thinking about this kind of energy transition and how to maintain and retain jobs.
So we're kind of doing the, golden buckshot, shoot whatever we can method up here in the West. We have recently, over the last few years, created co-work space, and we are trying to encourage remote work. So that's one way, working with different agencies, small business development, different community colleges, trying to offer locals ways to create their own businesses and become entrepreneurs. That does seem to be the biggest interest we're having when we get feedback from people that are in jobs that are going to be transitioning. They're more interested in doing their own thing than being retrained or going off to another similar type job, because most people really are tied to this place here. There's a lot of that emotional connection, and people that live here really don't want to leave. So we are focusing on that development, as well as working on bigger picture things. That the city has an economic development department, and they are working on housing, and we're working on transportation as a region. We've definitely taken a more regional approach as we work through this, working with DOLA, working with GOCO, working with the Just Transition team. And so we're really trying to do as many different things as we can, because as we've worked through data and looked at forecasting, it's really tricky for us to replace an industry such as the power plant or the mines. We're not in the right location. We don't have quite the right resources or the workforce. So we're in a really tricky spot. So how can we develop our region? And we have a lot of opportunities working with Steamboat, and how can that valley tie together, as well as our public lands, which is the majority of Moffat County. And so how can we take this from Steamboat to Dinosaur National Monument and create a very strong ecosystem that flows down the river? And so I think we're open to new ideas. We are making partnerships. I mean, there's so many right now, I think, with different universities, Club 20, looking at rare earth. Is there a way to use the coal we already have exposed in other things? Is there a way to create an event space or work on agrotourism and something that, people want to get away from the city? How can we nurture that? And most importantly is keeping it wild and open as much as possible. So Tom might.
Just a real quick example of something we're doing. It's a very detailed example, is that we received several grants to the Moffat County to build our new courthouse. And that courthouse will be in place at the end of January 2023. So very, very soon. We also have money in place from the federal government to take the old building that's right down here on Victory Way to the ground. And that thing will be, and the county commissioners have tentatively offered that up to the city of Craig for economic development. And I would say to you that there's a 2-acre place, and for all of you and your connections, the right in the center of our community has got high-speed internet. It's got all the utilities. It'll have everything, and that building will be on the ground, and it'll be a flat pad to go forward with. That may be a huge opportunity for somebody in recreation or another industry, but that, as far as economic development, in 2024, probably fall of 2024, you're going to see that piece of property coming online, and it may be a fantastic opportunity for somebody in outdoor rec.
See Jojo's hand up, so I'm gonna. Well, you got a bunch of backs too, Jojo. So just chime in. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bailey, for the question. I just wanted to add to the conversation to reemphasize and thank the Commission for its work, because as you've been hearing throughout this panel, and I think you're very well aware that recreation, hunting, and fishing is very paramount to this community, and it's been a staple of the community for quite some time. I think you've heard in the video that the way that my family made a living is we actually owned a Chinese restaurant in Craig, Colorado called The Galaxy right downtown, if some of you would remember. We owned that for about 20 years, and I know, every season when the orange and the camouflage would come to the restaurant, we knew it was elk and deer season in Craig, and that really sustained our business. So I just wanted to reemphasize, without hunting and recreation and access to the river, I don't know where my family would be, today. So just wanted to add to the conversation that your continued support for Craig for those recreational opportunities are really important. So thank you for all your work.
Thanks, Jojo. A couple other things that the city of Craig is doing. They just approved a $3.3 million whitewater park. That's been a dream of ours for over 10 years. It was never, ever even in the vision until this transition started. And people are starting to look at like, what will entice people to stay and what's going to draw new people in. It's beautiful parks, beautiful trails, public access to open space and conservation, trying to preserve this last little bit of wildlife and wild that the Yampa provides. What we're doing is we're trying to team up with the Boys and Girls Club to offer a free youth camp for all age groups next year to try to show them the importance of what the Yampa is, because those kids are going to help their parents stay here and they see their kids dreaming about this wild place, and they may make the sacrifice to make less money, but to live in a community that is a community. And I think that there's huge opportunities for us. And the city of Craig has improved multiple parks. They redid our downtown area. We got new roads coming through. Craig is taking this and by the bull by the horns and starting to realize that this is our last ditch opportunity to jump on board. And Craig itself is, I think, trying to revision itself through its parks, through its recreation, through its wildlife, something that was never even thought of because we always had that easy money. And so that's kind of what Craig's doing, is we're rocking a hard spot.
I thought so. Commissioner touched it. Commissioner Adams is next.
Sorry, I didn't want to double dip before. I forgot to mention a few things. One, again, I wanted to commend your community on yesterday. I was able to take a tour of the wildlife crossing work that's being done on Highway 13 north of town. And I just thought that was an excellent example of, you're improving the road, but you're also making the road safer for wildlife, which, is an important part of the economy. And the humans, every time a car hits a deer, it's both ways, the humans at risk as well. But I had a question for Jojo, I forgot, which I noticed in the movie, your title was like endangered fish coordinator. And I wondered, it's kind of a benchmark, you kind of a canary in the coal mine sort of thing, to use might not be the right analogy, but how are the endangered fish doing in the Yampa, and what are the barriers to their recovery?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. That is actually my former role at Department of Natural Resources, where I worked at the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Now I serve as the policy advisor for the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. But being a former endangered species specialist, I can give a couple of remarks on that just as my former role. There's 4 endangered species in the Colorado River Basin, and it's been about 30 years when some of the first fish were listed as endangered. And for the first time in those 30 years, the 2 of the fish that were listed endangered have been down-listed to threatened. And so that's the humpback chub and the razorback sucker. And so the partnerships for the endangered fish are working, and it's just a really good example of collaboration with the Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Craig and Moffett County to protect these resources. So I can say it's going well, but there's still 2 endangered species left on the list, which is the bony tail and the Colorado pike minnows. So still some work to go, but I won't say too much more than that in my former role as the endangered species specialist.
Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just sent an email during the break about how I'm fangirling because I've been listening to the Coal at Sunset podcast series. And it really provided additional context and nuance, and so hearing some of your voices and then being able to see you today and talk to you at lunch is very exciting. So again, thank you for telling your story and also recognizing that you're a part of a continuum. So it was interesting to hear talks about Buena Vista and Salida, and recognizing how can we learn from those efforts and continue to find that balance between humans, other species, and the planet. I did also want to lift up the energy work specifically in my first Colorado Cattlemen's Conference in 2019. I sat next to a staff member from Tri-State, and I remember thinking to myself, like, I'm not energy cooperative, like I've never even heard of this. What's this? And so I learned a ton just in that moment. And then to be able to come a couple of years ago, Commissioner Haskett invited me to a cast and blast in Craig. And so that was really grounding again. Oh, okay, it goes back to putting the pieces together. And so not only does the film and the podcast allow others to see that, but I think it just is really helpful as we're all trying to figure out what roles we play and how we can support each other through our shared goals. And so on the Tri-State piece specifically, so thank you, Tim, for the breakdown of the different energy companies. I didn't realize there were the 5 and just the different percentages, but with 20%, what struck me is I'm not hearing about how just that the importance of having advocacy and agency around how power is generated and used in your community, and so and that collective component. And so I'm just curious if there's been conversations. I think renewable energy was one of the components that many of the existing energy providers are either required or transitioning to. And so I was just curious if Tri-State is considering or in the process of that renewable component, so that again, keeping that cooperative spirit and just that collective community ownership of energy as we're making these transitions.
Well, Tri-State's portfolio, if you want to call it, for generation includes hundreds of megawatts of wind, hundreds of megawatts of solar, no, not hundreds, but about 100 megawatts of solar and hydro. And then our members have a number of methane and other things that they use as well. But the portfolio at Tri-State is changing. State of Colorado, Tri-State's going to be out of coal by 2030. New Mexico, Tri-State's out of coal already in New Mexico. There are a couple other plants, Wyoming and one in Arizona, that also have some dates out in the future, quite a ways out. So the transition is affecting Tri-State's footprints about 200,000 square miles. So the transition is affecting, and Tri-State should have about 80% carbon reduction by 2030. So it is happening, and it is a collaborative effort. Tri-State has 40 plus different members that help make decisions. So that's the direction that Tri-State's headed, and it is mostly renewable.
And are you seeing, so you discussed earlier, high paying jobs and just that stretch. I'm just curious if how much of that existing, and I feel like I thought on the products, as I heard numbers as high as 400 former employees in the industry. And so just curious, and I'm also thinking back to Ms. Holloway's comments around folks not really being that interested in transitioning to similar jobs in the same field. But I was just curious if the renewable energy field, if there was a stronger interest or demand, and also if those price points around salary and opportunities are also transitioning.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of insight yet, probably on the salary ranges for somebody that works at a solar farm. I can tell you the difference between a solar farm or even a little gas plant or a big gas plant. You have a couple hundred people working a coal plant, and you have 30 working a gas plant. So just the differential there is pretty incredible from an employment standpoint. So the salary base and all of that it's a market difference. And then you take that 30 employees for a gas plant, a big gas plant, that is. Our gas plants at Tri-State, there's 10 of them, and we probably have 2 to 4 employees per plant. So you can see the difference in the operation from a gas plant to a big coal plant.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then on the river side, I was also struck by just the health of the Yamp, obviously the American rivers, but with the decline, with the drought, the extended drought and aridification. Sorry, a new word. I'm just trying to familiarize myself around. But again, there seems to be kind of a potential clash in the increase in recreation that's dependent upon the river that is declining in its flow. And so I'm just kind of curious from y'all's perspective on just kind of what you're seeing. And I'm also thinking of Colorado's Office of Tourism, Destination Tourism Office Director, I forgot her name. But again, just that more stored focus, recreation, kind of giving back 2 times what you take out kind of philosophy. So I was curious how that's affecting you and just how you all are kind of positioning.
Well, with the increasing drought, what was it, 2017 or 18, it flowed 19 CFS at Deer Lodge Park. So that's pretty much smaller than the creek through town. So the water in the Yampa doesn't even get to the state line at this point. With any more drought, we'll more than likely drain the upper reservoirs to the point where we are just supplying just the city with water. It's pretty scary where we're at with the demand on our small Yampa River, the increase in every industry that wants a little piece of that water. It's kind of a hard balance where I'd love to see the water in the river go down, help the ecosystem. I know that that's kind of on the back burner. And so we're just kind of trying to juggle it. We're praying for a big wet 11, which hopefully was one of the highest flow records ever. So we could maybe have one of those that could help Lake Powell. But as we see an increase in this drought, our river is going to be stressed even more and more. And eventually the agriculture community will start to see the stress on it as well. So it's a huge, huge issue. The environment, green energy, trying to transition, trying to teach people that this is a resource that could be gone tomorrow. So we're sitting here balancing, we're trying to diversify the people and the products that we sell. We're trying to come up with grocery bags and just different things for the pet industry. And just, we're trying to diversify as much as we can because we do see the future. If you look at what's going on, we may not have a Yampa River, or it may be a totally different looking river here in the very close future.
And Commissioner Adams, if I may, I can add a little bit onto that because I think you pose a very good question and make really good points. And I think the work that the Department of Natural Resources is doing, as well as the community, as well as the Upper Yampa Conservancy District, I think we need to get smarter, and that is exactly what the water industry and water users and everyone in the water industry is doing, is just getting smarter about how we use the water, and that means collaborating more. And so some of the work, especially groundbreaking work that the Department of Natural Resources is doing with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Colorado River District, things that have never been done in the basin before, like releasing water from Elkhead Reservoir to augment flows for not only agriculture, but fish as well. And that is like a gold standard that doesn't really happen anywhere else in the state. And so if Moffat County and this Yampa River Basin can continue to think of those innovative ways to get smarter, hopefully that clash that you're talking about with the drought, we can be better prepared, if you will. So I think it's a good question.
I think a couple of other points to make very clear to this group in particular is the Yampa River is the second largest exporter of water from the state of Colorado. And you need to know that that's a big deal. This number one, of course, is the Colorado River, but we have a very fragile river system throughout our state. And we talk about how thin the Yampa gets, but it is still a mighty piece of water. It has the best riparian area of any place in the state of Colorado. It's natural, it's got a natural hydrograph, and it is a big deal to keep it that way. And I think that's should be cherished and looked at. The other point that we were talking about is maybe a clash between recreation and ag. I've always gone to recreation and ag need water in the river at the same time. We both have a vested interest in making sure both of us, all of us are in our community have water in the river for both of those uses. So I dismiss the fact that we should exclude each other or fight each other. The reality is we need to work together. And, you know, there's a lot of great projects going on up and down the Yampa River, but throughout the state is those cooperatives about how we use water, how we pull water from the river for irrigation districts and that kind of thing is something that we ought to look at, how we collaborate, how we can keep water in the river when ag and recreation need it.
And if I could just throw in there, it goes back to your question, Commissioner May. I think I got that right, looking at name tags. So it goes back to that question though. Is there a way to produce energy at this power plant out here? If it's nuclear, if it's molten salt, if it's any number of others, it requires water. You have to have heat, boil water, make steam, turn a turbine, turn a generator. That's just the way it works. And without water, the likelihood of that type of production is not really real. Hate to end on that.
No, it's okay. I was going to say, and you know, every few
Thanks for that.
years, the Front Range suggests they're going to, you know, tap that, you know, put a straw in it as well. So thanks for fighting hard on that. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moffat County was the first county in Colorado to have a documented wolf pack, and the SAG and TWIG have just finished all of their meetings and are working on a wolf plan. I was wondering if you had any comments on that. Any of you?
Just to change the subject a little bit.
Clearly, the community is very apprehensive. It would be an understatement to say it any other way, where the introduction may occur and how it occurs and the management plans after it happens. I don't envy your work. It's tough. I don't know how you're going to satisfy everybody. Simply, you won't. But I can tell you that I look around at my fellow citizens in Moffat County and they're terrified. They are absolutely worried about what this means to our hunting, what it means to our community. And we would be, I would be wrong in not bringing up that up and down Main Street, you pull somebody aside and say, what do you think about the wolf situation? And they're just absolutely fearful.
Yeah, I would agree with everything Tom said. Also, just if there is any way to, you know, be transparent, the most beneficial public education as we move forward, how can we work together from the beginning of it and get information out? I think will help in any direction that you go. So we would certainly all be willing to help with that effort and getting information out to communicate, because I think that would help this situation however it moves forward.
Thank you. I have maybe one closing question and we'll turn to our next item on our agenda. And maybe this is for Josh and Megan. As you know, I floated the Little Yampa this spring, and maybe just comment a little bit on, I know you run shuttles and all that, but just the partnerships that made that happen, and maybe careful what we wish for. If you just think about Loma to Westwater and you just think about how these places are discovered, I mean, clearly you want that, you know, that business and that it's so important. And I just thought the more that gets discovered, you know, kind of what are the potentially unintended consequences. So I don't know, to the extent that you want to offer any thoughts.
We walk a fine line as far as what we're offering for people is no people and an outdoor space and stuff like that. And so how do you invite people to say, come here and there's no people? At a certain point, there's going to be people. So we are walking this fine line. I think the one thing that we do have going for us is that I don't know, I feel like I'm out more in the middle of nowhere than other places that do get more developed. I'm not sure. But yeah, so it's a very fine line between inviting people here and leaving it an open space. And so it's a hard thing to navigate.
I think also the way that sorry, Tom, I'll get it to you in just a second, buddy. So it's kind of like the way we market. Come here and enjoy it, but leave no trace that you were here, because we need the next generation to enjoy this place. With this blank canvas that we have, and being 4 hours, 3.5 from Denver, 3.5 from Salt Lake, we're not a Buena Vista. We're not the I-70 corridor. We are this very remote area, and it takes a half a day to a day to get here. So the way we market it, the way that we build the campgrounds and the bathrooms, and trying to, there's different mottos. Crested Butte, I believe, is try to disperse everybody everywhere. Then other communities are like, we're going to tell them about these 3 trails and hammer those trails, and then all the locals get the good trails. It's a huge discussion, and we don't know where we want to go, but we know that we want to make sure that our roots and the history of the Yampa Valley stay intact. We don't overrun it with tourism. We keep conservation and preservation on the forefront of our expansion of tourism. And as long as we keep those goals in mind, we might be able to look back and say we did a good job.
Just to respond also, I think working with all the agencies in CPW or BLM or Park Service or all of us, we need to work on management plans that fit the community and fit the public. And I was in Ruby Canyon operating, and when BLM came up with the launch, the various sites through Ruby, and they said, 25 people will cost them $100 to land, and they're going to put in a post. No water, no porta potty, no picnic table, nothing, but they're going to get $100 bill at it. I said that wouldn't work. I was dead wrong. It's absolutely a full place. And I think we need to recognize as citizens of Moffat County that we need to work with the BLM, particularly in the Little Yampa Canyon, to implement a management plan that will retain a positive, good experience. And that may mean some restrictions in the future. It may not be an open launch calendar where everybody on Memorial Day can just simply launch on Saturday and go. And we'll have to face those things as things develop. As I've watched those kinds of things, rivers all over the West, it is just amazing how fast it can happen. And I don't know if you all know, but the Yampa River at Deer Lodge Park into Dinosaur National Monument is the hardest permit to get in the United States to float a river. It's easier to get a Grand Canyon permit, things in Idaho. Right here in Moffat County, it's a very, very restricted area. But when you go down the Yampa, it's a very high quality experience, and it's something that isn't overrun. And I think that's what all of us need to be working on, is look at quality experiences that we can work with our land management agencies. The BLM is really right now needs to get after it. I have some hope of what they're doing and working with the community. I think the Little Yampa Canyon is going to be a significant place that needs some long-term planning.
Thank you. My observations were the partnerships were pretty amazing to see in there. Certainly some opportunities. Travis and I have talked about improving put-ins and things like that in the mud. But to see BLM, to see private landowners, to see Friends of the Yampa, Parks and Wildlife. I mean, the evidence of those partnerships were really great. And to, the tamarisk removal and just some of the things that came out of that, I think it's a really special thing. So I think it exemplifies what you're trying to do on a much bigger scale as well. And sort of everybody's all hands on deck, so to speak. So my last plug, only for our business owners at the table, for our commissioners and others that are in the room, that tomorrow when we finish up, hopefully you're there. I don't know who's tending the shop right now. Stop by Good Vibes, because whether you're going to grab something or just see the sewing operation and seeing what they've been able to do here, it's really impressive. So hopefully that's a open invitation, and somebody will be around tomorrow. I assume you will. So thank you to the panel. Thank you, Jojo, for tapping in. I think most of the groups can either stick around for lunch and or barbecue or both. So you get a chance to visit with everybody. And just really thank you for providing some context for this region, and Craig certainly, and what you're trying to do. You do this a lot. There's a lot of hands in trying to quote help you, and to the extent that CPW can and GOCO and other organizations that are represented can be part of that, we certainly would like to be part, all rowing in the same direction, all pun intended. Okay, thank you very much. We have, I think, Travis, we have a few awards before we go to lunch. So we'll turn it to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Travis Black, Regional Manager, Northwest Region. Acting Director Dugan, Tim, good to see everybody, commissioners. I come before you today to shine a little light, if you will, on some of the Northwest Region staff. And I'd like to start out, by saying that we're going to recognize some of these staff who've gone above and beyond in their day-to-day job duties to help those lost and injured in Colorado's backcountry and helping protect our wildlife resources, if you will. So I'd like to start by asking District Wildlife Officer Evan Jones to step forward. We'd like to recognize Craig South District Wildlife Officer Evan Jones as the 2021 recipient of the Pope and Young Club's Wildlife Law Enforcement Officer Award. This award acknowledges wildlife law enforcement officers for outstanding work. Since he began his game warden career in the Craig South District in 2012, Evan has put in countless hours every fall covering his district. This area encompasses a crucial winter range for big game survival and also key production areas for elk and deer. With bountiful big game populations, there's great opportunity for hunters as well as poachers alike. Evan has a natural knack for wildlife investigations and catching poachers that steal Colorado's crown jewel, our wildlife resource. Every year, Jones makes numerous cases on individuals illegally taking wildlife through party hunting, detailed residency investigations, and hunting without licenses. So I'd like to take this opportunity and ask you to join me in congratulating Officer Jones as the 2021 Pope and Young Club's Wildlife Enforcement Officer Award. Don't leave yet, Evan. Photo opportunity. Congratulations. I didn't know if you were going back up. I was looking for you. Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize, oh, my microphone's working. Next, I would like to recognize CPW staff in Jackson County who were part of two separate search and rescue operations, both on August 6th of this year. And as I call their names, I'll ask them to come forward as well. Our park rangers and wildlife officers are often the first who are called to help and find, ultimately rescue those who are lost. Because of their acute knowledge of remote areas and their expertise, the people of Colorado can know that if they are lost or injured, our officers will do everything possible to reunite them with their loved ones. So today I'd like to recognize wildlife officers Lewis Moeller, Josh Dilley, Zach Weaver, and Jacob Way, and park officers Matt Sinclair, Malcolm Koenig, Mike Shannon, Dylan Keller, and Tony Johnson, and our temporary parks employee Isabel, we'll just call her Izzy for short, Bergman, for their service and willingness to find those who are lost and need rescued. To highlight the events that occurred on August 6th, in the early morning hours on August 6th, Wildlife Officer Lewis Moeller responded to a lost hiker who spent a night out in the Zirkle Wilderness alone. Lewis walked over 25 miles by himself to find the person who was disoriented and lost near Encampment Meadows. And Lewis, correct me if I'm wrong, you came in on the east side of the wilderness area and ended up going out on the west side, correct? Thank you. So after medically evaluating and giving the lost hiker some food, Lewis coordinated an extract with other CPW staff in Diamond Peak on the Routt County side of the Zirkle Wilderness and reunited the person with family. Lewis went above and beyond the call of duty, searching through some of the most remote wilderness in Colorado, as I said, covering 25 miles on foot to find the lost hiker and bring him home. While Officer Moeller was assisting on the rescue in the Zirkle Wilderness, I can't even read today, Zirkle Wilderness, State Forest State Park and Steamboat Springs area staff were helping an injured party near Snow Lake. Around 1:30 p.m., State Forest Park staff was notified of a hiker who had fallen and broken their leg while hiking behind the American Lakes. Seasonal Trails employee Izzy Bergman was in the area and began hiking on foot, making contact with the injured hiker around 4 p.m. and confirmed that they would not be able to access this area by ATV, horseback, and moving this patient by backboard would be incredibly difficult. Kirk, if I could get you to kind of roll a short video, I'd like to have you see the video as I continue with the presentation. So in this video, you'll notice the incredibly difficult terrain where this rescue occurred. And you'll also see towards the end of the video, a helicopter, actually you're seeing that helicopter now, airlifting that individual out on a long line. The location of the incident was actually just off of the state park, actually on Rocky Mountain National Park. So a helicopter was requested to get the injured hiker off the mountain. CPW staff worked together to create a radio communication chain to relay updates from the scene to Jackson County Sheriff's Office. The injured hiker was taken by helicopter and lifted out of there about 7:30 p.m. And hopefully that is lagging a little bit, but playing behind us back there. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that these are just a couple of examples of the multiple search and rescue operations that CPW staff across the state participate in every year. I ask that you please help me join in thanking these CPW staff specifically for their efforts on these two events that occurred on the same day. It was selfless, and without them, I doubt this operation could have been successful. So thank you all. Okay, Madam Chair, we have one more award. So I'd like to turn the mic over to Reed DeWalt.
And I'm going to turn the mic over quickly to Tony Dolly with the BLM office. Tony, can you come up?
Well, thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before the commission and before a bunch of the CPW employees. I work for the Bureau of Land Management here in Craig, Colorado, and our program covers a rather large swath of land here in Moffat County, Rio Blanco County, Grand County, and Jackson County. And my sole purpose today was to recognize an individual that has done so much to assist the BLM with habitat management and treatment of, across the large landscape boundaries. So with that being said, Trevor Belzer, are you around? Trevor, I don't know if you caught on this morning when we were meeting, I hope not, but I wanted to express my heartfelt appreciation for one of the hardest working members of CPW that I've been working with over the past 5 to 6 years. Trevor has been amazing in requesting GOCO grant money, chasing funding from different locations, especially back when we were looking for money to try to treat landscapes, try to improve habitat enhancement across, large areas, and especially the opportunity to treat on private lands. So I can't say enough about what Trevor's done. So I apologize. I know you have a hunt you're planning, so I appreciate you coming here. And thank you so much for the partnership opportunities between CPW and the Bureau of Land Management. We do appreciate your efforts, Trevor. I hope you take these forward in the future and look forward to more opportunities. So got something for you. And you don't know what it takes when you work for the BLM to get an award to give to another agency employee. This is an act of Congress right here. So you could do your work, but we appreciate all your efforts. Thank you so much. But yeah, an amazing individual right here, folks.
I think we stand in recess until 1:15. Enjoy lunch. Thanks, everyone. We are just post lunch at the September 8 Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting in Craig, Colorado, and we left off on item number 16. So we're on issues identification, and Hillary will continue with the next couple of items.
Okay, for those of you just joining, I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Continuing on with our informational items, we have Chapter P3, which is River Outfitters, found on the peach paper. Should the requirements for a personal flotation device be adjusted to align with the U.S. Coast Guard labeling changes? In 2014, the U.S. Coast Guard changed the definition of a personal flotation device, a PFD, from the type 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to wearable or throwable, with a designation of performance level by newtons of buoyancy. However, the new PFD labeling guidance was not released until 2017. The U.S. Coast Guard allowed PFD manufacturers to sell the remainder of their PFDs that were printed with the old labeling, but required them to start utilizing the new labeling standard on all new PFDs. The PFD language within our River Outfitter licensing regulations is out of date and needs to be modified to capture jackets that still meet the old standard, but also reflect the current PFD language. The modification still allows the type classifications previously allowed and expands the allowable life jackets to include life jackets that have a 70 newtons of buoyancy, be adjustable, capable of retaining the wearer in swift water conditions, U.S. Coast Guard approved, inherently buoyant, and be used in accordance with the manufacturer's label. All child and youth PFDs must be a vest style design equipped with an additional flotation collar, and all child PFDs must have the crotch strap worn in accordance with the manufacturer's label, including previous type 2, 3, and 5 PFDs. The PFD regulations in the boating chapters and other references in our chapters have already been updated. At this time, I can take questions.
Okay, questions, comments on this item? I will assume that our two commissioners are out there online. Just holler if you want to chime in. Okay, I don't see anything on this item, so we'll move to item number 17.
Item 17 is an informational item for Chapter W1 Fishing, found on green paper. Should Colorado Parks and Wildlife increase bag and possession limits for walleye at Rifle Gap Reservoir? Walleye have historically been a very popular sport fish in Rifle Gap Reservoir. Declines in the walleye densities were observed in survey data in the late 2000s and early 2010s. The lake management plan for the Rifle Gap Reservoir was approved by the states of Utah and Wyoming, along with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2015, through the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, which now allows the annual stocking of triploid or sterile walleye. Stocking of triploid walleye in Rifle Gap provides CPW the opportunity to manage for this popular sport fish while protecting downstream native fish populations. Following the stocking of the triploid walleye, which began in 2015, increases in walleye densities have been observed. The current bag and possession limit for walleye at Rifle Gap Reservoir is one fish, minimum of 18 inches in length. Increasing the bag and possession limits will allow increased angler opportunities of harvest of walleye and will still benefit the fishery. Increasing harvest of walleye will also reduce predation pressure on yellow perch. The new bag and possession limit would be 3 walleye fish over 15 inches, but only one of those may be over 18. Given the demand for trophy fish, the length of time it takes to produce these fish, proposed increases in walleye bag and possession limits at Rifle Gap Reservoir are intended to target the more abundant intermediate-sized walleye, while keeping the same current regulation for allowing the harvest of only one walleye over 18 inches. And at this time, I can take questions.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hillary, you might not know this, but I was just curious. I was on the Green River this summer, and they having a problem of escaped walleye that are preying on the endangered fish. Other than ours are sterile, are there any like physical barriers that keep them from leaving the reservoir?
So I believe there's a fish screen on the Rifle Creek downstream of the Rifle Gap Reservoir that prevents the movement of non-native fish from the reservoir into the downstream waters. put in place. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, so then we'll be on to agenda item 18. This is an informational item for chapter W3, fur bearers and small game, except migratory birds, found on the lavender paper. Should the Southwest Youth Extended Season for fall turkey be expanded to a statewide level and include all available game management units? The Southwest region extended the youth turkey hunting opportunities by creating an extended youth turkey season to include the week of Thanksgiving for youth turkey hunters with unfilled fall turkey licenses. Essentially, this gives youth hunters with unfilled fall licenses the opportunity to hunt the Saturday before Thanksgiving to the Sunday after Thanksgiving. CPW believes that providing youth hunting opportunities, and particularly mentored youth hunting opportunities, is good for kids, families, and wildlife management in the state. Allowing youth hunters the opportunity to hunt when school is out and parents or other family members have taken vacation may help families avoid having to choose between school and hunting. This has been a successful opportunity in the Southwest and could be expanded throughout the state. If the youth extended season is expanded statewide, it would also include limited turkey units. Therefore, a youth hunter with an unfilled turkey license for a limited unit would also be able to hunt that same unit during the Thanksgiving break. The unfilled limited license would only be valid in the same unit or units it was valid in during the regular fall season and would not be valid in any over-the-counter units. Over-the-counter licenses would only be valid in over-the-counter units and would not be valid in any limited unit. Additionally, the unfilled license would be subject to any and all restrictions that existed during the regular season. At this time, I can take any questions.
Commissioner Phillips.
Just quickly a comment. A few years ago, I don't know if it's statewide or in our area, but they changed and made a late season doe antelope hunt for youth, similar to this program, which it was awesome. We saw a lot of people come out, and then the ability to work around school schedules and all that to promote youth hunting. I just think this is really great. So thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just wanted to confirm my understanding, basically, because this is going to be only for unfilled licenses in the units for which they're sort of already assigned. There's not expected to be any additional impacts on turkey populations or increased numbers, I guess.
Yes, that would be correct. These would be licenses that were currently unfilled.
Okay, any other questions on this item? Okay. We will move on to item number 18.
19.
Sorry, 19.
These are draft regulations for the consumer price index adjustments to licenses and agent commission found in chapters W0, W2, W3, W11, W15, and P7. Following the passage of the Hunter Fishing and Parks for Future Generations Act, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission has the authority to adjust most wildlife licenses annually with the consumer price index for the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood Metropolitan Statistical Area. The commission also has the authority to adjust the agent commission amounts. In the packet you received for this item, I'll be covering the tables found in the introduction and the last page of the document, which is the Mountain State License Fee Comparison. On the other pages, you'll find the information from these tables I will cover today has been put into redline formatting for the corresponding changes. Looking at the table in the introduction section of the document, you will see two columns in blue shading. These columns show the CPI adjusted statutory lid. The columns next to those show the license fees adjusted with the annual CPI increase only. In addition, the last columns show the actual price for the 2022 and the computed actual price for 2023, respectively. Following the direction of previous commissions, all possible licenses have been computed with the CPI increase. The CPI increase for this year is 8.6%. You will also see rows highlighted in yellow. These rows show licenses that do not match the statutory lid. Some of these licenses that have a dash or NA in the statutory column do not have a statutory lid because they are not written into statute, but instead were created by the commission. The other licenses that do not match the statutory lid have differential pricing. As per commissioner requests, I'll cover the differential pricing for licenses that are less than their statutory cap. When looking at differential pricing, there are a number of factors to consider, including incentivizing purchase, recruitment purposes, revenue generated, population management needs, perceptions, historical data, equitable pricing between license types, and comparable pricing with other states. Differential pricing helps in removing barriers to outdoor recreation, as well as being a management tool to help manage wildlife populations. The first differential pricing, found on the second page of the introduction, is for the non-resident fur bearer license. This license has historically been set equal to the non-resident small game price, as it affords a very similar benefit with a small game license. Moving down to the next page, the bear licenses are priced to incentivize purchase and as a management tool to help manage the bear populations in Colorado. I'm going to skip the non-resident antlerless elk for just a minute, and then we'll come back to that one. The non-resident mountain lion licenses are primarily priced to remain competitive with other states. The average cost for a mountain lion tag compared to other mountain states shows Colorado's tag is already over $100 more expensive than the average price. This comparison is found on the last page of the document. The resident low-income senior lifetime fishing license is priced to support overcoming barriers to outdoor recreation. On the next page, the non-refundable application processing fee has been priced to a round number to help with all application processing, making it easy to submit the correct amount for your application. Now going back to the non-resident antlerless elk, in the table you will see the price was set to the historical 75% of the non-resident either sex elk license fee. At this time, we no longer recommend differential pricing for this particular license. Because of the increasing prices, the retail agent commission amounts will also increase. In 2019, CPW proposed fixed commission rates for different types of licenses. The fixed rates approved in 2019 were used to calculate out the commission amounts. All changes are at draft stage now to be approved in November to take effect on January 1st of 2023. And at this time, I can take your questions.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Hillary, first on the CPI, it's always difficult to raise prices, but I did want to say, inflation affects everyone equally. And it's obviously our customers, but also our staff and our own budgets are subject to that. And I know the commission doesn't make staffing or salary decisions, but my perception is our staff are overworked and underpaid. And I do think that part of our job is make sure there's a budget there when others make those decisions available. So it's tough, but I do think that eventually, we have to make these CPI increases or we'll fall further behind. The other thing I did want to mention on the, you called it the differential pricing, but the one that has bothered me before is the non-resident bear license. And I won't make the same arguments I've made in the past, but I will make two new ones. I will say that I still believe that a non-resident's opportunity to hunt bear for some period of time should at least be equally priced with a non-resident's vail lift ticket. That it just strikes me as we're devaluing our resource. That's something you heard from me before, but the new arguments are the averages. I think the average of Western states was $288. So we're significantly below what our peer states are charging for a bear license for non-residents. And then that back in 2019, staff recommended $250. And the commission apparently rejected that and went rogue and picked $100. And so, I could make up a number, but what I'd like is a new staff recommendation that maybe takes into account, both our fees versus other states, and then, the other concerns about what it means for harvest and opportunity and management. But I feel like we should look at that again, perhaps before we finalize this, but I'd like staff's take on that issue before going rogue myself.
So I do remember that one. So yes, in 2019, the staff did recommend $250 for the list B and C and PLO licenses, and they recommended $350 for the other licenses. The commission at that time did vote to have it be set to 100 in an effort to allow hunters that already have elk and deer licenses to also hunt bear as well. So to help increase that harvest on bear without increasing crowding was their reasoning why. And so we have honored that direction since then. So we would need to go back and look at those.
Since we don't direct staff, I'm going to just turn to Acting Director Dugan just for any comment on that. And we'll keep the conversation going and see if maybe there's sort of some collective guidance on this. We'll sort of build it all in together.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, because of the action of the commission a few years ago, you know, our recommendation, like Hillary said, was $350 then. We are interested in hearing from the commission so that we can come back with our recommendation. We talked about this yesterday amongst LT members, and we're not at a consensus yet either. So we can get there, but I would be interested in hearing from other commission members.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jay and I have this debate every year. I will still defend the $100 bear license. Our success rate has not gone up. In fact, at our allocation meeting, staff said that our success rate was 1%. That's not very high if you're buying a bear license, but it also makes us money. And if you have a really low success rate and a low license, why would we change it?
Commissioner Touchton.
Well, what I'm interested in is how the other states are making more money per license. I think so that it seems to be working in other states. I don't know if they have the same management issues or not, but it just struck me. It is also a part of this whole resident versus non-resident and who pays for what, that this is an exception to where we're giving non-residents a discounted license. And so anyway, my concern is that maybe we bump up to be on par with the other Western states.
Commissioner Haskett, I think Commissioner Baca. Okay, Commissioner Haskett.
The reason we lowered it was because we weren't selling all the licenses. And I think that that's still true, that we don't actually sell our quotas. So bumping up the price, I don't think would help anything.
Commissioner Baca.
Thank you. I like to make the comment that, yeah, we don't sell our quotas. We don't fill our quotas. And I think the understanding is that we actually, and I'll say, put down bears more than we actually fill through hunting. And so I don't see this as a negative in the sense that we're not even meeting objectives. Like Commissioner Haskett had mentioned, you know, we're just selling an extra tag that most generally doesn't even get filled. So it's like gambling in a lot of ways. Like they're just, you know, they're in town. So thank you.
Okay, other comments, questions? And I think we're circling back to, do you have one outstanding, Hillary? Nothing, we're good. Okay, sorry, Commissioner Reading.
Yeah, I just had a question. So are we selling more licenses now that it's lower, and what's the difference in number sold and cost? And I guess I'm wondering about total revenue more than price per license.
Acting Director Dugan, and I think we might have
Yep, I was just
a
gonna
lifeline.
I was going to ask Matt to come up.
Okay, come on up, Matt.
Hello, everyone. Matt Eckert, Terrestrial Program Supervisor. I'll cover some information that will address that question. One thing we need to consider is that in 2020, we started our new big game season structure, and we shifted a lot of our hunt codes to over the counter. So when we're talking about filling quotas or license quotas, everything changed in 2020, and we're selling a lot of OTC licenses. So between the non-resident price reduction in 2019 down to $100, as well as the resident price reduction from $48 to $38 that happened in 2020, and big game season structure, we quadrupled non-resident bear sales. And the total bear license sales, residents and non-residents, doubled from 20,000 to 40,000. And that was within 3 years, 2018 to 2020, 21. As far as harvest goes, from 2018, before we made that license price change, the non-resident change to $100, we had an increase in harvest of about 11% in 2019 compared to 2018. We had a similar comparison in 2020. We had 27% increase in harvest over 2018. And in 2021, we had a 20% increase in harvest over 2018. However, you just can't look at license price being the result of that. There's lots of things going on. The most important thing to consider, other than the over-the-counter change in 2020 with the season structure, is forage conditions and food availability, and the vulnerability of bears in September. When food availability is poor, bears are more vulnerable. So there's lots of other factors affecting harvest than just license price.
Hold on, Commissioner Reading, any follow-up?
My only follow-up is that given all that information, I generally defer to the experts in the agency, and I'd go with their recommendation.
Commissioner Touchton.
Well, just one quick clarifying question, Matt. When the licenses went from 20,000 to 40,000, is that 20,000 additional hunters in the field, or those people are all going to be hunting elk anyway?
I would say many of them would be also carrying another license. So the add-on strategy on top of archery and muzzleloader, the over-the-counter option, and over-the-counter PLO licenses, a lot of those hunters would still have a different license. They would already be in the field. But that would be a very difficult question to actually answer accurately.
Okay. So there might be an impact on crowding, I guess is kind of the answer.
I don't have an answer for that one.
Well, I guess for me, I guess when I was reviewing the materials, I was struck by that the commission had disregarded staff's recommendation in 2019. And so it just boils down to me now, is staff happy with the way it's structured, or would staff like to re-examine it and make recommendations?
I'll follow Acting Director Dugan's recommendation, and that we don't have consensus yet. And we would come back to the commission with a recommendation.
Commissioner Haskett.
When you come back to the commission, could you bring what it also costs us? I think we have a code for bear calls and how much money we spend and staff time, game damage, all of those things combined on what bears do.
We can certainly try.
Okay.
Okay, some general guidance. I think I also heard when we see this in November, general costs, just some of the analysis of, to Commissioner Touchton's point, everybody's feeling inflation. So is the agency, having to keep up, obviously, on everything that everyone else is. So bring us back, obviously, those analyses and how that would relate to any kind of adjustments. Okay. Sorry, point, Hillary. Sorry, in my blind spot. Acting Director Dugan.
Thank you. Are there any specific analyses that you want to see?
Well, I don't know about others, but it's all major cost centers for the agency. So whether that's capital or personnel or anything else, help us understand what are those costs that are hitting the agency so that we can then sort of reverse engineer into the CPI or whatever that might mean for fees.
Okay,
Enough?
thanks. Mhm.
Enough? Does anybody else want to be more specific than that? Okay. That generally, and then you got some other guidance, a little bit of other, Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit, thank you, Madam Chair, got a little bit confused with the response to Commissioner Reading's questions about kind of the overall revenue. And so just some additional clarity on, and it almost reminds me a little bit of the willingness to pay analysis that was done for the KCW. And I don't know that it needs to be that robust, but sort of what did things look like at this price point versus at sort of the recommended price per point, or the previously recommended price point versus, a more recent updated recommendation for price point in terms of total revenue would be helpful. And I don't know if that's already explicitly been asked for, but that's what I'm thinking about.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to the CPI stuff, I do have a question, and I think Jeff or Steve can answer this question. And maybe I remember this wrong, but if we put off CPI, don't we eventually, when we go back, have to add it in? No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Acting Director Dugan and team, do you feel like you have enough to go on to come back in November? Anyone else?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then we will move on to item number 20. We do have public comment on this item, so.
And I'm going to actually turn this one over. This is a citizen petition. It's also kind of an informational item. So this is Joe, the petitioner, and he will go ahead and present that.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Giraldi. I'm a small game hunter here in Colorado, and I would like to petition for air rifles as a legal method of take for turkey. I also am the office manager for Predator International here in Inglewood, Colorado, and we actually are in the industry of air rifles too. So I know a little bit about this. I know Colorado is kind of lacking with the ability to use air rifles as a legal method of take for most game. We do have for small game and fur bears, which I really appreciate, but other states are starting to take over that. And I'd like to at least sort of catch up to them and at least have some hunters, because I know a lot of hunters in different states would love to come to Colorado with their air rifles to start hunting turkey and possibly big game in the future. But right now, their turkey is another game animal we'd really like to have the ability to hunt. And I'm willing to answer any questions you all may have.
Commissioner Touchton, thank you for being here. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joe. Well, I guess I have had an opportunity to use an air rifle, but only to shoot a dart. So I was wondering what's the projectile made out of?
It's not what you used to know. It's not going to Walmart and getting a BB gun or a pellet gun that shoots 177 pellet at 500 feet per second. The industry has changed so much. You can shoot anything from 172, and I do mean it, 172 HMR, all the way up to a 82 caliber projectile, which is a slug. Nowadays, you have pellets, you have slugs, you even have arrows that are projected by air, and all those are really effective. And there's many examples where people have taken large game here and say in Africa with projectiles that big and even the arrows. One nice thing about air guns is that unlike a traditional rifle, the projectile does lose its energy as soon as it hits its target. So as soon as it hits, it's actually doing the damage going in. And a lot of times you won't have a clean pass through. It will stop inside the game animal. And that prevents a lot of pass throughs and hitting objects you don't want to hit, maybe another animal that happened to walk in the way. And I've seen it with regular rifle hunters. I've seen them shoot at a buck. And I've seen it carry over and hit something they weren't aiming at, maybe a doe that happened to be walking past at the same time. Also with air rifles, we're using lead projectiles, not copper jacketed projectiles. So they begin to mushroom more completely also. I've seen a 35 caliber hollow point expand out to about 50 caliber with no pass through, and the animal pretty much died within 10 steps. They're ethical, and a lot of times with air rifles, they don't fall under federal guidelines, so they can be suppressed where they don't disturb other hunters. Say I'm in a stand hunting elk, and I take my elk with a big bore air rifle. The hunters 100 yards away don't necessarily hear my shot. And if anything they were looking at possibly taking doesn't know what's going on, and will pretty much stand right there and let them have the ability to take that animal ethically too.
Questions, comments? Okay, this is an information item. So Hillary, maybe I'll turn it back to you for any.
Did you say you had comment?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That Joe also filled out a blue sheet. Sorry. I put two and two together. Thank you very much. You well covered yourself.
So yeah, that just reiterating, the petition would change regulation 303 C4 would be changed to allow airgun hunting for turkey in the fall and late seasons using the pre-charged pneumatic airgun of at least a .25 caliber or larger.
Okay. And my understanding is that you've worked enough with each other and staff to support this. So it would come back to us as an action item.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions before we move to the next item? Okay. Thank you for the petition. Thanks for working with our team. Thanks for being here in person.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, we will move on to item number 21. This is the license distribution update for benefit of those in the public. We'll first hear from Katie, Matt, and Danielle, and we do have quite a few members of the public who wish to comment on this. I do have a sequencing, Katie, that I would like to do when we get to that point. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm joined today by my colleagues Matt Eckert and Danielle Eisenhart to continue discussing with you the topic of distribution of big game hunting licenses. Our most recent interaction with you on this topic was the virtual workshop held on August 23rd, where Matt, Danielle, and other CPW staff presented an overview of how CPW's draw system works and perceived problems within that system that have emerged over time. And at the workshop's conclusion, the commission asked us to return at this meeting with staff's preferred alternatives for potential changes, as well as alternatives the commission wanted to discuss further and gather big game hunter feedback on. We certainly acknowledge that any change which would decrease non-resident hunting may have financial impacts to outfitters and businesses and communities that host big game hunters. We do think that estimating the financial impacts to local businesses would be a large undertaking that CPW would have to outsource. We simply don't have that capacity to take that on with our current staffing. So if the commission wants CPW to undertake such an effort, we would propose postponing taking action on license distribution until next year after completion of such a study. So just wanted to note that at the outset. Daniel, if you could advance to the next slide, that'd be great. So in the mailing to the commission and posted on the meeting website, we provided a memo with problem statements and alternatives for possible license distribution regulatory changes. To recap, there are two perceived problems with the current system. The first being that resident hunters would like to draw more licenses and are concerned that non-resident hunters are allocated licenses at a higher rate in Colorado than other Western states. And then secondly, that big game hunters have concerns about increasing crowding due to hunters and other recreational users in the field, and that relatedly, many resident hunters in particular feel that crowding from non-resident hunters in OTC archery elk units has become a major concern. hand it over to Matt.
Hello again, Matt Eckert, Terrestrial Program Supervisor. There are three major areas where changes could be made to address the problem statements. And that's license allocation, how preference points are used, and over-the-counter licensing. In the memo prepared for this agenda item, which was included in your mailing and within our presentation, CPW is highlighting some possible changes for the commission to discuss, and we're just discussing today. When the commission is ready, you can choose to maintain the status quo or to make changes in one or several areas. But it is the commission who sets a timeline for when decisions are made, if the commission believes a change is warranted. And when thinking about change, like we talked about at the August workshop, please consider what the goal is that you're trying to achieve. Please be aware that in most cases, changes cannot be implemented for the 2023 big game hunting season. The only change that could be made for the 2020 season is updating the 3-year average for resident and non-resident license allocation. Other changes could be approved in November, but would not take effect until 2024 or later, depending on the complexity of the programming needs in our license system. We also want to mention up front that most of the changes we will discuss are expected to decrease revenue for CPW. And that is because all the changes pretty much that we're talking about are going to decrease non-resident license sales or non-resident license participation, and they are paying a higher cost than residents are. The estimated financial losses for various alternatives were provided as an appendix to the memo in your mailing and ranges up to $5 million for an individual change. However, total losses could exceed $5 million if several changes are implemented together. There has been interest in raising resident license prices to offset projected financial losses, but any such increase would have to be approved by the Colorado General Assembly, and there is no guarantee that there would be a desire on the part of the legislators to take that action. During our focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and in the commission's recent August workshop, we heard interest in updating the 3-year average used to determine high demand hunt codes that have an allocation of 80-20, and that's 80% going to residents and 20% going to non-residents. Hunt codes currently in the 80-20 allocation are defined in regulations as those that required a resident adult to use 6 or more preference points to draw based on a 3-year average. And that average was set in regulations as 2007, 2008, and 2009. If we update the 3-year average to include years 2019, 20, and 21, and maintain the preference point threshold at 6, then 74 hunt codes will be added to the 80-20, which means over 2,000 licenses will shift from non-residents to residents. This is clearly laid out in tables 3 and 4 of the financial analysis summary report, and that is in that appendix to the license distribution memo. Now, if the 3-year average is updated and the preference point threshold is raised from 6 to 8 points, the effect is less drastic. It's 49 hunt codes would be added to the 80-20, which would shift over 1,000 licenses from non-residents to residents. And the same goes for the 10-point. If we increased the preference point threshold to 10, and 28 hunt codes would be added to the 80-20, and that would be 300 licenses shifting from non-residents to residents. And this is all based on that 3-year average. So to enhance today's discussion on updating the 3-year average, staff included our preferred alternative for an allocation change, which is to move to a single across-the-board allocation. And we propose 75-25 or 80-20 for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. The reason why we chose to add pronghorn and bear is just to be consistent across species. And this is for discussion. We are hoping the commission would consider the merits of the 3-year average in comparison to a single across-the-board allocation change. From our perspective, a single allocation is easier to understand, and it would simplify CPW operations and simplify our regulations. Additionally, having a single across-the-board allocation eliminates the times when hunt codes are added or eliminated to the current 80-20 high-demand hunts, and eliminates the need to adjust that 3-year average and preference point threshold. That's what we're talking about today. So if we get rid of that, we would actually enhance predictability in the draw. I'm going to pass the mic to Danielle Eisenhardt.
Hello, Danielle Eisenhardt, licensed reservation and customer operations section manager. So I'm going to start with talking about preference points. So as we discussed during the workshop, 95% of our non-resident and 99% of our resident limited licenses that we issue currently for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear, specifically looking at 2021, required 5 or fewer preference points to draw. Additionally, more than half, 51%, of our respondents to our recent big game attitude survey stated that they were satisfied with the way that preference points are used to award deer, elk, bear, and pronghorn licenses in Colorado. Given that such a high percentage of licenses are being drawn with a low number of points and satisfaction with our current preference point system is fairly high, staff's preferred alternative is status quo, or to make no changes to our current preference point system. Other preference point alternatives that have been brought up during focus groups and during the commission workshop included averaging points and point banking. So let's start with averaging group points. Currently, when hunters apply as a group, the point value of the lowest point holder of the group is used for the entire group in a limited license draw. A change that could be made is to average points held by each member of the group and use the point average rounded down to the nearest whole number in the limited license draw. This would allow friends and family with higher point balances to increase the draw odds for those in their group without actually transferring points, which is something that's not allowed by statute. Additional changes would also be necessary to our refund regulations to ensure that individuals could not apply as part of a group to increase the group's average and then turn their license in for restoration of preference points. The other staff concern with group point averaging is creating a market or commercialization for preference points and also increasing application rates as more friends and family members would likely apply to help build point balances. Moving on to point banking. Currently, when a first choice limited license is drawn during the primary draw, all points held by that hunter for that species are used to draw that license. Under a point banking system, an applicant may use only a portion of their accumulated preference points for that species to draw the license. The remainder of those points could then be saved or banked to be put towards future hunts. However, a banking system may increase preference point creep in lower and middle point hunt codes. And this is because applicants with a high number of points could draw licenses for several years, displacing those who have not been banking points. Stipulating a minimum number of points to be used per license drawn could reduce the impact of banking on these lower to middle range hunt codes. If the commission would like to implement a point banking system, staff would suggest using a system for at least 5 years and applying a 3-point penalty for banking to protect those lower point hunt codes from point creep. Implementing a point banking system would require significant reprogramming, which would require likely several years of development and testing to implement. As mentioned by Commissioner May during the August workshop, preference points hold significant value. Many individuals have been applying for decades to build the points they currently hold, and they have invested a lot of time and money into the current system. Staff does not feel that changes are necessary to our current preference point system, but if the commission desires making changes, staff would recommend additional public outreach targeted on these specific alternatives and the associated trade-offs before approving any significant modifications. So before I leave the topic of preference points, I wanted to revisit a question from the commission workshop of how many individuals who apply for a preference point as their first choice later purchase a license. So I do have an interactive report that I can share with the commission after the meeting, but for some high level stats, around 52% end up purchasing a license as a second or alternate choice. 9.7% purchase the license in the secondary draw, 8.2 during over-the-counter sales, and 3.2 as a leftover license. And that's all using 2021 data. All right. So moving on to limiting archery elk OTC. So over-the-counter licenses are also valued by both our residents and our non-residents, who view them as a way to ensure that they can have the opportunity to hunt every year for certain species, even if they did not obtain a limited license. So going back to our perceived problem statements, limiting or capping over-the-counter archery elk licenses for non-residents could address both perceived problems by providing resident opportunity while reducing crowding, specifically from our non-residents who are purchasing slightly more than half of our over-the-counter either sex archery elk licenses currently. Limiting over-the-counter archery elk for both non-residents and residents would also address crowding during the early seasons, but would negatively impact resident opportunity. According to the results from our Big Game Attitude Survey, only 36% of residents and 35% of non-residents supported limiting all OTC licenses for archery elk. Knowing that OTC licenses are valued by both residents and non-resident hunters, CPW staff recommends keeping OTC elk licenses status quo and relooking at this topic during the next big game season structure. This topic was discussed as a part of the current BGSS, so there is a precedence for tackling OTC related topics during season structure discussions. Staff does recognize that putting limitations unit by unit as allowed by our current season structure can push issues like crowding into neighboring units. For that reason, CPW recommends continuing to monitoring these conditions over the next couple of years. Like allocation, changes to OTC licenses will have financial implications on CPW and local communities and businesses that need to be considered. Eliminating all OTC licenses can also impact other programs, including our landowner preference program, which could lead to less licenses available to general public hunters. Some revenue loss could be potentially offset by requiring the purchase of a qualifying license if these licenses were limited. For example, if looking at 2021 numbers again, if all 18,420 over-the-counter archery elk customers who did not go through either our primary or secondary draw ended up purchasing a qualifying license, we could bring in between $1.2 and $2.3 million, depending on which qualifying license they purchased. That is without a 10 or 25% cap reduction. This also assumes that every single one of those customers would go into our draw, which is probably not a fair assumption. The majority of these customers are non-residents, and a lot of them like the opportunity to not have to plan ahead and just show up to Colorado to hunt. So with that, we will happily open up the floor for questions and discussions. Staff would like guidance on whether or not to bring forward any proposed regulatory changes to the commission in November. If changes were to be considered for our 2023 hunting season, they would need to be finalized at that meeting. Changes for any other future hunting seasons could be considered at other upcoming commission meetings to allow more opportunity for that public outreach. And Katie has informed me we do have individuals that have signed up for public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you very much. Quite a few, actually. So we will get to those of you who joined for public comment shortly. Commissioner comments, questions? Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hunting contributes probably about 850 million to the state. And I always find it kind of unbelievable that we're talking about hunting during hunting season. And it seems like we do this every year. And it'd be nice if we could change that. I am a little bit surprised at staff suggestions. I thought when we left Edwards that we were going to do more research on the actual allocation split. So I'm a little surprised to see that. It's a very controversial subject that I think we need more time and research to put into if we're going to change any of the actual allocations. It affects local economies as well as CPW. I know there was a push last year in the legislature to do something. I wish that those people who were pushing that would also push the legislature to change the resident fees. We cannot do that. If they're going to push for allocations, they need to push for changing the resident fee also. Colorado also has a lot of landowners that are not residents. I live in the Meeker area in the White River Valley. There's a ton of non-residents that own land in that area. I do think that we need to do something, and I believe that preference points are the root of the problem. We wouldn't have as many allocation issues if we didn't have preference points. the updating the years, I think is something we should look at, because that was one of the things I believe in the focus groups that was brought up a lot, is they'd like to see the years. That's something I've heard many, many times. I'm not sure exactly which one of those to go with, but I think probably the higher the better, because if you look at 2007 and then we did it on 6 points, I'm quite sure that those 6 points now are equal to 10 or more. We do have studies for that, I do believe. I want to show a little map if I can, just to give you a little bit of economic stuff in Rio Blanco County alone. So that little pink spot is the outfitters that are on the national forest. And there's 16 of us, I believe. And last year we brought in over $3 million. Of those outfitters, I would bet 90% or more are non-resident clients. So if you reduce that 10 or 15%, that's quite a chunk out of that. But as a trickle down into the economy, that's huge. And I would like us to look more into what the whole big picture is, like we were talking about, and putting the actual 64 or 65, 35, whatever we might change it to down the road, doing that. I've been part of this conversation since we started 80, 20, 60, 40, and then it went to 65, 35, and it's tough, but that's just a little picture of the state and how much money that brings in to that little economy right there. Preference points. So in your presentation you did to us a couple of weeks ago, I believe that the data showed that most people who have 3 preference points just continue to accumulate them. They don't necessarily use them. They just keep accumulating more and more. The licenses that require a large number of preference points are probably less than 5% of the total licenses that we have available. We give our constituents many opportunities to hunt. We have A, B, C licenses. We have first draw, second draw, leftovers, and over the counter. As Danielle just said, all those people who put in for a preference point, over 50% of them come back and hunt anyway. The system favors people to accommodate preference points, not to use them. I believe we need to encourage people to use their preference points. And I would like to see us do something like actually both preference points and the pooling. I think the pooling, if you look at, when I went to hunt, I'll give you an example. When I went to hunt in Cold Springs 3 years ago, I had 25 points. When I started, it took 3 preference points to hunt that unit. 25 years later, I got to hunt that. I was a young person there, but there are a lot of people who are 60, 70, 80 years old who have all these preference points that cannot use them. If they could pool those points with a grandkid, a son, a friend, whatever, and actually get to use their points after 25, 30 years, I think that that's the right thing for us to do, because they've stuck with us through all of this and continue to support CPW. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any comments before we go to anyone else? Just offering that. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Other comments, Commissioner Touchton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, let me apologize for missing the informational session on the 23rd. I had a unexpected wild horse delivery, which gives you a handful. This may seem strange coming from me or just strange allies, but back a few meetings ago, some outfitters came and spoke to us. And one of the things that they said, which I found somewhat compelling, was that a lot of this is on public lands. And I've always thought public lands were for all Americans. And so I am persuaded that non-residents have, an equal right to use those public lands and enjoy the opportunities that they afford. The reason I'm attracted to that argument is when we get a bunch of wolf comments from people from out of state, we tend to minimize them. And I always think that's wrong as well, because those people would travel here and want wolves on public lands. So I'm trying to be consistent. So I guess this is more a comment than a question, but I'm not that persuaded that we should restrict non-resident participation. At least not without more. I do see the crowding issue and the over-the-counter license issue as, at least to me, that's one that we should come to terms with. The over-the-counter licenses seem like we lose a bit of control over, what's going on in the world. A pandemic hits, or all of a sudden everyone wants to be out hunting, and you could have a huge surge of people you didn't anticipate. So anyway, I think in terms of guidance, I'm more interested in looking again at that. And I don't know which forum to do it in, whether it's the big game season structure, but that the over-the-counter licenses might be causing more dissatisfaction than just the fact that that person is a non-resident.
Thank you. I guess I would just ask, it could be a rhetorical question. Public lands are also not all the same. So national forest would be different than a state wildlife area. So again, I think that potentially factors into sort of the kind of resident, non-resident. So I'm not putting any weight on that other than just to say states manage state public lands as well as having national forest BLM otherwise. So stating the obvious, perhaps. Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. I just have a couple comments around this topic. I just want the public to know that I've read and hear everything that you said, regardless of what part of the conversation, where you fall on it. It's very complicated. Everybody knows it's very nuanced and it's not easy. But with that, I think that we need to keep in mind that, as a commission, as leadership, that we are, responsible for the financial stability and health of the agency. And we really need to look at the numbers and what they bring to the table, not only for us as an agency, but also for the communities that we operate in. We have that responsibility as well. And so with that, I look forward to the future work coming out from you guys continually. And I also realize that, there's a lot of moving parts and that there's a lot of different projects that staff's working on. And so that doesn't go unrealized. So this is kind of pushed as well. So thank you for dealing with that. And I think there was one more thing. If anything comes out of it, at this point, I support the changing the rolling year schedule to keep things updated. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will readily admit that this is so complex and complicated that I don't have enough guidance. I have my own opinions and those change too regularly right now. I really feel like Commissioner Haskett stated when she started that even though it's additional workload on staff, I feel like we need to hear more from people who are really affected by this. And I don't think that we have given them enough opportunity. The last month, I, as well as all of us, have been inundated with emails, and there are varying degrees and opinions, and I think they're all valid. But I think that we need to implement some sort of a system over the next few months, whatever that might be. We all agree we can't do anything now about it. And I just think we need to analyze this a little bit more, get a little more input. And I always want to fall towards staff recommendations. But, I don't have enough guidance now that I feel like I can personally make a decision. I am leaning towards points banking. I like the rolling average for bringing years up to date so we have more current numbers. But everything we do has unintended consequences. And that's what I struggle with right now. If we change this, I would like the process to be that we change one thing. We changed one thing and we saw what the outcome was from that. And then we change another thing and adjust it accordingly. If we change multiple things in one fell swoop, I feel like we may create more damage. And a year from now, we'll be sitting here wondering why we did that and have gotten ourselves into a position that maybe didn't help. So I just would like to say, I would like to give people, citizens of the state, more of an opportunity to give us input on this.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Other comments? Acting Director Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Haskett recommended the point banking with the additional stipulation of doing it for a minimum of 5 years. I would say if the commission is leaning that way, it needs to be more than just a 1-year trial so that we can see what is going to happen and see emerging trends.
Okay. Feel like you have enough? Feel like you have some feedback, Katie? Yes, we will certainly get to public comment. Do you feel like you have enough from this group?
So at the commission workshop, the staff that were presenting, we thought what you wanted today was for us to come forward with what would be possible for a 2023 season, knowing that we also recommended back in July to request additional time to do more public involvement. So I think that was what we were trying to do today with this presentation, is show the options if something were to be put in place for next hunting season. So I think the direction that we do need from the commission is whether you want us to bring forward any regulatory changes in November, or if the direction is to go out and do the additional public outreach that I think I'm hearing from several commissioners that they would like to see.
Yeah, I think to that, let's hear from those that have joined us. That there may be some feedback that we would want to hear and then circle back to all of you. So Katie, I'm not sure you have all these blue sheets that have been handed directly to me. So I'm just going to go kind of in the order that I've got, if you'll do the timekeeping. And for our elected official, I believe I'm going to wait till the very end, and you have 5 minutes if you would like to use it. So for everyone else, we'll go with 3.
And do we want to start with virtual or in person?
Let's start with virtual.
Okay, so my colleagues online, if you could help unmute Joey Brown from CBA, who will be first. And while we're getting Joey up and running, again, yeah, we're sticking with 3 minutes, Chair Hauser, right? Except for elected officials.
Yeah, do we feel like tomorrow we're doing 2.5? Is that right? Just for timing?
Wolves, yeah.
Okay, so for tomorrow, we'll do 2.5 minutes each, just given the number that we've got. But I think we've got time for 3 today if people wish to use that.
Great. And Joey, looks like we have you on camera, so I'll give a warning at 15 seconds and then time. So go ahead.
All right. Can everybody hear me? I think so.
Yes.
Cool. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thank you, as always, for letting us speak. I know some of these issues are very complex and have unintended consequences, even when we spend years working through them and running all of the analyses and surveys and reports and everything. It can still be a little bit crazy, but we appreciate you all working to keep Colorado one of the best places to be outside. My name is Joey Brown. I represent the Colorado Bow Hunters Association. And I want to speak for a few minutes about the memo and the alternatives that you all just discussed. We've been pleased, to sort of preface it, we've been pleased so far with the amount of engagement that we've already had with CPW staff. Jonathan Boydston and others have been great thought partners as we've come to formulate our opinions and our stance as an organization. We've also run several membership surveys on this topic, had some roundtable discussions, and spent a lot of time engaging with the bow hunting community to better articulate their opinions to both you and to CPW staff. Of the 3 major areas where changes could be made: allocation, preference points, and over the counter, I'll summarize some of our perspectives on each. For allocation, overall, we're aligned with the staff recommendation of a single across the board split, and specifically option B, which is the 80% resident, 20% non-resident. Option A would actually result in fewer tags if we went to 75-25 for the high demand hunt codes. That's not acceptable to our membership base and came out in one of our surveys. 68% of our members preferred an 80-20 or higher split for allocation. It's got to be across the board for us. The 3-year average feels like it's not quite as sustainable as just making a single across the board allocation change. For preference points, the CBA is aligned with the staff recommendation for status quo. We don't believe that the second or third alternatives would benefit resident hunters in Colorado. There are far too many risks associated with group averaging and point banking, things like point creep, lower draw predictability, and even the possibility of decreased hunting opportunities for our members. So status quo for preference points. For over-the-counter tags, this is the sticky one. We agree with the problem statement outlined in the memo and recognize that changes in this arena impact more than just the hunting opportunities of our members. The landscape has changed drastically, and we must insist that CPW staff present further alternatives for your evaluation. Status quo is simply not a sustainable option. I have like 30 more seconds if you allow.
Thank you, Joey. We'll have to be equitable. So please come back another time.
So switching to in-person, I have T. Wright Dickinson followed by Tyler Emmerich.
Good afternoon again. I represented this community for a long time as an elected official. We talked about open space earlier. I can assure you that the only reason that the open space survives in the county the way it is because of the hunting abilities that the landowners have been able to, the revenues that they've garnered over the years with hunting. This change, as Marie and others suggested, could have really impactful consequences. From my perspective, I think that the status quo should remain in terms of the allocation and the alternatives, the comments that Commissioner Haskett mentioned about the points, that second and third alternative. I come from Unit 201. Marie and I sat at the table when she came and used her points. I have friends in Denver, longtime friends, families that have come hunting there since the 50s. And in those limited license areas like that I operate in, the point creep, these people have invested their entire lives. This has become a once in a lifetime hunt, and they're going to die. I've got a guy on oxygen, a friend from Golden, with 19 preference points for elk. He'll never draw. He'll die before he draws. Some alternative, as Marie has suggested, or something else needs to be allowed to reward those, your customers and supporters who have stood with you all these years, to be able to use those points in the right way, whether to bring a grandchild along or something. There's got to be some equity in this. We just can't have these guys invest their whole lives and then lose their preference points when they pass. It's just not right. There's got to be a way. And please, when you look at this, look at the whole thing, the economic impact on these communities, on the landowners, and frankly, through the years, I mean, it's the non-resident hunters that support your budget. You guys have got to take care of them, or the resident hunter has to be prepared to pay the kind of license fees that it takes to operate the agency. Thank you.
So next we have Tyler Emmerich followed by Ashley Gates.
Afternoon, Commission. My name is Tyler Emmerich. I own and operate CJ Outfitters, actually up by T. Wright, units 2, 201, and 10. And just kind of reiterate what he said. I'm a firm believer that we need to leave things alone. I also believe that, you guys have several, there is 191 people with 30 points. And just to get through those 191 people, if they use 2 and 201, it'll take almost 10 to 15 years, just depending on who passes and who doesn't. And I do believe that if they've spent 30 years of their life, that they should be able to pass their points down to a direct descendant of them, whether that is a son or a grandson, or if they can be allowed to use their points with their grandson to go to a different unit to where they both can enjoy it. Also, I don't believe the preference point system is broke. Colorado was the first state to start having points. And so of course that we're going to see the bigger problem than any other Western states. I understand the resident hunter feels that they deserve more of an opportunity, but at the end of the day, I live in a county that's 50% public land basically. And I just don't believe that just because we're residents that we have more reason to be on that land versus a non-resident. And the simple fact of like Meeker and Maybell, if you start taking away non-residents, their economic effects will be huge. Maybell already only has a general store. That's all we have. And so if we lose Maybell, I got to come to Craig now to get fuel. And that's a huge setback in my operation. It's a huge setback for my family. I just feel that we need to really sit down and do a study what the economic effects will have on outfitters, local economy, local shops. I mean, it's huge. And you know, another thing I think the commission needs to make CPW sit down with the Colorado Outfitters Association and have a meeting and get the outfitters' opinion. At the end of the day, we live in a capitalist world. I feel that you can't tell somebody what to do and how to run their business. I feel everybody has equal opportunity in the state. The state has been an opportunity state for years with the over-the-counter license. It's clearly the CPW already stated that, you know, of the OTC, it's over 50% goes to non-resident. And not every non-resident is going to be okay with, or not every resident is going to be okay with their license fee going up, considering that I apply to 11 other Western states and I already have to pay a higher price. Thank you.
So next up, we have Ashley Gates, followed by Gaspar Pericone.
Thank you for allowing me to come and present my perspectives to you today. I have a couple points that I want to talk about. One, allocation of licenses. And then secondly, wolves. I won't be here tomorrow, but I want to touch base on that. My name's Ashley Gates. My husband and I own a public land outfitting business up in Meeker. 99.5% of our clients come from out of state. We spend a ton of money and a ton of time going, advertising, marketing, out of state hunting shows to bring people here and to fill our camps. Changing what's currently there, the 65-35 to anything different is dramatic for us. Here's a real life situation. This year, CPW removed 200 tags from my unit in archery this year. As a result of that, we've never had issues having our hunters draw, by the way. 20 hunters didn't draw this year. For us financially, what that equals was $49,100. $49,000 I don't have in my pocket. That's dramatic. And then we're approached with 80-20, all these other ratios. We can't afford to have that kind of change on us. It would be catastrophic to be facing another 10% or 50% loss of income for us. You will witness the collapse of outfitting across the state of Colorado with this kind of change. It will affect our small communities and it'll affect CPW. We all can't afford for this kind of change to happen. Wolf management. This is something also that I didn't vote on, but I have to deal with. I could sit here for hours talking about the negative impacts wolves will have on my business. The ones I want to talk about to you today are lethal taking of wolves, hunting wolves when the time is right. We'll work hard getting your numbers elevated. But when the time comes, predators need to be managed. Bears, wolves, mountain lions need to be managed. Wolves don't sit on a pedestal without being managed. Just like the ungulate populations, we're managing them for you. You guys have the responsibility, CPW, to manage these animals. It's not fair that we have big, loud voices of pro-wolf advocates and their deep checkbooks being able to persuade what is standard operation for managing wildlife and how they affect the environment. I thank you for listening to my perspective and hearing it. I pray that you would take all these perspectives and make your decisions based on it. It's a big responsibility. Thank you.
Next, we have Gaspar Perricone, followed by Albert Krieger.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Gaspar Perricone. I'm here today on behalf of the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Project, which is an alliance of 19 different hunting, angling, and conservation organizations across the state. Having been in a seat on the other side of the table the last time this conversation came before the Commission, I understand how difficult this is, both from a technical perspective and from the emotional side of the equation as well. The one thing that we wanted to note as an organization, and one that has been echoed by many of you today, is that these decisions just simply do not exist in a vacuum. There is no scenario where you can make a monolithic change to one particular program without experiencing intended or unintended consequences in many other programs. And so we appreciate your understanding of taking a broad perspective of this and the need to look at the problem holistically and make all necessary changes to ensure that you have programs on the back end of this decision that are stable and financially sufficient. I think it's also important to note that these decisions are primarily social in nature rather than any sort of a biological consideration. And while you seek to appease the appetite of the hunting community, we ask that you do so in a manner that doesn't jeopardize the resource and its fundamental habitat and herd health. I think that has to be paramount in all of your considerations. Effectively, what we're talking about here is a supply and demand problem, right? As the demand for hunting opportunity continues to increase, I think last year was another record-breaking year of 685,000 tags that were issued. We simply don't have the supply currently to accommodate that demand. You do have an opportunity, however, to look at addressing at least a portion of that supply side of the equation by looking at our statewide herd objectives. In many of the DAUs, we are under objective currently. Now, we're not so naive as to think that that is by design. We understand that there's a host of implications that go into setting herd objectives and a host of habitat carrying conditions, other recreational opportunities that exist on public land that all compete with this. But where appropriate, we do ask you to take a look at increasing the statewide herd objectives on a DAU basis. Lastly, and I want to thank Commissioner May and Commissioner Haskett for their comments. We were, as an organization, under the opinion that there would be some additional public outreach and an opportunity for the public to both be educated by CPW and provide some public comment in return. We would love to see that opportunity come to fruition prior to any determination by this body. And lastly, I'll just note, we are committed to ensuring that all wildlife management decisions continue to exist within the sphere of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. As we know, there have been several legislative efforts, I think well-intended, but are more susceptible to being misguided, both on the social front and the biological front. And we offer up our collective expertise to help the commission achieve an outcome that is outside of the legislative process. Thank you.
Former Commissioner Perricone, you have a question. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gaspar, for coming. So you talked about the legislative push that was last year. What do you think the chances are of them trying to do that again if we don't do something this year?
Asking me to forecast the opinion of the legislature is a difficult thing to answer. That said, I think it's a likely scenario that in the occasion the commission punts on all decision-making options this time around, that you will see a subsequent legislative effort.
Do you think if we look at just the rolling average? Would that appease them?
Again, I can't speak on behalf of the legislators that have expressed interest in running this, but the issue that they are looking at certainly extends beyond the rolling average.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Good luck in the field.
Next up, we have Albert Krieger, followed by Ty Gates.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Albert Kruger. I live in Meeker, and I am participating in operating a family ranch, family outfitting business. We do this operation on private land and public land on a BLM lease. And hunting has been an event there for the last 50, 60, 70 years. The number of out-of-state hunters is more than 99%. It is very rare that we host in-state hunters. The income we derive from selling hunts and taking care of hunters enables us to do a lot of improvements on the land. We sometimes work with HPP to do a lot of water projects, planting, and of course repairs of fences as a result of the impact by the wild game. Basically for us to see our out-of-state non-resident guests not being able to acquire the licenses they ask for is a scary change for us because it may further impact our ability to afford the land, to take care of the land. We see ourselves as a private entity partner to CPW by bringing in, as Mrs. Gates nicely said, by advertising, bringing them from out of state. We also see ourselves by, the non-resident hunters in some way supplementing the cost for the licenses in state. So I imagine if the out-of-state hunters would be diminished in numbers, it would have some impact on what CPW would have to charge to the resident hunters. So all in all, we are concerned and worried about a substantial decrease in access of our non-resident hunters to come to us. We welcome all hunters. We had hunters from overseas. We had a few Colorado hunters, but really 99.5%, 99.9% of our hunters are from out of state. So we like to see a status quo, but also are very respectful to see further discussion and further input. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ty Gates, followed by Leah Griffith.
Good afternoon. My name is Ty Gates. I'm one of the 3 Rio Blanco County Commissioners, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to everybody's comments. It's a lot of them took a lot of my speaking points, but I would like to kind of give a history lesson in Rio Blanco County. Our county consists of 73% federal land, 2% state-owned land, and 25% privately held land. So with the attack of oil and gas on the oil and gas industry, the introduction of wolves, and now the threat on this for our guide and outfitters, our counties, our rural counties are constantly under threat, under a microscope. Our way of lives, our livelihood, everything that we stand for, people are trying to take away. We live in a community because we like where we live. We enjoy what we do. You heard from my sister-in-law. I was asked earlier, I had to bring up that's my sister-in-law, not my wife. Although I do love her. But I think it's important that you hear and really analyze and take a look at the impacts that it's going to have on these rural communities. As Marie mentioned in her slideshow earlier, our county, our towns survive off of a lot of those revenues that these guide and outfitters bring in. I'm not one of them. My brother is. I don't enjoy it like he does. But I also care about every single outfitter, every business in Northwest Colorado, not just Rio Blanco County. This is a family and we have to look out for each other. So I just ask that you really take your time, consideration, and look into the economic impacts that it will have on these small communities. Thank you.
Mr. Gates, you are eligible for a few more minutes as an elected official if you would like them. Sorry, I didn't have that on my sheet. So if you don't need them, fine. I just wanted to offer you that courtesy.
Unless there's any questions.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry for that oversight. I also only had one down. So we do still have a few more members of the public, and then we'll get to our final commissioner. So Leah Griffith, followed by Sherry Kempton.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leah Griffith, the Colorado Outfitters Association Office Manager and also an avid hunter. I represent the outfitters from across this great state. The timing of this proposed changes is hard as on our membership to comment as archery is in progress and muzzleloader starts in a couple days. Most of our membership is already in the field, providing services to hunters that are the main tool for the wildlife management in this agency. In addition, we represent non-resident hunters as they make up the vast majority of our clientele that outfitters provide services for. In addition, COA is advocating for not just our outfitting businesses, but also the local rural economies. We are disappointed that we are unable to schedule a stakeholder meeting with staff regarding this issue that we attempted to schedule in spring and summer. We recognize the attempt to simplify the draw. However, there are many issues affecting licensing, like preference point creep, hunt codes that require 6 or 25 points or more, landowner vouchers, and private land leases and licenses. This proposed change may appease a certain group by increasing resident to non-resident licenses. However, what about the licenses left unpurchased if they're not getting their desired license? Resident to non-resident is a social theme that stems from supply and demand. Demand on a resource that is declining in many GMOs and supply not satisfying some residents. There is so much involved in this complex situation, but our local businesses and rural economies will suffer. It is proven that non-resident hunters contribute a vast majority of money to these economies during hunting season. Also, our outfitting businesses, as we buy supplies like fuel, food, etc., to operate. While we appreciate staff's continued work on these license allocations, we cannot support a change to the 65-35 allocation. It is a rush and there are many factors that it will affect. We look forward to working with staff on this issue and firmly support any wildlife decisions stay within the agency and this commission. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we'll have Sherry Kempton, followed by David Wooden.
Hello, thank you for listening, everybody, today. I'm basically just going to kind of reiterate what all the other outfitters have said. I represent R&R Ranch of Colorado and Maybell also. 99% of our hunters are from out of state. If you all decrease the non-residents hunting licenses that Colorado distributes to out-of-state hunters, it will be detrimental to the guiding and outfitting industry throughout the whole state. The economic decline for a lot of the family-owned businesses, guiding and outfitting businesses, is going to be detrimental. You'll be forcing hunters who come here annually. I have probably 75% of my hunters are repeat hunters. They come every single year. They bring their sons, their grandsons, their nieces, granddaughters. So if you take away the opportunity for them to get a license, you're also going to lose the youth that come with them. They're going to go to other states. If you do this with the licensing situation, you're going to affect everything from airlines down to mom and pop stores, not to mention what's going to happen when the coal plants shut down. I mean, a lot of our guide and outfitting people, this is their annual income for the whole year. So that's going to affect that situation also. Another thing I wanted to say on the preference points, people brought up very good points on, I have hunters that literally are going to die before they draw too. They've been applying for years. And if they could pass that down to their blood relatives, sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, that would be wonderful. I think since they put in the time, effort, and money to do that for 20, 30 years, they should be able to use that, because those are the people that come here every single year. And a lot of the out-of-state hunters, they drive here. So from as soon as they cross the Colorado borders, they're supplying those communities with funds that help everybody survive here. And with the economic situation that the state's been in with the COVID epidemic, and then now with just inflation increasing daily, I just think it would be best to keep everything as it is and give that non-resident hunters a chance to come here and enjoy what they've been enjoying for years, and especially for traditions, their hunting traditions with their families also. Thank you very much.
So next we'll have David Wooden, followed by Commissioner Tony Bouyer.
Yes, I am David Wooden. I own the Victory Hotel in Maybell. There is a hotel in Maybell. In fact, I'm getting my call. But about 75 to 80% of my business is not local people, and some have been coming 35 years. Now, that's quite a bit of extra money that comes into this. And I don't know, it seems like the way they treat their animals here, I'd like Wyoming will let the ranchers feed them. Here, the one thing I saw that I really didn't like was when they had a bad winter and the elk were starving, instead of doing anything, they took big bales and put them like 20 miles out of town, put a fence around them, so the elk laid there and died looking at the food. They couldn't get to it. I don't know where that idea of that came from, but that's one of my main peeves, is the way they treat their animals here. But I don't have as 99% out of the state, but I'm a little lucky there, but it's still going to affect me like mad, because I do have people that have been coming 35 years that are not locals. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
And last we'll have Commissioner Tony Bouyer.
And Commissioner, if you have any comments or reflections on the panel earlier, feel free to share those as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for coming to Moffat County. First of all, we appreciate you guys being here, and hopefully you're enjoying your stay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time reiterating what everybody said. I just want to let you know, I own an outfitting business as well. And again, I think every outfitter, you would have this room packed, but being that archery season has started a few days ago, luckily I had some guides to take care of it, so we could be here today. But you would have this room packed with outfitters stating, this isn't a good idea. It's not only going to hurt the outfitters, but if they say a dollar spent in Craig will circulate 7 times. Okay. If you pay an employee, that dollar will circulate 7 times in a community. So every time that hunter comes, it's going to impact Moffat County. Now, you are sitting in what we've claimed as the elk hunting capital of the world, right? You can't find more elk per population here than you can in Moffat County and Rio Blanco County and Routt County. This is going to impact us not only financially, but it's going to impact outfitters where their guides are serving, spending money here. Their families live here. Their kids go to school here. And so I think this is just a very important deal. When you go to look at the licenses deal, this needs to be 2 separate issues. They can't be on the same conversation, even when you do the allocations and then the banking points or whatever. They need to be 2 different issues. This is it's oranges and apples, if you ask me. The allocation process, if you look at unit 13, this is where it affects. Second and third season don't affect anybody. It's unlimited. 1 million people could come second and third season to Colorado, right? But first and fourth season is what hurts outfitters if you choose to lower that allocation process or number. One of the things that I want you to understand, I would like to bring to your attention is, we have the first draw, you have the second draw, which I think personally as an outfitter is a great deal for us. But then there will still be 800 leftover tags in certain units, right? And good units. Now, if those numbers were at 0 after the second draw, I could say, hey, maybe we should have this conversation. But there's a lot of leftover tags as well. And so it's not a supply and demand. It is somebody putting in that process. A lot of outfitters help the clients do that process because they don't know it. I'll end with that and go into the conversation, if you allow me for a minute, on the panel that you guys had here before lunch. You all received a letter from the Moffat County Commissioners and the mayor of Craig. None of us were notified that they were going to have this meeting here about the future of Moffat County. And so that was kind of an interesting deal when we seen that. That's why you received our letter. We feel that recreation is a part of the piece. But Moffat County is going to lose 47% of its income when that plant closes down. That's property tax. Rafters and those people that come, that doesn't help property tax. That helps sales tax. That does not help property tax. And so that's going to hurt. And so you've seen what we are trying to do. Hydro, we are looking at hydro. We've had multiple meetings for the last 5 years with the tri-state, with the power plant, with the coal mines, of how do we diversify our economy. A bunch of little businesses will help that economy. Of course it will. But reality is 700 jobs that are paying $45 an hour to be a fishing guide or an elk hunting guide at $15 an hour does not quite satisfy that curve. And, to bring to your attention, the river right now is running to 120 CFS. Okay. The reason it's running 120 right now is because we are releasing 75 CFS out of Elkhead to keep that water up, right? So if you look at it, the rafting and stuff is a great process. We love it. I think it's a good thing. The river's a deal. But really, this community was built before the coal mines on agriculture, hunting. And so those things will never leave. And the state just over appropriated our river this year, okay? Over appropriation, meaning that, you have to have an augmentation plan, which costs the county $100,000 to have an augmentation plan so that you could drill a well under 35 acres. If you own 32 acres, you can't drill a well on your property without paying an augmentation. And so I want to understand that there's a lot of pieces here that we're looking at. And I hope you read that letter. Hopefully you've seen that commissioners and the city council are working hard to find the solution to help. And we appreciate your time and appreciate you guys being here. Thank you.
Hang on one second. I think we have at least one question and I have a comment. Commissioner May.
Hey, Tony, based on your comment about the 75 CFS that's flowing out, is that under a demand management agreement? And if so, are the irrigators, the ag users, the ones that are compromising on that?
I don't know exactly who's releasing that water. Jeff Comstock's in the audience. He could probably answer that a little better. The Conservation District is who I'm thinking is releasing that water at this moment. It is so that we don't have to put a call on the river. If that river goes on call, it affects all our ranchers and everybody. And so they try to be ahead of the curve. So when they know that it's going to drop to a certain level, they start releasing it as fast as they can so that you don't have to put a call on the river. And the state of Colorado states, or one of the laws says, if you put a call on the river one time, they can over appropriate the river. One time is all it takes, right? My granddad was a water commissioner here for almost 30 years in Moffat County. And, right before he passed, I asked him, hey, they're going to over appropriate our river. And then he just rolled his eyes and said, they don't understand how water works, right? There was water there. We can release it. Tri-State owns 2,000 acre feet of water. in the Elkhead River. The city owns some and the Conservation District owns some, and I believe CPW owns some. And so they release it for fish and those things, but they try to get ahead of the curve so they don't have to put a call in the river to help our ranchers, to help the fish, to help everybody around.
Thanks, Tony.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being here. And we visited at the break and just would say the title was The Future of Craig. Not that that's not in Moffat County, but it really was an invitation to those that were in the film. And so forgive any oversight wasn't certainly intended. We certainly understand the commissioners have a broader county perspective and appreciate that you're here today, all three of you. And that we'll see you this evening as well.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
thank you
Thank
so
you
much
your
for being
time.
here. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I think that's it, right, Katie?
That's it for public comment. So I
Okay.
guess just going back to the question of whether there's anything that we should bring back regulatory wise in November, or if we should, proceed with additional public engagement, any direction the commission may have.
Thanks. I think the latter part of your question is probably a yes, at least based on what I've heard around the table, but I'll turn it to Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have some suggestions, I guess, and I don't know how everybody else feels, but I wish somebody else would chime in. I don't believe that legislative and ballot box biology work. That's not how you manage wildlife. We do have a push from residents in the legislature to do something. You've said in here that if we do C or C through E, that those could be done in 2023. I guess I would like you to come back with E and just a little bit more statistics on that. And then also in the future, we need to reach out and do some more studies on allocations themselves. The 60, 40, 35, 25, whatever it ends up. We need to do some more studies on that, but we need to also show the public and the legislature that we are doing something. I would like to say that our staff has too much on their plate right now. When the wolf plan is done in May, is that when we're done? That you start after that. We can't do anything right away for 2023 anyway, so put that on the back burner until May, but we are going to do it. So put it on the schedule type thing. The preference points, I would like to look at maybe doing point banking and averaging. A lot of people seem to be in favor of it. And bring that back in the other just status quo for now. Thank you.
Sort of a straw man thread out there. Other comments? Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Hauser, and I think that we have taken on the responsibility. We have the responsibility to address this issue. Even though we ask, what do the legislators think? Well, it's actually our responsibility to take care of it. And if they feel compelled to do so, it's because we have failed. And I don't think we want to get to that point. I think we want to address these issues and we want to address them in a timely fashion. And I think it's been fairly clearly stated that we think we want input from the people. We want some more outreach. Anything we do today is not, we can do things today, but we also can do them after we get this outreach. And I think we will send a message to our legislators that we're working on it. We have the professional staff of CPW to guide us through this process. And to me, that's the approach that we should take.
Thank you. And my assumption is that you agreed with Commissioner Haskett. Is that right? The two H's on either side of you, just making sure. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, on to Commissioner Haskett's point about, and Commissioner May's point about doing the work ourselves and preventing or showing the legislature we're on the job. I did really appreciate the comments of Gasper and the Outfitters Association that they are committed to having the solution pursued inside CPW. And I think that could be very effective in terms of, I assume the push with the legislatures is coming from resident hunters, and there's two groups that represent a lot of resident hunters that could say, don't make that push and let CPW figure this out in-house. And I also think that the legislatures are forgetting all the dramatic impact on local communities that we've heard all the members of the public testify to. And so I just hope that they take their foot off the gas, because I do agree that we shouldn't pursue solutions without adequate opportunity for public to comment and full consideration. So I'm not in a hurry on this issue, if I guess that's the guidance I would give.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I echo what Commissioner Haskett said. Greatly value your opinion just because you do live this and breathe this. So you might not like it, but we do look to you, I think, on a lot of this stuff. Also, it was said earlier, I can't remember who said it, but the impact of out-of-state hunters starts the moment they cross into Colorado. And a lot of that is coming from the eastern side of Colorado, clear to the western side. So the trickle down effect is huge. You know, 5% change it's a lot more than license fees. It's just dramatic. So like Jay was saying, I'm also not in favor of rushing through this. I think with the wolves coming in, everything else that we have going, you know, we're busy. Our staff is incredibly busy. So allowing adequate time to engage all the stakeholders, because this is a huge deal. So I think some you know, traction, like Marie said, put a place mark in for next year when we have some time and some positive direction, but certainly not rushing currently. Thank you.
Okay, feels like we have a little bit of a straw man kind of here, a little bit of consensus around some feedback. Kate, let me just make sure, Commissioner Bailey, Commissioner Otero, anything from you out in the virtual world? Sorry, I can't see if you raise your hand or come on unless you come on. So, okay, you're good. Okay, we might have lost Gabriel as well. So, Katie?
So Commissioner Haskett had proposed us bringing forward, I believe in November, the letter E in the memo, which was updating the 3-year average, I believe, to the 10-point threshold. Is that, so we would bring that back in November for consideration for action. And then also had proposed that we do outreach again after May, which makes a lot of sense on our end as well, for some of these other topics that would not be addressed at this time. Okay, thank you.
That's what I heard. Everyone okay with that? Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks to the members of the public for commenting. So just a quick time check. Travis and others, just do we have time to do a quick financial update, or should we punt that to tomorrow? I don't know if the group needs a full half an hour for the sort of preview of what we're going to go do and see. So I'm just trying to think of where to put Justin and how long you think you need, Justin.
Well, if it'll let me talk, sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis Black, Northwest Regional Manager. I think we have sufficient time. We may have to ask the panel to kind of move it along, but I think we do have time.
Okay.
We're scheduled to go till about 3:30 with this panel discussion, and then leave about 20-30 minutes for commissioners to change, get water, whatever they need.
Okay.
And leave here at about 4.
Okay, so we do have until 4. Okay, I didn't know we were leaving right at 3:30. So Justin, why don't we go ahead and do the quick high level financial update, and then we will turn it to the panel if they can be sort of ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Assistant Director, Deputy Director, my name is Justin Rudder. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. And I come to you this afternoon with a financial update. We did close our fiscal year. We have finished the accounting transactions to kind of get the full financial picture. And that's what I brought to you in the sources and uses report. However, I do owe you an apology. I have no idea how it happened, but I lost a page in there. The second page is blank, and that should have had information on it, which was the summary of the other pages. So I work with Laura after this to get that updated. When I started doing kind of the analysis, the variance analysis that I do to kind of talk to you about what changed and what's different in the finances year over year, I came to realize that the the things I was saying were without some context, because I was looking at a very high year to also a high year, but maybe slightly different. We see some softening in demand on the wildlife side and on the park side for products. And so I was painting what I felt was a fairly negative picture. So I decided to kind of flip it on its head, add more context with a 5-year look at some of these finances and kind of talk about where we've come in the last 5 years. This is two different bar charts, one behind the other. So it's not a stacked bar, or it's not a stacked area chart. So what you're seeing in the dark blue is revenues and the light green is expenses. So everything that you can kind of see of the dark blue sticking up over the top of expenses is what you call profit or additions to fund balance. And as you can see, we came from, this is kind of the future generations timeline, right? So it's 2018 through 22 or 17 through 22. And you can see that we had a small amount of money that we were bringing in excess of expenses. And that has just kind of continued to grow. We did drop into expenses and we're getting to why that is. But the agency as a whole is doing well financially right now. We're able to put money aside for larger projects and for future operations. And just continue where the overall picture is strong. So if you drill down just into revenues, it's kind of a jumble of colors, and there's a little bit of switching of sources that we could get into in the second year, where that green intersects that yellow. There was just some changes of categories. But you can see that a large part of our growth there is on the bottom. It's our base business. It's our operations. It's selling passes. It's selling licenses. It's our fee-based revenues. Another chunk of change there up is the red bar towards the top. And that's where we've seen a historically large influx of general fund to the agency. That hasn't happened much in the past years, but that's been an influence on our revenues in most recent years. And then this is kind of the drill into the expenditure side. You can see there's nothing really drastic in one category or the other. We just kind of are seeing steady increases in expenses. It's related to increased costs, but also increased operations. We're doing more now than we ever have. So where we do see that jump is kind of on the operating side. This is the dark blue is our kind of general operations or day-to-day work. And the top part is our capital. And you can see that day-to-day work's slowly going up, but there's kind of some sharp increases in capital. And when we look at that a little more closely, that green triangle there at the top is our capital acquisitions. So as you know, we've been pursuing our regular RFP, but also new state parks, shooting ranges. We are going to acquisition phase. We're expanding our portfolio of products. And you can see that that's kind of been the driver of our expenses. And that's a very brief overview of the top level. I think I talked about some of the numbers within the memo that was accompanying it. It's kind of staggering to me to see the increase in revenue and expense over the last 5 years. For context, we haven't added a lot of support staff. We've added some support staff, such as engineers and project managers, but we have not increased those resources by 50%. And it's a testament to the hard work of CPW employees that we are putting so much more money out on the ground. Just for point of reference, I've got 7 procurement staff, which I'd like to thank them for all their hard work, because they, in that 5-year time frame, we went from what's about $18 million a year general fund or a capital construction program to we're considering a $100 million request this upcoming year. We went from $2 million park small capital, which are little projects, and 800,000 wildlife small capital, to 3 million parks and 9 million wildlife. That's a lot more purchases. That's a lot more projects, and it's everybody across the agency that's doing that. And I think those numbers kind of lay that out kind of starkly. So with that, and knowing that there's time pressures, is there any questions?
Well done. Thank you very much. Commissioner Blacka.
Thank you. I have maybe one question, one comment. Is there any hope that we might be getting money from the general fund this year?
I am not aware of any proposals at this time.
Okay, thank you. And my comment is, I don't want to say it out loud because it might lead to more work for people, but I would really like us to consider having a separate fee structure for out of state or non-residents visiting the parks. Our neighboring states do that for us, to us. And I don't see why that, I feel like that's an untapped revenue stream for us. For example, Nebraska, we were there the other day, and I think the residents like $8 and non-residents 12 for a day pass, you know? So, and same thing when I go back to visit my family in New York, I pay $5 more for everything. So I just feel like that would be good for us. It's kind of low hanging fruit. And then maybe it's also kind of in the same vein as a lodging tax, but also my last comment, and maybe it'll bring us some goodwill from the public, seeing that, you know, we're doing something. They're getting some kind of benefit. Thank you.
Justin, I imagine there's maybe in response to that. We may be limited on how we can do that, but I'd be curious to your response. No, conceptual, sure, great.
Conceptual, I think it's possible. And I should have mentioned we're get general fund for wolves. That's most likely. I should not have left that out.
That's great. Thank you.
But if I'm not mistaken, at least on the pass side, short of inflation, that might require. Nope. Okay. Jake is shaking his head. So. Okay. Good idea. Potentially we'll come back to it. Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. Acting Director Dugan.
Commissioner Blecka, the other thing that you might want to keep in mind is that the KCW pass essentially is a discount for Colorado residents only. And so we're not doing away with any other passes. So if an out-of-state individual wants to buy an annual pass, they're more than welcome to. In fact, that's the only way they can, by buying a daily or an annual.
So the answer is yes. You hit it on the head. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Justin, just because this has just become more apparent to me as I spend more time with some of our staff, is underpaid and overworked. And I'm wondering, since we look good financially, and I know it's beyond the commission, but what are the mechanisms to get some of that money to increase staff salaries or increased numbers of staff?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and it's something we discuss at leadership team a lot. Unfortunately, it's really convoluted. So while we have money, our sister agency, the Division of Water Resources, who's generally funded, they don't have excess. They're fighting for their funding. And it's a statewide personnel system that kind of sets the rules. It sets the bans, well, to back it up even further, Colorado wins and the executive branch negotiate the labor agreement, which includes a 3% increase for staff here for the next 4 years, I think. But that's dependent on appropriation by the General Assembly. So there was a study, or there was a instruction to the Department of Personnel Administration to look at revamping our pay system, but it's not a problem that's been solved in the last 20 years since we left the previous system. We're looking at lots of things in leadership team, trying to figure out how to get our compensation appropriate, but we're constrained by larger systems.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. You still have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Justin. I just had a question. Excuse me. I've looked a couple of times. Please direct me to the appropriate page if the information is here, but I was trying to find and I found it. All right. Just the breakdown. Actually, I would love just some pie charts. I don't think we've talked about data viz on some of these, but just a pie chart on the license breakdown between, and again, these are things that I've been asked for by the public. I've also noticed people are using their different big numbers. And by that, I just mean the percentage of hunting versus fishing versus passes versus, and I would just love to know what our actual number and percentages are, so that I can be sure to be as accurate and to make sure that the public is informed on that. So yes, but thank you for having the information here. Just curious if we can, make it a bit easier to find. Thank you.
I always appreciate the comments and I will strive to do better.
Okay. Anything else for Justin? Thanks for the quick overview. While our panel is coming up, I was remiss. A lot of our public commenters have left, but I do want to just, I see a few that are here. This meeting next year will be 3 weeks earlier, intentionally. So at least assuming we pass this calendar. So it was intentional to try to avoid these conflicts in the future, particularly if we're going to try to be somewhere in the Northwest. And then I would also just flag, Rebecca can tell us more about this, but there are boxes of these Keep Colorado Wild business cards that have a QR code in both Spanish and English on the back for us to grab a stack of if you want to hand these out to constituents or people that you run into, or if you're going to meetings or something like that. So they're right back out there on the bar. And with that, panel, please come up. Thanks to Commissioner Haskett largely for really encouraging us to have an overview of what we're going to go see. We've heard a lot about it today from T. Wright and others around this ranching for wildlife concept, particularly in the Northwest. So it made some sense to hear a little bit about it first before we go out on our site visit. So I'll turn it to whoever is going to introduce the panel. Okay, there you go. And tell us what we're going to go do and see and what you need from us. All right, thanks.
First of all, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm Ray Aberly. I'm the Private Lands Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And I get the opportunity to help co-manage and coordinate the Ranching for Wildlife programs, one of my duties. Kathleen Mawini is with me here and Bill DeVergi as well, and I'll let them introduce themselves when it comes their time. The Ranching for Wildlife program is an important program, and I just want to highlight it, and I'm very grateful for Commissioner Haskett bringing it forward as a suggested topic. I really think it speaks to the mission of the agency and touches on many of the wildly important goals. And I also want to recognize the Area 6 staff that's here today in the building and also out in the field. They do a lot of work. We have over 100 different CPW employees engaged with this effort. And so it's a very much a collaborative. In addition to that, we have literally hundreds of landowners engaged. So it's a very important program from the standpoint of collaboration. Moving to the first slide here, or the second slide, I guess it would be. Do I have the opportunity to move in advance right here on the screen, I guess? Yes, I can do that. Oh, that one. All right, Bill, can you help me with that? Thank you. So the program really has three purposes, and that's to conserve, improve, and enhance wildlife habitat. I'll speak to that more in a moment, all of these. It's to more effectively implement wildlife management plans and goals, and it's to provide a unique public hunting access opportunity. And that really is to steward Colorado's wildlife resources to the benefit of the sports persons and citizens of the state of Colorado, in partnership with private landowners and producers of the state towards those above outcomes. So just a real quick overview. I know we're short on time, and a lot of this we can cover when we're in the field. So I encourage you to go ahead and grab any of the Area 6 staff or Kathleen or anyone really in the Northwest region here. They should be able to speak to some of this. It starts with a base of a minimum of 10,000 contiguous acres. So ranches need to have this base contiguous 10,000 acre block. From there, the ranches can add and have additional acreages added to the program and have multiple ownerships within that. I think that's an important point. We have ranches ranging in size from 11,000 to over 150,000 acres right now in the program. And that collaboration is a major part of it. Public licensing is available by the limited access draw. So through the limited draws where the licensing for the public happens. Ranchers deliver annual reports on hunter harvest, their effort, and their habitat projects that they're conducting on the ranch. We review the ranches on site every 5 years as part of the program as well. And all RFW licensed hunters, publicly licensed hunters, are contacted through the big game survey. I don't want to overspeak, but I have backing from our data team. This program has the most robust accounting of hunter satisfaction, hunter harvest, and hunter effort across the entire agency. This is a location of where ranches are located throughout the state. We do have properties touching in all of the administrative regions, or all the administrative regions, with the exception currently in the Southwest region. We have in the past had ranches there as well. Next slide, Bill. Quick highlights from the last year: 980,000 acres enrolled. So those are 980,000 acres of public access ground. For an example, in the state of Nebraska, just as an example, there's 1.2 million acres of public access, including privately accessible through their programs and also state and federal owned lands. So this program, almost in and of itself, provides access at a greater level than some of our neighboring states. There's 2,666 total public licenses for elk, deer, pronghorn, moose, bear, bighorn sheep, and turkey. The program overall, with the public licenses and the private licenses that are delivered via vouchers, there's 5,780 licenses. There's 31 special hunt opportunities, and this is why Kathleen is here and will speak to briefly, and I'll leave it at that. And there's over 240,000 acres in conservation easements within this program. And there's active habitat efforts on all ranches. So really quickly to speak to some of that, and this is just a quick accounting of some sample 2021. Had 21 miles of fences removed or retrofitted to be wildlife safety on Ranching for Wildlife properties. That's Aguilar to Trinidad, that span of space, to give you kind of a visual. Over $250,000 spent on herbicide and invasive management. I'm sorry, did I say that wrong, Commissioner Blacka? I'm sorry, when I said, I was trying to think about my towns. Aguilar, no, I'm sorry, I was thinking about, it's Aguilar, right? Trinidad, I thought I threw out another A name. I apologize. No, I'm sorry. No, 350,000 acres are under prescribed grazing. So they're under prescribed grazing or reduced stocking rate. Last year in a drought year, we had 60,000 acres of land that was deferred, that the producers chose to defer to the benefit of wildlife, their wildlife operation. Over 2,000 acres of active forestry and shrub management, and 100 miles of riparian enhancement, as well as 135, and that's gross underestimate of ponds and springs cleaned out. And then the coordination these ranches provide on wildlife management is massive. Many of the big studies we're doing in the state right now, collar studies, elk calf survival studies, deer survival studies, mountain lion studies, those are happening in cooperation and collaboration with Ranching for Wildlife properties. I also have to make the point that the ranchers and landowners engaged, it goes a long way when we're having contentious conversations about things like wolves, things like licensing. Because we have this relationship established, because the field staff are so engaged with these folks because of this program, it often informs our process much more deeply. So it's really the cooperation becomes a major part of this. Thank you, Bill, for continuing to do this. On the unique public access opportunity, just some quick points here. Average success rates across the programs that offer elk as a contract species is about 70%. So very high success rates on here. And the average satisfaction rate is 1.91%. And I have to give a condition for that. It's a 1 to 5 scale, with 1 being the highest satisfaction. So I always say that my predecessor must have been a golfer because he likes low numbers. So really just pointing to high satisfaction overall and high success. Again, we have the 24 youth, novice, and veteran hunts, or we have ranch hunts on 24 different ranches. That's not the total number that we offer. And there's 83 unique public seasons. So that's something that as I administer this program, we have 4 general seasons more or less. And of course, there's all different things going on within that, and you all know that well. But within this one program, 83 unique public seasons. Many first and last hunts, a little bit of heartstring thing here, but we do see that many people's first hunts happen on Ranching for Wildlife properties and many of the last hunts. And some of that speaks to the preference point piece. 0 to 26 preference points to draw on these for this opportunity. And many of the ranches provide guides, lodging, retrieval of downed animals, that kind of thing. So Area 6 is a major part of this program. If you saw that earlier slide, and we'll pull up a closer one here quickly in a minute. But there's 13 ranches with 2 additional having acreage in Area 6. Chris Middledorf is here, and Area 10 has a significant number of ranches as well and is a great collaborator within this. Habitat focus in Area 6 includes essential wildlife corridors and protection. As you saw, those of you who were on the tour yesterday, much of the ground you saw on Highway 13 on either side of the road is engaged with Ranching for Wildlife. The 2020 licensing in this area is 1,823 public licenses. So that's almost 2,000 public hunters from the state of Colorado residents that hunt through this program. And a total number of 3,971 licenses allocated. If I move down here, there's 8 ranches with conservation easements. There's those contributions to management that they're doing up here, 13 outreach hunts, which I'll let Kathleen speak to here in a moment, and almost $12 million in revenue generated for Moffat County from hunting. And that comes from our SCORP. If we break the numbers down specifically to Ranching for Wildlife, we can see that there's about $6 million that come in from out-of-state hunters. to some of the things we were talking about before. If we do some averages within there, and if we look at the $158 a day expenditure in the local community by hunters that we see from the AFWA's 2016 report, it comes out to almost $2 million just from the Ranching for Wildlife program alone. It's being generated in Moffat County. Here's a map kind of outlining and showing the Ranching for Wildlife locations up here in the Northwest. This is the whole Northwest region. But you can see that concentration up here in Area 6 and around Craig. Next slide. And then I just want to make this last point here. If we look at this collaboration in wildlife management and the role of the habitat efforts going on in these ranches, the one here that's got the bigger one of all of them shows elk migration corridors and patterns. And really, if you look at that landscape, the way these ranches are tied together, they string together U.S. Forest Service ground with U.S. Bureau of Land Management ground. That mid ground in here in Moffat County it's tied together to ensure that we have those migration routes for our large ungulate populations. If we look over at the other one on the upper corner there, that's elk summer concentration. And our research is starting to show that elk are using our private ranches, our private lands more heavily for parturition sites, for their calving, their fawning sites. And so that data, I'm sure, will be coming out in the next year or two. And so it's essential. And then if we look at how it lays within greater sage grouse, many of the biggest leks within the state of Colorado are adjacent to or on Ranching for Wildlife properties in the Northwest. With that, I want to pass it over to Kathleen Mawhinney and let her speak a little bit about the role that the Hunter Outreach Program plays with Ranching for Wildlife.
Thanks, Ray. I know we're short on time, so I'll try to stick to it, but I'm on the tour if you guys have extra questions for me. But my name is Kathleen. I've been running the Northwest Hunter Outreach Program since 2008. And originally our agency focused on youth, and then we added more women's programs. As the program grew, though, we recognized we needed to start talking to any and all Colorado residents who wanted to learn about hunting and its importance to management and not just hosting youth. During this time, we also increased the number of Ranching for Wildlife properties we partnered on for outreach hunts. However, we're still limited to youth only. So several years ago, with the help of LT and field staff and the commission, we were able to change regulations to include adult outreach licenses. In addition to outreach licenses, we changed regulations to allow Ranching for Wildlife properties to host CPW outreach hunts for the novice adults or youth. And that's been huge. Now we can host 50% youth and 50% adults, not just the 100% youth. So we can continue to teach all interested persons of any age. Currently, the Northwest Hunter Outreach Program has 12 big game hunts on 10 Northwest Ranching for Wildlife properties. We also have a moose hunt for one youth on Silver Spur near Walden. These hunts are 3-day camps on ranches, which include range time and hunting time. This shows you the buy-in of our ranchers, managers, and outfitters, since they give us 3 days to focus on mentoring new hunters. The benefits of actually using the Ranching for Wildlife properties for our novice hunters, the biggest one is they can hunt in a safe and controlled environment and really get a feel and slow down and understand what's going on around them and learn about the animal's behavior. Another benefit is the sense of comfort for a future solo hunt. We recognize that going from a mentored hunt to hunting on unfamiliar land can be a barrier. So on average, in 2 years, a hunter can draw a public Ranching for Wildlife cow or doe tag on the ranch they've had their first hunt on. So that allows them to they have a little bit of comfort going back into land that they actually are familiar with. The hunters also get to experience hunting on properties that are managed to support both wildlife and agriculture. They see firsthand excellent wildlife habitat thanks to our RFW landowners and managers' desire to include wildlife management into their agricultural practices. A few years ago, we decided to measure whether this was working or not. And so we ran numbers. Today, I'm going to present numbers from the Northwest Hunter Outreach Program for big game only. But we've run numbers from participants from 2017 to last year's participants. So for 2017, we have 4 years of data. And then for last year, we actually have draw participation information But in February 2023, we'll run tag information. So just focused in the Northwest and our participants, we've had 277 participants since 2018 in 2017 for big game. And we have an 83.4% return on them actually buying a tag after coming with us on a hunt. We have a 7.6% that have not purchased anything since participating. However, 14 of those 21 actually turned 18 in that time period. So that could potentially just be a parent no longer put them in or bought them a tag. And we hope that as our data each year grows, that we'll see a return once they get a career or come back from college, things like that. And then we have just the low number of 9.2 of participants that have participated since, but in 2021 or 2022 didn't play in the draw and they haven't bought a tag yet. So we'll rerun those numbers soon. We also have a 62% of participants since 2017 that actually play in the draw. So then with the qualifying licenses, we actually wanted to know if those hunters are just buying a qualifying license to participate in the draw, or if they're actually participating. And the bottom one, it's hard to see, but we actually have 28% of the tags being purchased by past participants is a big game tag. So for us, those numbers look huge, and it's a huge thanks to these ranches who let us come on and run our hunts and introduce ethical hunting to see if we can get the next generation out. And it was on the previous slide, but even if a person leaves our hunt and decides that hunting's not for them, we hope that they remember conservation when it comes to voting, since we have so many people in Colorado who need a good understanding of what that really means and how hunting does play into wildlife management.
Next one. So we're going to be leaving here shortly, and I'll let Bill speak a little bit to what the next piece will be. So I really encourage all of you to come along with us if you have the energy to do so. But I want to talk about the Byzantiner Ranch. It's a really special ranch. All the ranches are unique in their own way. But Gary Byzantiner, who stewards that piece of ground, his dad, Dean, before him, have done an amazing job with that piece of property. So this specific ranch within Ranching for Wildlife is 50,000 acres that are currently enrolled. It's a primary, and I can't emphasize that enough, primary elk migration corridor and essential greater sage grouse habitat. There's 223 public hunters that will get the good fortune of being on Mr. Byzantiner's ground this year, 17 unique seasons. He's done extensive habitat work, and Gary is always one of the first to adopt new practices and try them out. He's just finishing up 3 years of the Z-dike method, wet meadow restorations. I wish we had time to get you out there and show you, because it's pretty amazing. 135 of those hand rock placed structures within it. He just finished up doing a cheatgrass management trial, which is a major annual invasive grass that has great concerns for many of us. I've done a lot of grazing management, water development, and there's notes from public hunters. I'll have a handout as well. I want to recognize Gary for a lot of the other contributions he makes to the agency, but there'll be handouts in the vehicles for you all, and feel free to ask us questions about Mr. Byzantiner or the RFW program overall. That's the end of our presentation. I open it to any questions you all might have.
Commissioner Haskett?
Am I correct in that the Ranching for Wildlife tags are only for Colorado residents?
Correct. So the public licenses are only, so we distribute vouchers to the ranches get vouchers, and that's kind of there in for the participation. And those vouchers can be used for in-state or out-of-state at their discretion, and probably represent very much the numbers you heard before about in-state and out-of-state. But the public licenses are only available, the ones through the draw are only available to in-state residents.
Okay. Good point. Commissioner Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess probably for Ray, the Northwest, and particularly around Craig, seems to be doing spectacularly. But the gaps on the statewide map with the Southwest and then most of the plains, what accounts for the success here, and what can we do to get those other areas
Yeah,
involved?
certainly. So one of the things goes back, there was a cap put on the number of ranches that could be in the program for a long time. And that's simply because it's a large program to administrate. This is just one of many programs that I work in. And so there was a cap of 20 ranches for a very long time. And that was removed, I believe, Bill, maybe, 2012 in there, somewhere around there. The other piece is that 10,000 contiguous. We're certainly open right now. And Bill and I had this conversation. We're in the market because of the habitat work, the cooperation we get. I don't want to overextend myself, but we are certainly in wanting to engage. I think the other part of it is the price points. Some of the Eastern Plains don't have the price points when it relates to elk. Their elk aren't present. And so that becomes the thing that makes it harder for them to make it work financially on their end. We have had other ranches at times that have come into the Northeast, or some in the Southwest that have come back out. And I do predict that we'll have some more in the future. We did make some changes too, I think, in the last couple of years that will be more attractive to landowners reaching out to us, hopefully.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we'll get a lot more out in the field. So if you have other questions, let's save them if that's all right with everyone. So we have exactly 20 minutes to change your shoes, whatever, put on sunscreen, whatever it is you'd like, and be out front, I guess, front of the lobby at 4 o'clock. Does that sound right to the group?
For everybody's.
If that all right, where everybody's right here, right? So just run up, grab whatever you need from your room, and we'll see you out front at 4 o'clock, and we'll stand in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.